on truth-telling, a demonstration of the inseparability of truth from the telling of it, by Michael E. Hunter. 60b, the Doctoral Thesis, with Jacques Derrida as my hero, 2002. Abstract. The first chapter of this thesis, entitled The Dynamics of a Deep Disagreement, Derrida and Ricoeur on Metaphor and its Relation to Philosophy, is an examination of 4 projects of clarification, which are all studies in one way or another of the deep disagreement between Derrida and Ricoeur. The objective is to show how these studies as clarifying projects simplify and even oversimplify the nature of this disagreement, or more broadly, Derrida's and Ricoeur's both convergent and divergent discourses on metaphor. The following 4 chapters are the analysis proper of the dynamics of the deep disagreement. These dynamics, being both ethical and epistemological, are as much about the indirect as the direct encounters between Derrida and Ricoeur. The second chapter analyzes Derrida's essay, La Mythologie Blanche, as challenge to the tradition which Ricoeur, its undeclared champion, must take up. Accordingly, the third and fourth chapters are devoted to analyzing how Ricoeur meets this challenge in La Métaphore vive. While the third chapter is devoted to analyzing Ricoeur's indirect encounter with Derrida's project, the fourth is devoted to analyzing his direct encounter. The latter is essentially his critical analysis of La Mythologie Blanche in the last study of La Métaphore vive. In turn, Derrida's response to Ricoeur's critique with a polemic and an exposé of sorts in Le Retrait de la Métaphore. Analyzing how Derrida takes aim at Ricoeur through Heidegger is the task of the fifth and final chapter. Introduction. The present study must profess to be complicated. To profess this at all, and particularly as an opening statement, is perhaps to raise some suspicion against it, or perhaps it is to invite the sharp rejoinder, what study is not complicated? Or then again, perhaps it is to induce some scholarly unease. Nevertheless, in spite of all this, in spite of the risk of provoking a negative reaction, it must profess, and more than profess, even thematize complication. It must do so in order to be, as it must be in its own way, a striving for whatever light can be shed on a matter which can never be fully in the light. The present study is complicated because it is implicated, because it chooses to be implicated, or more precisely, because it chooses to be aware that is implicated in what it sets out to analyze and how it sets out to analyze it. In so doing, what is analyzed is not only recognized as being complicated, but as being a complicating of philosophical discourse in general. The deep disagreement between Derrida and Ricoeur over metaphor and its relation to philosophy ultimately reaches as far and as wide and as deep as the issue of what philosophy is or is not, and what it should be doing or should not be doing. To admit that this issue borders on the unwieldy and the unmanageable is perhaps to admit that the professed orientation of the present study should be quite carefully reconsidered. It is almost to admit that it should be reconsidered straight out of sight. Instead of prizing the recognition, the full or fullest recognition of a complicated and even overcomplicated issue, the present study would perhaps be better off to prize, particularly in light of such a complicated and even overcomplicated issue, the task of clarification. The latter is undoubtedly the most popular route for philosophical discourse, And it is safe to say, not entirely safe, that all existing studies of the deep disagreement between Derrida and Ricoeur have taken it as a side of the matter, then, which certainly cannot be ignored. Chapter 1 examines and diagnoses 4 such studies, but before identifying these 4 studies or explaining the process of examination and diagnosis, it is best to admit that this process is also the case against clarification. The way of clarification is not necessarily the best route to follow, because as much as does the alternative route, it suffers from a major difficulty and dilemma. Underlying this difficulty and dilemma is the presupposition that clarity, which is also lykos, theoria, logos, eidos, ousia, physis, etc., pertains almost exclusively to the matter at hand, i.e. the deep disagreement between Derrida and Ricoeur, and that lack of clarity or concealment is a moot point and should itself be occulted. The result is that even before beginning their examination of this deep, or according to some not so deep disagreement, the authors of the 4 studies rule out or rule on what is precisely at issue. Now, before raising the question whether the present study and ruling on the above presupposition also a priori rules on what is at issue, it's perhaps best to note that while the way of what is rightly or wrongly called obfuscation is the way of complication and even overcomplication, the way of clarification is the way of simplification and even oversimplification. This is to say that just as the first way threatens with incomprehension by pointing to concealment at the heart of discovery and disclosure, so the second way threatens with a blind and blinding lucidity. As may be observed in both the history of ideas and history itself, much that is initially celebrated as the light of this clarifying and even simplifying sun. This sun which shines, as it were, with all that is good, pleasing, comfortable, caring, commodious, convenient, etc., may also be the sun's dark center. At the very least, it must surely be admitted that no less than the way of complication and even overcomplication, the way of simplification and even oversimplification is necessarily troubled from within. To demonstrate this internal trouble, this major difficulty and dilemma of the way of clarification, is the business of Chapter 1. At the same time, it is also, as already mentioned, the process of examination and diagnosis. According to the present study, these outside studies are the best representatives of the way of clarification and the trouble or difficulty which attends it. They are also the means by which to present, albeit in a preliminary and variegated way, the deep disagreement between Derrida and Ricoeur. The overall format of the present study includes then, before the analysis proper of the debate, or rather quasi-debate, between Derrida and Ricoeur on metaphor, a rather lengthy detour and delay. There are 2 reasons for arranging it thus. First, given the demands placed upon the majority of readers of this study, readers who no doubt are more inclined to hold to the way of clarification than to the way of complication and even overcomplication, the studies in question deserve to be presented, and moreover presented in a reasonably thorough and objective way. Secondly, the traditional practice of integrating these studies, or at least elements or arguments of these studies, in the analysis proper, or recognizing them only in footnotes, is, in the first case, wholly out of the question, and in the second, a move which would be merely arbitrary or decorative. Another way to state the matter is that, given that the 4 studies as oversimplification are incommensurate with the analysis proper as overcomplication, the demand for at least a certain amount of clarity in this study, for there is such a demand, is also the demand to keep the 4 outside studies and the analysis proper separate. To state the matter even more completely, it is on the basis of a quadruple aim that the 4 outside studies have been selected and arranged. Accordingly, the objectives of Chapter 1 are, first, to give as fair a representation as possible of the available studies of the deep disagreement between Derrida and Ricoeur. Secondly, to expose their fault lines as studies in which, in different ways, are projects of clarification. Thirdly, to provide a preliminary but overall view of the deep disagreement, which is also a debate or a quasi-debate between Derrida and Ricoeur, and finally, to make as accessible as possible the analysis proper, which takes up the 4 remaining chapters, chapters 2 to 5 of the present study. It is appropriate at this point to introduce the 4 outside studies and give some indication as to how they satisfy the above-mentioned objectives. But before proceeding to the first study, it should be noted that all 4 studies, as studies of Derrida and Ricoeur on metaphor and its relation to philosophy, are significant parts of larger studies. To be more precise, these larger studies are 4 books, each of which is the work of one author, and each of which deals with matters related but not expressly belonging to the subject in question. The first study to be examined, and then, as in the case of the 3 other studies subsequently diagnosed, is to be found in Leonard Lawler's Imagination and Chance, the Difference Between the Thought of Ricoeur and Derrida, 1992. What recommends this study as the one to begin with is that of all the books or articles which examine in some way or other the deep disagreement between Derrida and Ricoeur, no other one treats it more systematically as a disagreement, dispute, or polemic per se. As the title of this book suggests, Lawler's objective is to go to the heart of the difference between them. His interest in the polemical side of their exchange is to be observed in the fact that not only does his book begin with more than 40-page study of Derrida's and Ricoeur's disagreement over metaphor, but it also ends with a 30-page transcript of an earlier and highly relevant debate, having as its subject the relationship between philosophy and communication. This debate was part of a conference, and more precisely a round-table discussion, which followed the presentation of papers by, among others, Derrida and Ricoeur. Furthermore, while Lawler extends his inquiry into the difference between them beyond metaphor and to other subjects such as time, imagination, and chance, he nonetheless uses their principal works on metaphor as the basis from which to launch his more sweeping investigation. With respect to Derrida's and Ricoeur's deep disagreement over metaphor, Lawler presents summaries of the 3 key texts, or more precisely, the key parts of these texts. For reasons of economy and efficiency, the present study's report of these summaries will be a mixture of condensed statement and citation. In addition, in order to avoid an overabundance of material, most of Lawler's discussion of Derrida and Ricoeur, which goes beyond the range of these 3 key texts, will not be reproduced. The second study to be brought forward is found in Guy Bouchard's Le Procès de la Métaphore, 1984. In a way which may be said to be even more complicated than Lawler's, it is a project of clarification which strongly suggests that it is not a project of simplification. Reproducing and examining in detail throughout the better part of his book, Derrida's and Ricoeur's Discourses on Metaphor, Bouchard is less concerned with the difference between them than with what he considers to be their respective ways of overextending, or as he puts it, inflating the conception of metaphor. Unlike Lawler, then, Bouchard is explicitly critical of both Derrida and Ricoeur, and furthermore offers a corrective in the form of his own scaled-down and presumably more tractable definition of metaphor. It should be apparent that because the whole of Bouchard's book focuses first on the concept of metaphor, and thus on the most formal or technical part of the dispute between Derrida and Ricoeur, and secondly, because it focuses on what Lawler, with his ranging outside the 3 key texts, only takes as the preliminary basis of his larger study, it offers a certain change of perspective and way of critically encountering their projects. On the other hand, Bouchard follows a similar path to Lawler's when he provides a resume of the 3 key texts, which to identify briefly here and in chronological order are Derrida's essay, La Mythologie Blanche, 1971, Ricoeur's book, La Métaphore Vive, 1975, and finally Derrida's exposé, Le Retrait de la Métaphore, 1978. Pertinent to the matter of the present studies, selecting and ordering the outside studies is the fact that Bouchard's coverage of the three key texts differs both in style and substance from Lawler's. Because of its focus on the subject of metaphor, Bouchard's study is a much more extensive treatment of what seems will prove to be important later on, the non-polemical part of these texts. At least this is certainly the case with respect to Ricoeur's La Métaphore Vive, which, while only having the last of its 8 chapters, or as Ricoeur calls them, studies examined by Lawler, is examined in full by Bouchard. In order to be faithful to the text he is examining, Bouchard does a great deal of paraphrasing, which so closely duplicates Derrida's and Ricoeur's text that it is often quasi-citational. Less interpretive than Lawler's, it may be thought that his resume is a better choice for serving as a schematic outline of the deep disagreement. But apart from the fact that Bouchard never really analyzes this disagreement, such that beginning with his study would leave out something important right at the outset of the present study, there is another problem. It is that, given the nature of the analysis carried out in chapters 2 to 5, the reproducing of Bouchard's resume would risk being redundant, paying as much attention to the textual moves and movements of La Mythologie Blanche, La Métaphore Vive, and Le Retrait de la Métaphore as to their arguments. The analysis of chapters 2 to 5, although not quasi-citational, is amply supplied, or at least it is to be hoped, with citations. Moreover, to place undue emphasis on the question of which of the outside studies is more precise and in what way would be to deflect attention from Chapter 1's main order of business, namely to examine these studies from the point of view of their internal distress. While Bouchard's critique of Ricoeur is much harsher and longer than his critique of Derrida, the third outside study to be brought forward is entirely pro-Ricoeur and anti-Derrida. S.H. Clarke's Paul Ricoeur, 1990, offers an 11-page discussion of the dispute between them in a subsection entitled Deconstruction and Metaphor. With a more assertive style than either Lawler's or Bouchard's, Clarke characterizes the disagreement between Derrida and Ricoeur as a confrontation in which Ricoeur, as the more aggressive but nevertheless always respectful and restrained party, comes out the clear winner. In fact, Clarke goes so far as to suggest that the presumably non-polemical part of La Métaphore Vive, i.e., the first 7 studies, which constitute a survey and analysis of many metaphorical theories, as well as the development of an all-embracing one, is in some way a preparation for and prelude to Ricoeur's confronting Derrida in the 8th study, challenging the assumption that there is a strictly non-polemical part of Ricoeur's discourse on metaphor is also an important part of the analysis of chapters 2 to 5. If the present study should be fully committed to its task and not given to sparing itself, and furthermore, if Clarke, in endorsing Ricoeur's position, also endorses and exhibits the virtues of clarity, and furthermore, if another study, in endorsing Derrida's position, falls short of this area, then surely as a sort of challenge to the present study, and more precisely as a challenge to Chapter 1, this situation must be looked into. It is thus as a sort of oddity that the 4th outside study comes to be selected and placed at the end of Chapter 1's worksheet, completely devoted to Derrida's discourse on metaphor, and to this discourse's even exalting metaphor. The study in question nonetheless exhibits, at least to some degree, a will to clarify both metaphor and philosophy. Although Derrida's and Ricoeur's debate on this subject, which is called the fundamental debate on the back of the author's book, takes up only the better part of one of the 4 chapters of Heidegger and Derrida on philosophy and metaphor, Imperfect Thought, 2000, there is a sense in which Giuseppe Stellari's whole project is under its sway. If one takes into consideration the fact that Heidegger himself has very little to say about metaphor, and that despite this lack or seeming lack, both Derrida and Ricoeur refer abundantly to Heidegger, that furthermore Stellari does not strictly follow Derrida's analysis of Heidegger and admits it to a certain agreement with Ricoeur on the matter of Heidegger's metaphors, and that finally he primarily engages Heidegger's text as a task of exploration, or as he puts it, the task could be better described as a journeying over it, then one gains some idea of the tension or trouble which traverses the author's undertaking. But perhaps it is now time to address the question of the tension or trouble which traverses the present undertaking. One problem which confronts us is that it cannot properly say what it is, or at least cannot say what it is all at once. It must defer a large part of this task to a self-analysis at the beginning of chapter 2. But apart from this self-analysis, it must also defer it to the analysis of the deep disagreement itself, or more precisely, it must defer it to the analysis of this disagreement as quasi-debate, and even highly extended quasi-debate, or more precisely still, it must defer it to the analysis of the dynamics of this highly extended quasi-debate, or even more precisely, it must defer it to the analysis of the dynamics of this highly extended quasi-debate as being both epistemological and ethical. To leave aside for the time being the task of introducing the analysis proper, then, is no less than to keep in view the present issue of complication versus clarification. To the extent that the present study professes to be complicated and even overcomplicated, there is the admission that it cannot be thoroughly impartial in its analysis. While it is true that Ricoeur is willing to invite a tremendous amount of complication into his work in order for it to be as comprehensive as possible, it is also true that he aims at ruling out all excessive complication. Ricoeur himself admits as much when, for example, he characterizes philosophical discourse being that which is sometimes infected with an invincible ambiguity, a sort of overly poetic effusion, which he thinks is to be found, for example, in the very last works of Heidegger, and which results from its succumbing to the lure of the ineffable. Le prix de cette prétention de mettre fin à l'histoire de l'être est l'invincible ambiguïté des dernières œuvres. Despite Ricoeur's tremendous range, then, Derrida goes beyond it, or in a sense explodes what, according to Guy Bouchard, is Ricoeur's already inflated conception of metaphor. For Bouchard, Derrida, by tracing metaphor to the very heart of the definition of metaphor, to the very heart of the concept, and finally to the very heart of language and being, not only presents an epistemological obstacle to metaphorical theory, but to all philosophy of language. The present study, of course, will shortly take into account Bouchard's critical stand more fully. For the time being, it is enough to remark that were Bouchard's interest less linguistic and, like Lawler's, more epistemological, he no doubt would make much of the fact that Derrida troubles philosophy's own language. But even to describe the situation in this fashion would still be to oversimplify it. Derrida only troubles philosophy's own language because it is already troubled. Haunted by metaphoricity, but not metaphor stricto sensu, which is inherent to language in general, it can never be entirely in control of itself. At the same time, it is fairly evident that the major part of philosophical discourse can go on without scrutinizing, or for that matter, scrupling over the seemingly minute part of it which escapes control. From this point of view, the status of the second sentence of this paragraph is rendered uncertain. Derrida still seems to be an accomplice in making life difficult for philosophy and philosophers. a heterogeneous element enters the picture as perverse motivation, disposition, intention, inclination, etc., or then again as bad consequence, effect, result, etc. A number of ethical values are thus put into play, which need not be harmonious with each other, let alone with those in larger circulation in both philosophy and the world in general. It is in this way that one might return to the objection made earlier by the present study, namely that the four outside studies operate with a presupposition which a priori rules out or rules on the matter at issue. The problem is that while it is true that this objection can be justified on the basis of analyzing the four studies in question, it is also true that in and of itself, or rather in all that it can possibly mean or entail, it is not justifiable. Or more properly, it is just as much unjustifiable as it is justifiable. For example, it is unjustifiable from the point of view that the objection itself is inevitably an epistemological ruling, which, according to what the objection is or must be as an anti epistemological one, rules itself out of court. Or to put another way, the ruling that conceptuality is prone to internal slippage rules out conceptual rule as absolute rule, and therefore must rule out the certainty of the ruling that metaphoricity is implicated in conceptuality. On the other hand, it is justifiable, or even more than justifiable, from the point of view that it is the responsibility of philosophy to examine all presuppositions, and therefore the responsibility of the present study to examine the presupposition in question, i.e., that lack of clarity is a moot point and should itself be occulted. What all this ultimately means for the present study is that it cannot entirely free itself from the principle of clarity, even while troubling it, or because, even while doing so, it is also the clearing of a path towards it. This is both an affirmation and a negation of the principle of clarity, which, of course, is non-receivable in many circles. But from the point of view of the present study, this double gesture can only be both ethically and epistemologically right. Strictly speaking, this study is not an affirmation or negation of this principle, but merely the challenging of its authority, or rather, authority. Always being half respectful and yet half distrustful of this authority is the recognition of its being not simply the eternal light of a philosophical saying, but also the eternal twilight of a philosophical doing. It is the recognition not only of the constitutive side of philosophical discourse, but also the recognition that this recognition of the constitutive side only comes at the expense of not recognizing the performative side. Conversely, this is the recognition not only of the performative side of philosophical discourse, but also the recognition that this recognition of the performative side only comes at the expense of not recognizing the constitutive side. Finally, it is the always precarious attempt to guard philosophy from the lure of the utterly effable, and as such, to guard it from itself. Chapter 1. The commitment to tell the truth about Derrida and Ricoeur on metaphor as project of clarification. As set out in the introduction, the business of this chapter is to examine and diagnose 4 studies of the deep disagreement between Derrida and Ricoeur. Traversing this primary task is the secondary one, which is to provide a preliminary and variegated look at the deep disagreement itself. 1.1. Leonard Lawler's study in imagination and chance, the difference between the thought of Ricoeur and Derrida. A key part of Lawler's discussion of the difference between Derrida and Ricoeur already takes place in his introduction. It's not only part of a preliminary outline of his overall project, but also part of a preliminary analysis. Given this early complication, it is better to postpone the examination of it and begin with the examination of his resumes, or as he calls them, his readings. This is part 1, the polemic between Ricoeur and Derrida. Part 2 and part 3 are where Lawler carries out his more extended analysis, but for reasons to be given later, these parts will not be investigated. In order to be as clear and economic as possible, the report of these readings is itself a reading. More precisely, it is a highly condensed one, which takes a few judicious shortcuts, and notwithstanding its bid to be as taut and as spare as possible, also takes the liberty of, along with citing frequently from Lawler, making a few minor contributions and corrections. It also avoids as much as possible repetitious expressions, such as according to Lawler. Lawler claims that, for Lawler, and so on. It is to be hoped that this move will not be found unwelcome, since its only aim is to facilitate a preliminary encounter with Derrida and Ricoeur. Furthermore, the present study's reading of Lawler's readings seeks neither to critique nor to slavishly reproduce them, but rather to collaborate with them. Thus, the distinction between Lawler's voice and the voice of the present study should not be considered, insofar as the 3 readings are concerned, a relevant issue. Lawler's reading of Derrida's La Mythologie Blanche. Lawler begins by announcing that he will take up in turn each of the 5 sections of Derrida's essay: Exergue, Plus de métaphore, L'ellipse de soleil, L'énigme, L'incompréhensible, L'imprenable, Les fleurs de rhétorique, L'héliotrope, et la métaphysique relève de la métaphore. In the first section, Exergue, Derrida begins his demonstration that metaphor is implicated in the concept. The Greek word eidos, for instance, means not only a suprasensible idea, but also outward appearance. On the basis of this way of conceiving the relationship between these 2 familiar terms, metaphor and concept, which of course are quite often considered to be inimical, Derrida claims that no adequate study can be done of philosophical metaphor, or as he expresses it in the subtitle of La Mythologie Blanche, metaphor in the philosophical text. In the second section, Plus de métaphore, Derrida presents an argument to back up his claim. The first premise of this argument is that philosophical metaphor cannot be defined without appealing to, on the one hand, such basic oppositions as sensible, intelligible, sensory sense, and sensual spiritual, and on the other hand, such basic concepts as theoria, eidos, and logos. The second premise is that all such oppositions and concepts have a figurative or tropic aspect, a metaphorical charge, and as a consequence, what is to be defined is inseparable from the defining operation. Thus, the definition of philosophical metaphor is itself a philosophical metaphor, but one not included in the field. This paradoxical situation of extracting from the subject, which is presumably under definitional control, in order to add to or to equip the subject which operates as definitional control, is what Derrida calls the law of supplementarity. Operating both as a negative and positive universal, this law becomes particularly evident in the study of philosophical metaphor. Nor does this situation change be the study of philosophical metaphor called the rhetoric of philosophy or the philosophy of rhetoric. White mythology's first two sections, therefore, define an irresolvable problem. How can one speak about metaphor non-metaphorically? Perhaps the tradition's most powerful response to this question has been Hegel's. According to Derrida, metaphor in Hegel is taken up into and by the concept as absolute concept or spirit, and as such is taken up without remainder. With respect to philosophy's use of metaphor, then, there is not in Hegel simply the semantic or epistemological work described by Ricoeur in the Metaphor vive as Platonic, of transferring meaning and reference from the sensible to the intelligible, but also the ontological work of transferring the sensible in its entirety to the intelligible, or world to spirit. Accordingly, the sensible or figurative aspect of the concept is not the sign of an impure residue which would result from its base, i.e., its etymological origin, but rather the sign of the sensibles, as well as the sensible signs, being preserved and elevated. In order to deal with the third and fourth sections of La Mythologie Blanche, Lawler proposes to examine them together by combining their respective analyses of Aristotle on metaphor. These analyses in turn include what for Derrida is the paradigmatic metaphor of both good and bad metaphor of the Western tradition. It is the figure of the sun, to which in both the third and fourth sections Derrida pays special attention. Correspondingly, Lawler guides the second part of his reading of these two sections by singling out this figure. Going back to Aristotle's highly influential definition of metaphor, this is the first part of the above-mentioned reading, Derrida begins his investigation of the traditional association between metaphor and name, onomos. Since the name, according to Aristotle, corresponds to the object in a true or false way, and furthermore, since metaphor ultimately is a kind of naming, it is implicated in meaning, reference, truth, and knowledge. Derrida shows that just as Aristotle's theory of metaphor falls inside his theory of diction, lexis, so the latter falls into his theory of poetic imitation, mimesis. The latter, in turn, falls into his theory of resemblance, homeosis, which in turn falls inside his theory of nature, physis. Metaphor thus belongs to metaphysics because underlying Aristotle's theory of nature and his theory of substance, ousia, which in turn is at the heart of his theory of being. Although the latter encompasses change, movement, and of course difference, the origin and destination of all this is but the one. Everything for Aristotle begins and ends in unity. As he says in Book 4, it is impossible to think of anything if we do not think of one thing, me nunta hen. Because Aristotle's ontology is based on ousia, and because his ontology determines his metaphorology, Aristotle must, according to Derrida, privilege the proper over the metaphorical. Much of Derrida's discussion in the fourth section is concerned with propriety. In Aristotle, the property of an object, while distinguishable from its essence, is in a quasi-synonymous relation to it. Thus it may be said, for example, that while Socrates' essence is that he is human, and that distinguishable from this fact he has reason, logos, as a property, the fact that he has reason is also the fact that he is human. Metaphor imposes itself in this relation by ascribing the property of one thing to another thing, e.g., Socrates is a plant, and in a way which, while initiating a comparative relation between two different things, also initiates an impropriety, which of course is the transferred property's incompatibility with the essence of the thing to which it is ascribed. It is improper or metaphorical to say that Socrates is a plant, phutos. Metaphor then, in a way, destroys the unity of the subject's essence by not saying the same. For Aristotle, metaphor by analogy is metaphor par excellence. The example he gives us, evening is the old age of day, or old age is the evening of life. Since this metaphor originates from four retrievable terms, evening, day, old age, life, it can always be brought back to the univocal and proper. At the same time, it does epistemic work or is operative in a cognitive way by being a perception of resemblance and suggesting or pointing out a new class or category. But even if metaphors provide knowledge through resemblance, Aristotle always prefers the proper and univocal discourse of philosophy. Going back to the third section, this is the second part of the above-mentioned reading, Lawler now gives an account of Derrida's first solar example. What is primarily at issue here is that Aristotle admits that there are metaphors by analogy which have a missing term. Despite his not looking further into this matter, Aristotle provides an example of metaphor by analogy which for Derrida renders problematic the distinction between good or proper and bad or improper metaphor. The example in question, the sun seeds its light, is one in which the improper word seeds corresponds to no proper term and hence functions improperly even as metaphor. Because the sun's power lacks a proper name, the sun's essence has never been disclosed without mediation, in complete presence. The disseminating sun metaphor, which Derrida calls an ellipsis of an ellipsis, implies absence. The sun, the original, unique, and irreplaceable referent, seems to have already been elided. Lawler then returns to the fourth section with his second solar example. Once again, Aristotle not only seems to be revealing the weak points of his own theory, but doing so in the way of suggesting a pact between the sun and the enigmatic. In the topics, he argues that the property of a sensory object can only be adequately determined on the basis of its full presence. He then goes on to claim that when a person defines the sun as the brightest star moving about the earth, this person does so incorrectly. Given that the sun is absent half the time, it is always possible that during that time it does not move about the earth. Yet if for this reason nothing which is proper to the sun can be determined, then not only is it the paradigmatic metaphor, the good or proper one, which is the perpetual return from absence to presence and from non-meaning to meaning, but also the paradigmatic bad metaphor. As the paradigm then of, in addition to metaphor good or bad, the sensorial and the full presence of things, the sun is the fissured basis of the proper-improper opposition, and for that matter, all other oppositions. Philosophical discourse is constituted by terms and oppositions with sensuous reference, terms such as phanesthai, aletheia, etc., oppositions such as the visible and the invisible, appearing and disappearing, presence and absence. All these basic terms and oppositions, senses, derive from the sun, its light and movement. What can now be seen is that Derrida has generalized metaphor beyond its traditional limits. He states this generalization explicitly at the close of White Mythology's last section, where he speaks of two self-destructions of metaphor. The first self-destruction is based in the metaphysical determination of metaphor, exemplified by Aristotle and Hegel. Metaphysics defines metaphor as continuity. So defined, metaphor can always be elevated into a concept or into the proper. As the last section's title, La Métaphysique, Relève de la Métaphore, indicates, the elevation, relève, of metaphor is metaphysics. The second self-destruction destroys the metaphysical determination of metaphor. Metaphor for Derrida happens everywhere, thus the reassuring opposition between the metaphorical and the proper is exploded. Not opposed to the proper or the conceptual, metaphor must be understood as supplementarity, thanks to which thought and being themselves are discontinuous from themselves. The discontinuity of the relation implies that Derrida has reinscribed metaphor as catachresis, or homonymy. Before moving on to his reading of Ricoeur, Lawler stresses certain points in Derrida's analysis, which Ricoeur critiques in the 8th study of La Métaphore vive. Paramount among them is Derrida's affiliation with Heidegger, which according to Ricoeur is no less than the theoretical core common to both of them. But as Derrida points out, while Ricoeur identifies metaphor with the metaphysical transfer of meaning and reference from the sensible to the intelligible, Derrida, although considering this determination to be important, does not consider it to be the only one or the most important. Heidegger distrusts the concept of metaphor because the sensory-non-sensory opposition determines it. Derrida agrees that this metaphysical opposition is important for understanding the concept of metaphor, but he goes on to say it is neither the only, nor the first, nor the most determining characteristic of the value of metaphor. For Derrida, the movement of metaphor in metaphysics is part of the general movement of all meaning away from the same or self-presence and back towards it. Although best represented by Aristotle and the relationship between potency and act, and by Hegel and the relationship between world history and spirit, the relationship between the lower and upper worlds in Plato, this will be an important target for Ricoeur, also represents this movement. Infinitely above both these worlds, and yet the source of them and all that is in them is the Platonic sun, the good, which attracts its own kind back up to itself. As Derrida says, all metaphor theory belongs to a more general syntax, to a more extended system that equally constrains Platonism. Everything is illuminated by this sun's sun, the sun of absence and of presence, blinding and luminous, dazzling. Another point which Lawler brings out is that Derrida's style in La Mythologie Blanche is convoluted and differs from the more conventional exposition of his earlier writings. As someone who can no longer regard the tradition as an irreducible unity of fact and essence, Derrida sets out to trace the subtle interaction between this opposition. Moreover, he does so not only in the way of his theoretical account of the tradition, but also in the way of his practical approach to it. A case in point is his use of the term usure, and more precisely his homonymic or equivocal deployment of it in the description of metaphor. In other words, Derrida plays upon usure in order to signify both figurative loss, in the sense of wearing away, erosion, being used up, etc., and semantic gain, in the sense of usury, plus value, profit, etc. This play upon usure is the most demonstrative or dramatic way of signifying the tradition's own equivocal, as epical, conception of metaphor. Derrida's discussion of usure takes place mainly in the exergue, first section, but he also recalls this notion in his Hegel discussion in Plus de Métaphore, second section. Within the tradition, usure presupposes, according to Derrida, that a continuous kernel of sense underlies the transition from literal to figurative to concept. According to the tradition, then, metaphorization is simply concept formation. Concepts overcome the difference or eliminate the relationship between the literal and the figurative. Connected to metaphysics, Useur's continuous presupposition implies, for Derrida, that concepts elevate and absorb metaphor just as the intelligible elevates and absorbs the sensible. Another point which Lawler raises, and which figures prominently in the dispute between Derrida and Ricoeur, is the opposition between live and dead metaphor. In his examination of Hegel, Derrida notes that live metaphor is traditionally identified with conscious, intended, or poetic metaphor, and dead metaphor with the figurative and etymological aspect of a concept. The latter is, for the most part, perceived as that which remains behind and simply records the concept term's origin, etymon. In order for a term to function metaphorically, to be alive, one must recognize a relation between the literal and figurative senses. As Hegel stresses, after the literal sense has been erased, it occurs to no one to take begreifen as to grasp by the hand. Begreifen contains no recognizable tension. Concepts are dead, used up metaphors, and not true live metaphors. Lawler's reading of the eighth study and Ricoeur's La Métaphore Vive. Lawler begins his second study by characterizing the final eighth study of Ricoeur's book as being part of an extended polemic with La Mythologie Blanche. The eighth study in the Rule of Metaphor, 1975, echoes these earlier works. It and the first constitute an extended polemic with white mythology. This polemic concerns not only metaphor per se, but metaphor in philosophy and metaphor as threat to philosophy, or to be more precise, it concerns the threat to philosophy as the deconstructive conception of metaphor, which, in overgeneralizing it, does not constrain it to its dialectical role of poetically relating the equivocal nature of being to the univocal nature of speculative discourse, which, according to Ricoeur, has as its essence its semantic aim, visée sémantique. To Derridian generalized metaphoricity, Ricoeur opposes a discursive pluralism that implies neither a radical heterogeneity of discursive types nor a radical homogeneity. Throughout the eighth study, he constantly tries to steer between a discontinuity which would eliminate the intersection of discourses, and especially the intersection between poetical and philosophical discourses, and a continuity which would collapse the difference between discourses. Above all, Ricoeur's discursive pluralism does not imply that philosophy is merely one discourse among many. For Ricoeur, ordinary discourse, which presumably is analogous to speculative discourse, is the systematic interaction between meaning and reference, of which poetic discourse, an errant wanderer, is the prodigal son. Poetic discourse is the ultimately fortuitous deviation of meaning and reference, wherein metaphor, as a form of predication, breaks the rules of language and logic in order to deliver up a new wealth of information about the world. This new information, although it comes in the form of a preconceptual or pre-objective grasp of the world, is open to interpretation and as a consequence is eventually taken up by speculative discourse. Interpretation then struggles to respect poetical discourse's multiplicity and to achieve the univocity of a concept. Productive imagination, for Ricoeur, we might say, explicates the implicit conceptual meaning of a metaphor. But productive imagination's poetical interpretive operation is only necessary and prior to speculative discourse as its content and not as its form. In order to work free of all schematizing interpretations, the nascent concept must be connected to a network of significations of the same order according to the constitutive laws of logical space itself. A horizon of speculative logos, a meta-language, must be prepared in advance into which the new concept is placed. Not generated by metaphor, speculative discourse offers its already constituted systematizing resources to metaphor. Ricoeur does not shrink away from investigating the area where it is most likely to be called into question. At first, Aristotle's analogical unity of the multiple meanings of being appears as a counterexample to Ricoeur's distance between speculative and poetical discourse. Because Aristotle attempts to introduce analogy into philosophical discourse as an intermediate modality between strict univocity and equivocity, it seems philosophical discourse reproduces the semantic functioning of poetic discourse. The word analogy belongs to both discourses. Therefore, it looks as though poetic discourse in some way induces or causes philosophical discourse. Concepts would seem to be hidden metaphors. Philosophical discourse would lack the univocal precision that Aristotle claims for it. In response to this seeming quandary, Ricoeur claims that given that being is impervious to genus-species classification, and therefore essentially equivocal in nature, the only means by which it can be conceptualized, at least by ancient and medieval thought, is by way of analogy. But what is important here is not the equivocal sense of analogy itself, but that unlike poetic analogy, metaphysical analogy is not a fortuitous eruption of new meaning into language and cognition. It is rather a conceptual operation along with others in a pre-existing system in which poetic meaning is as much transformed as it is incorporated into speculative discourse. Now, for Ricoeur, the fact that this means of operation ultimately proves to be inadequate, that being no less resists analogy than univocity, is of course a problem for philosophy, and even the problem for philosophy. What it most assuredly is not for him, however, is philosophy as problem. The work of thought crystallized in Aristotle's text aims to form a system or a self-sufficient structure of the meanings of being, a non-generic unity. This aim is, for Ricoeur, the philosophical project. Lawler next turns to Ricoeur's critique of Derrida, but first by way of the shorter analysis of Heidegger, which precedes it. Here Ricoeur claims that, on the basis of the highly limited and peripheral nature of Heidegger's discussion of metaphor, his ample use of it is much more significant than what he says about it. Despite his slighting of the importance of Heidegger's conception of metaphor, Ricoeur never ceases in characterizing Derrida's conception as the radicalization of Heidegger's, and moreover as a certain threat, if not ultimate danger, to philosophical discourse. This is because Derrida unearths, as we saw, the unavowed and unstated metaphoricity in philosophical discourse, and the unavowed and unstated metaphysics in rhetorical discourse. What Ricoeur calls the theoretical core of both Heidegger's and Derrida's thought is also what he refers to as the Platonic conception of metaphor. According to Ricoeur, both Heidegger and Derrida view metaphor as the metaphysical transfer of meaning and reference from visible to invisible being. The proper is then identified with the sensible signification of some object or event, and the improper with its nonsensible signification. In agreement with this Platonic conception is, according to Ricoeur, the view that Western philosophy, despite its accidental variations, or even because it is one giant accident, is essentially homogeneous. Ricoeur points out that, for Derrida, The sun is the predominant figure in philosophy and represents its essential continuity from Plato to Hegel. In addition, Ricoeur views Derrida's analysis as being preoccupied with used or dead metaphor. Dead metaphor is a theory or thesis which he takes to be very much opposed to his own theory of live metaphor. Instead of conceiving it as predication and as the production of new meaning, Derrida conceives metaphor as word substitution and as the transfer of old meaning. It is on this basis alone that he can claim that all philosophy is inhabited by metaphor. The thrust of Ricoeur's critique of Derrida's project is that dead metaphor is not true metaphor. Rather, it is but the trace of a word's past history or what was once its nature as catachresis or even live metaphor. It is the polysemous addition to a word which occurs either with a forced transfer of meaning when the word is shifted from one reference to another, or when the word outlives its metaphorical life, its diachronic, predicative, and discursive context, and reverts to the static, synchronic, and virtual or potential mode as linguistic unit or lexicalized term. This polysemous addition to the word is what becomes a coded or institutionalized signification, which at least for some period of time, for there can always be an additional signification brought about by a new metaphorical usage, is the ordinary current or literal signification. Dead metaphors, therefore, are no longer metaphors, true metaphors. Polysemy is not metaphoricity, live metaphoricity. Ricoeur stresses that live metaphors exist only in an interpretation that recognizes a deviation in sense. A live metaphor exists only in the awareness. It may be said then that for Ricoeur, Derrida's fundamental mistake is the classical one, the one of ancient, modern, and contemporary rhetoric of taking metaphor to be an act of naming rather than an act of predicating. Along with dismissing outright the notion that the whole of philosophy can be construed as Platonism, Ricoeur takes issue with Heidegger's and Derrida's distinction between proper and improper. For Ricoeur, literal does not mean proper in the sense of originary, but simply the current or usual sense. Insofar as proper signifies the primitive or original sense of a word, it implies or assumes that discourse divides between physical or natural references and metaphysical or transcendental ones. By virtue of such a determination, words referring to the physical or natural world would be absolutely independent units of meaning. In this view, words are like Platonic ideas possessing meanings apart from their particular contextual instantiations. In the face of this, Ricoeur points out that his whole effort in La Métaphore Vive has been to show the opposite, namely that words only have potential meaning by themselves and actual meaning in sentences and discourse. In effect, Ricoeur accuses Derrida of being metaphysical. Ricoeur argues that a more precise semantics dispels this illusion of meanings in themselves and that of dead metaphoricity. In the matter of Derrida's interpretation of concept formation, and more precisely his interpretation of Hegel's account of it as Aufhebung, or the sublimation of metaphor into concept, Ricoeur claims that Derrida's interpretation is an idealization of dead metaphor which ignores a crucial distinction. Rather than being a continuous movement, Hegel divides the process into two stages. The first is purely a metaphorical operation, and the second purely a conceptual one. That philosophy must perform the first operation as well as the second is the result of its suffering from a lexical deficiency, and in order to name new concepts, being compelled to wrest terms in a catachrestic way from other discursive realms. This, for Ricoeur, however, is a relatively banal case of an extended use of words. It is not then this first catachrestic operation in Hegel's account of Aufhebung which counts for recur, but the second, which is the final destination and ratification of new meaning. As philosophy's response to the unique question of being, this new meaning is the actualization of the potential meaning of being inherent to poetic discourse and supplied to the conceptual order. Likewise, the response to the question of metaphor is philosophy's actualization of the meaning of metaphor, which goes beyond the transitional signification of philosophical metaphor. Ricoeur says, speaking metaphorically of metaphor is not at all circular, since the act of positing the concept, la position de concept, proceeds dialectically from the metaphor itself. Lawler's reading of Derrida's Le Retrait de la Métaphore. Le Retrait de la Métaphore is an exposé which Derrida delivered 3 years after the publication of La Métaphore Vive. Lawler notes that it roughly divides into 2 parts. The first part is Derrida's response to Ricoeur's reading of La Mythologie Blanche, and the second part is his reinterpretation of his relation to Heidegger. The latter is a complicated discussion of metaphoricity, which Lawler chooses not to examine. The pivotal point of Derrida's response to Ricoeur's reading is a footnote in La Mythologie Blanche, which Derrida claims that Ricoeur has overlooked and which runs counter to Ricoeur's interpretation of his essay. The note in question is on Heidegger, and more precisely, Heidegger's explicitly identifying the concept of metaphor with what is considered by Ricoeur to be Platonic, namely the metaphysical transfer from the visible to the invisible. Important to Derrida here is the fact that in this note, he only agrees to Heidegger's point of view with a certain reservation. By ignoring this reservation, Ricoeur assimilates Derrida's position to Heidegger's, and on the basis of this assimilation, organizes his reading. Ricoeur too hastily equates Derrida and Heidegger. Derrida goes on to claim that not just this note, but the whole of La Mythologie Blanche calls into question the Platonic conception of metaphor. While it is of course true that this conception is dependent on metaphysical oppositions, among which is the sensible-nonsensible opposition, it is also true that these oppositions are themselves already implicated in metaphor, which is to say that they already have a metaphorical charge or a figurative aspect. In order to demonstrate this implication of metaphor in the most basic concepts of philosophy, Derrida examines in La Mythologie Blanche some of the studies of philosophical metaphor which have been carried out and of which there are a highly limited number. In his response to Ricoeur in Le Retrait de la Métaphore, he suggests that Ricoeur does not read his essay with sufficient attention and as a result does not distinguish his deconstructive reading from the studies he analyzes, or more precisely, the philosophemes which are operative in them. In fact, a repeated complaint which Derrida makes is that he finds himself being criticized for holding views which he himself criticizes. Thus, Derrida does not subscribe to Heidegger's adage, das Metaphorische gibt es nur innerhalb der Metaphysik, but agrees with Ricoeur's evaluation of it. It is overly restrictive, and Derrida submits it to deconstruction. With respect to Ricoeur's charge that Derrida is in solidarity with Heidegger on the matter of viewing Western philosophy as a homogeneous unity, Derrida argues that this view is precisely the one that philosophy has of itself, and that by contrast he views it as being traversed by its own boundary, or to put it another way, always being united with what it is not, and so, at least to some degree, divided against itself. The attempt then is to account for the complex differences in the tradition from Plato to Husserl, from Platonism to phenomenology, from transcendent idealism to transcendental idealism, from objectivism to subjectivism, from structuralism to geneticism. Besides Ricoeur's claim that there is a theoretical core which is common to both Heidegger's and Derrida's conception of metaphor, there is the other pivotal issue of Husserl and dead metaphor, which, in a complicated way, Ricoeur tends to separate from Heidegger and associate only with Derrida. As already noted, Derrida cultivates equivocation in the Mythologie Blanche, and in particular with the term Husserl. Husserl is brought into play in order to signify simultaneously two long-standing but opposed conceptions of metaphor. Now, the charge that Derrida lays against Ricoeur is that while Ricoeur identifies Husserl with one of these conceptions, i.e., figurative erosion, wearing away, loss, etc., he ignores the other, i.e., semantic gain, profit, addition, etc. It is only in this way that it is possible for Ricoeur to substitute dead metaphor for Husserl and then go on to claim that the former is Derrida's watchword, mot d'ordre. This makes Husserl an easy target for Ricoeur's notions of polysemy and lexicalization. In turn, worn-out metaphor collapses into dead metaphor, which restricts metaphor, that is, living metaphor, to that of which one is aware or conscious. Ricoeur can then assert that philosophical discourse possesses no metaphoricity because no one notices there a contrast between semantic pertinence and impertinence. Examination and diagnosis of Lawler's study in imagination and chance. Now that the present study's reading or meta-reading of Lawler's readings has been accomplished, it is time to turn to the matter of his studies being a project of clarification, which is also a project of simplification and even oversimplification. First of all, it should be noted that in the introduction, Lawler characterizes his task as being one of clarifying the difference between Derrida and Ricoeur. If no attention is paid for the moment to what the following passages suggest about similarities between Derrida and Ricoeur, this point will be returned to later, it provides a good example of this characterization. Thus, the similarities demand a clarification, perhaps a deepening and a broadening of the difference. This book responds to that demand. It aims to make the difference as visible as possible. By a deepening and a broadening of the difference, Lawler essentially means that Part 2 and Part 3 of his book, which deal with closely related matters and texts, explain what goes unexplained in Part 1. The latter, to say it again, is his reading of the three key texts and is entitled The Polemic Between Ricoeur and Derrida. Part 2 and Part 3 therefore supplement and presumably complete the task of Part 1, which, as a relatively neutral and straightforward report, shows where the difference can be most easily seen. A little further on in the introduction, Lawler seems to equate most easily seen with clearly seen. He states that although it never brings to light the basis of the difference, the polemic establishes a clear difference between Ricoeur and Derrida. Yet if the basis of the difference is still in the dark, all that is really clear is that Ricoeur and Derrida have a difference in the sense of a difference of opinion or a dispute, thus most easily seen, cannot properly mean clearly seen. To see clearly the difference between Derrida and Ricoeur must be to clearly see the basis of this difference. In the introduction, Lawler begins this task, which is the very ground or basis of bringing this basis to light. This first basis is the simple proposition which supports the rest of his clarifying project. Lawler states it along these lines. While Derrida holds that immediacy precedes immediacy, Ricoeur holds that immediacy precedes mediacy. Under mediacy fall such notions, mostly associated with Derrida, as absence, discontinuity, difference, and chance, and under immediacy, such notions, mostly associated with recur, as presence, continuity, sameness, and imagination. In turn, immediacy is primarily associated with différence and immediacy with distanciation. It is Lawler's contention that because neither Derrida nor Ricoeur expressly address each other's notion of mediation, the basis of their difference is not brought to light. Ricoeur does not address Derrida's notion of différence. Derrida does not address Ricoeur's notion of distanciation. Part of Lawler's argument is that Ricoeur, because he misreads La Mythologie Blanche, does not recognize différence in this essay, or more precisely, he does not recognize it under the various headings of usure, the law of supplementarity, quasi-metaphoricity, etc. The second part of his argument is that because Derrida responds to Ricoeur only in the way of correcting the latter's misreading, he does not properly acknowledge Ricoeur's point of view, and in particular does not recognize distanciation as the underlying notion of Ricoeur's discussion of metaphor and metaphor's relation to philosophy. At the same time, Lawler is identifying différence and distanciation as the basis of the difference between Derrida and Ricoeur, and moreover recognizing these two broad notions as clarifying supplements or correctives suggests that his project is in some sense more wide-ranging than Derrida's and Ricoeur's projects on metaphor. Part 2 and Part 3 of Lawler's book deal with Ricoeur's distanciation and Derrida's différence, respectively. A number of Derrida's and Ricoeur's works are looked into by Lawler, and as already mentioned, certain key issues such as time, imagination, absence, and discontinuity are identified with the two forms of mediation, distanciation and différence. But for the purpose of demonstrating that Lawler's study as project of clarification is also a project of simplification and even oversimplification, it is not necessary to go into the specifics, indeed the complications of this wide-ranging inquiry. The reason for this is that both in the introduction and the conclusion, Lawler does not simply describe his task as one of bringing the basis of the difference between Derrida and Ricoeur into the light, but rather as one of bringing a barely visible difference into the light. It must be then that this barely visible difference is Lawler's study's raison d'être. The intolerable obscurity surrounding the difference, he demands a clarification of it, which according to Lawler also demands perhaps a deepening and broadening of the difference. Besides its appearance and elaboration in the introduction, this claim of a barely visible difference also serves as its subtitle, Introduction, a barely visible difference. Moreover, there is another key claim which is inseparable from this one and appears in the very first sentence of the introduction. It is easy to see overwhelming similarities between the works of Paul Ricoeur and Jacques Derrida. As will be shortly seen, the word overwhelming, no less than the word similarities, plays a determinant role in Lawler's project of clarification. Lawler performs in the introduction and the conclusion, which is subtitled The Difference Illuminated, two identical moves. The first move is that he lists all the similarities between Derrida and Ricoeur, and the second move is that he defines and describes the barely visible difference. The only way in which the two moves of the introduction differ from the two moves in the conclusion is that given the wide-ranging inquiries into distanciation and difference which take up parts 2 and 3, all the difference between Derrida and Ricoeur is described at the end in somewhat more detail. But since the additional information in the conclusion is a summary of the deepening and a broadening of the difference, it does not make a significant contribution to explaining why the difference is barely visible. It follows that the two moves of the introduction, that is, listing all similarities and defining the barely visible difference, although less detailed in some respects, should be sufficient to do what Lawler obviously wishes to do early, namely demonstrate that the overwhelming similarities between Derrida and Ricoeur are responsible for the differences being barely visible. To refer once again to the short passage given earlier, Lawler claims that these similarities demand a clarification, perhaps a deepening and a broadening of the difference. Lawler's whole project of clarification thus turns on the premise that not only there are a number of similarities between Derrida and Ricoeur, but that these similarities are overwhelming, or as he says in the conclusion, that their positions are so close as to be almost indistinguishable. What is further claimed is that due to these similarities, as well as other factors, the difference between Derrida and Ricoeur is so well concealed that neither of them can see it. Presumably, then, these two moves by Lawler, the listing of similarities and describing of the difference, should themselves be clear. They should stand up to scrutiny, and even if the order of presentation is changed, and for the purpose of testing them, the similarities are not listed as they are at the very beginning of Lawler's introduction, that is, if they are not listed first and in one impressive block, betray no signs of confusion. As mentioned earlier, Lawler gives as his basic outline of the difference between Derrida and Ricoeur the idea that two forms of mediation, Derrida's différance and Ricoeur's distanciation, are in conflict with one another. To say it once again, difference is defined as the priority of mediacy in relation to immediacy, and distanciation as the priority of immediacy in relation to mediacy. In turn, Lawler uses a number of terms to describe both mediacy in the first case and immediacy in the second. Primary among these terms are absence and presence. Difference is a certain absence of which presence is but the effect, and distanciation is a certain presence of which absence is but the effect. Furthermore, Lawler claims that while différance accounts for chance, it does not, unlike distanciation, account for productive imagination. With its emphasis on discontinuity, then, différance is the hazardous dissemination of meaning. Différance accounts for the unforeseeable accident and not the novel production of imagination. On the other hand, distanciation, with its emphasis on continuity, becomes the safe return of it to the world. As Ricoeur points out repeatedly, because discourse originates in the world, all expressions are about or refer back to the world. If one were to stop at this point and take stock of Lawler's account of the difference between Derrida and Ricoeur, one might very well conclude that first, the difference in question is both epistemological and ontological, that secondly, rather than being simply a difference, it is more like an opposition. In particular, the ranging of Derrida with absence and chance, and Ricoeur with presence and productive imagination, gives the impression that the former is engaged in a dialectics of the negative, and the latter a dialectics of the positive. There are elements of Lawler's account which support this oppositional characterization, and other elements which do not. Taking up the first, one notices that Lawler extends the difference between Derrida and Ricoeur all the way to philosophy, or more precisely to how both Derrida and Ricoeur view and do philosophy. He declares repeatedly in the introduction, as well as in the conclusion, that Ricoeur's project is to revive philosophy and Derrida's project to pervert it. As part of his demonstration of this philosophical agon between them, Lawler cites a passage shown below from Ricoeur's La Métaphore vive. Directly after citing this passage, Lawler claims that there is an allusion to Derrida in it, and that furthermore this allusion shows that Ricoeur himself recognizes that the hermeneutical project differs from that of deconstruction. When the fighter fights on two fronts, against the seduction of the ineffable and against the power of ordinary speech, in order to arrive at a saying that would be the triumph neither of the unintelligible nor of the manipulable signs, is he not in a situation comparable to that of the thinker of antiquity or the Middle Ages, seeking his path between the powerlessness of a discourse given over to dissemination of meanings and the mastery of univocity through the logic of genera? If one keeps in mind that Lawler's project of clarification turns on the premise that not only is the basis of the difference between Derrida and Ricoeur well concealed, but the difference per se is barely visible, then surely there must be elements interfering with and obscuring the above passage and other issues which render the difference all too visible. Of course, the problem then is to determine whether the obscuring elements, if there be any, are inherent to Derrida's project, Derrida and Ricoeur's disagreement over metaphor and its relation to philosophy, or to Lawler's account of it. One of these obscuring elements may be Lawler's claim that Derrida perverts philosophy. While it is true that he seems to use this word in an unmoral sense, it is also true that he never explains why he uses it. But even if this expression is taken in the relatively neutral sense of diverting philosophy from its traditional path, there is little about it which suggests that, as a feature of the difference between Derrida and Ricoeur, it is barely visible. On the other hand, when Lawler uses another seemingly incongruous term, when he claims that Ricoeur's hermeneutics must be seen as the recovery of the most generous instances of metaphysics, and deconstruction must be conceived as an attempt to be more generous because it gives merely for the sake of giving, it is equally difficult to see why the word generous is used other than to invoke a similarity between Derrida and Ricoeur where there is possibly none. To compound the difficulty, Lawler dramatizes the difference between them by relating their respective projects to singular powers which ultimately affect how we conceive ethics and politics. Finally, to focus on the obscuring element, which is the most daunting of all, is to focus on the overwhelming similarities which Lawler enumerates at the very beginning of the introduction. More precisely, it is to examine the most striking similarity, namely Derrida's and Ricoeur's attempt to describe mediation, that is, the relation between two beings, or the movement between an origin and an end. Lawler clearly uses the word mediation to signify here the essential nature of both Derrida's différance and Ricoeur's distanciation. Presumably, the difference between them is derivative of this nature in the sense of mediations being itself a potential dividing and coming into conflict with itself. Only 3 paragraphs later, however, Lawler describes mediation quite differently. No longer the essential nature of what both unites and divides Derrida and Ricoeur, and certainly no longer the most striking similarity, it is that which itself is essentially divided by différance and distanciation. More precisely, it is divided by the fact that Derrida's différance is no longer mediation. Unlike Ricoeur's distanciation, Derrida's différance is not a dialectical concept and does not attempt to articulate mediation in terms of its origin and its end. Lawler's emphasis. Rather, différance is integral with unforeseeable accident and sends us indefinitely back and forth to rethink the origin and transform the end. If the most striking similarity in the first paragraph turns out to be, by the time of the 4th paragraph, the most striking difference between Derrida and Ricoeur, it is not likely the other similarities, no matter how numerous, will make the difference between them barely visible. Certainly the first similarity cannot fulfill this role, because all it does is point out that both philosophers are indebted to earlier ones such as Hegel, Husserl, and Heidegger, and share many of the same interests such as time, history, writing, and metaphor. Nor can the similarity coming after the most striking one fulfill this role, because all it does is point out that they use many of the same or similar terms, e.g. writing, mimesis, traditionality, trace. Nor can the similarity which Lawler calls the first of the 3 insights shared by Derrida and Ricoeur fulfill this role, because all it does is point out that they both disclaim what many other philosophers disclaim, namely that it is absolutely impossible for thought to achieve complete self-knowledge or self-understanding by means of intuitive self-reflection. The second and third insights fare no better. that both Derrida and Ricoeur claim that thought must externalize itself in science and that mediation is a never-ending task are hardly traits which exclude all other philosophers. To say then with Lawler that both Derrida and Ricoeur oppose the hubris epitomized by Hegelianism, the hubris of the completed circle in which difference and alterity are mastered, is not to say a great deal unless this statement itself is scrutinized by thoroughly analyzing both Derrida's and Ricoeur's relation to Hegel. 1.2. Guy Bouchard's study in Le Procès de la Métaphore. The present task is to examine Bouchard's study, which is both limited and extensive. It is limited as a study of the deep disagreement between Derrida and Ricoeur, and extensive as a critique of their discourses on metaphor. For the most part, Bouchard is satisfied to provide a resume of the encounter between them, which, despite its precision and thoroughness, seems to fall short of offering what is to be expected in this area. On this point, there are two considerations. First, it is Bouchard himself who calls this encounter one of the most profound debates on metaphor. Secondly, although he claims his resume to be part of his argumentation, it is difficult to see how it functions as an analysis of the debate. Perhaps there is reason to think then that, despite his emphasizing its importance in the introduction, Bouchard overlooks it, or rather looks through it in order to look at something else. The number of works which Bouchard analyzes, which are related in some way to Derrida's and Ricoeur's works on metaphor, far exceeds the number which Lawler analyzes. On the other hand, how Bouchard relates these outside works to theirs is clearly of a different order than what Lawler does. While Lawler largely restricts his analysis to works by Derrida and Ricoeur, which relate to difference and distanciation, Bouchard analyzes a number of theoretical works dealing with metaphor. More precisely, he not only analyzes Derrida's and Ricoeur's own works on metaphor, but he also analyzes most of the works which Ricoeur himself analyzes. Now, while Bouchard largely limits this reanalysis to the second chapter of his four-chaptered book, he refers to these same works, and often at great length, throughout the nearly 70 pages of notes at the end of it. The works which Ricoeur examines and which Bouchard re-examines represent more or less the whole tradition of philosophical, rhetorical, and linguistic study of metaphor, ranging from Aristotle's Poetics and Rhetoric to Fontenay's Les Figures de Discours, to contemporary works such as Group Mou's Rhétorique Générale. They make up a large array of theories which often include a theory of metaphor as part of a larger theory of tropes and figures. In Chapter 2, Bouchard examines all these theories, but of course mainly as theories of metaphor, in order to systematically compare and contrast them. More precisely, he introduces what he calls a meta-language, and what is essentially a number of technical terms which, according to him, can encompass, assimilate, and standardize all the technical terms already in use by the theories in question. Pour comparer entre elles diverses conceptions, surtout si elles proviennent d'époques et de contextes hétérogènes, il importe d'utiliser un métalangage constant qui permet leur traduction et leur intégration à une même grille d'analyse. Then, following Ricoeur, Bouchard analyzes these theories by dividing them into two main groups, theories of substitution and theories of interaction. But within this presumably oppositional framework, Bouchard systematically critiques a further move by Ricoeur, which enlarges the difference between these two kinds of theories. The move in question is Ricoeur's identification of theories of substitution with theories of denomination, and theories of interaction with theories of predication. Although Bouchard does not take issue with the second identification, he does with the first. He argues over many pages that theories of substitution do not imply that metaphor is, contrary to Ricoeur's position, simply a deviant act of denomination. He insists, on the contrary, that theories of substitution consistently treat metaphor as a linguistic unit or a syntagma, a subject and a modifier, which can also be part of a deviant sentence or an act of predication. Nous nous contenterons d'ajouter que le cadre syntagmatique peut, à l'occasion d'être un syntagme au sens restreint, c'est-à-dire une expression intermédiaire entre le mot isolé et l'énoncé complet. In his chapters 3 and 4, Bouchard is mainly concerned with demonstrating that, first, Ricoeur's conception of metaphor is problematic, and that, secondly, it does not take into account the many roles or functions of metaphor. With regard to the second issue, Bouchard specifically targets the distance which Ricoeur puts between his conception of metaphor as production of new meaning, and the ornamental or decorative notion of metaphor. Appealing to such authorities as Aristotle, Cicero, and Tertullian, Bouchard argues that the rhetorical tradition includes this notion of ornament, and as a consequence is rich in its account of the possible uses or functions of metaphor. Supplier aux déficiences de propre, manifester la créativité, faire interagir les idées, faire voir les choses. C'est vraiment là qu'un art de qualifier. Ici encore, l'opposition tranchée entre métaphore ornement et métaphore cognitive se révèle trop simple. As a consequence of this assessment, Bouchard holds that Ricoeur impoverishes his conception of metaphor when he opposes it to this ornamental role, insisting that metaphor is a linguistic unit before it is a discursive event. The author places more emphasis on metaphor as being a sort of multi-purpose device, a rhetorical, aesthetic, heuristic, lexical, and emphatic element than he does on its being a large-scale semantic or cognitive operation. Nous pouvons maintenant répondre que la métaphore est un principe omniprésent de langage. Bouchard's critique of Ricoeur's conception of metaphor is not only focused on what it allegedly lacks, but also on what it allegedly has in excess. In the introduction, he implicitly finds fault with Ricoeur not only for not having a precise definition of metaphor, but also for, along with other theorists and commentators, wildly extending the conception of metaphor. À ce point, la tentation devient quasi irrésistible de dénoncer les généralisations abusives qui ont cours aujourd'hui. Identifying Ricoeur's project with what he calls the inflationary conception of metaphor, Bouchard suggests on at least one occasion that it even comes in close contact with Derrida's deconstruction. More precisely, he targets Ricoeur's La Métaphore Vive for turning all truth and reality into, if not one giant metaphor, then at least the product of a giant metaphorical activity. Bouchard critiques four important moves by Ricoeur. One, his opposing discourse or parole to language or code and favoring the former as the site of the semantic. Two, is extending the meaning of metaphor to include larger figures of speech such as parable, allegory, fable, and myth. Three, is claiming that resemblance does not determine the metaphorical operation, but rather results from it in the sense of the latter's being an imaginative or inventive perception of the world. And finally, four, is claiming that metaphor comes into referential contact with an extra-linguistic reality, and as a consequence, with truth, knowledge, and being. Bouchard's critique of the above moves by Ricoeur divides into two parts. The first part, chapters 1 and 2, bears on Ricoeur's alleged lack of definitional rigor and his devaluation of language as system or code by exclusively identifying semantics with the sentence and discourse. The second part, chapters 3 and 4, bears on Ricoeur's inflating what Bouchard calls the cognitive role of metaphor and what, in his estimation, arbitrarily excludes a number of other roles or functions traditionally assigned to metaphor. With respect to the overall layout of his book, 5 items should be quickly pointed out. First, Bouchard gives a lengthy resume of Derrida's and Ricoeur's text on metaphor, which takes up almost a third of his book. Secondly, the first half of this resume comes in part 1, La définition de la métaphore, and constitutes chapter 1. The second half comes in part 2, Le rôle de la métaphore, and constitutes chapter 3. Thirdly, Bouchard considers this resume to be, as already mentioned, part of his argumentation. Nous suivrons très attentivement les textes de chacun des deux auteurs, voir dans cette lecture une simple passion pour le résumé en tant que tel serait oublié de celui-là la fonction argumentative. Fourthly, Bouchard takes this resume to be the means by which to become familiar, not only with the basic conceptions of Derrida and Ricoeur, but also with those of the many theoreticians which they themselves take up. Fifthly, Bouchard, as it seems, also considers the resume to be an opportunity to refer Ricoeur's interpretations of these many theoreticians to his extensive notes at the back of the book, where they are given a second going over. In order to give an idea of the extent of Bouchard's corrective operation, the following is a list of the theorists whose works Ricoeur examines, and Bouchard only re-examines by way of critiquing Ricoeur's interpretation of them. Aristotle, Fontanier, Saussure, Black, Richards, Beardsley, Fry, Goodman, Jacobson, Ullman, Henley, Doctoral, Cohen, and Group Mu. In general, Bouchard's criticisms of Ricoeur's readings of these theorists largely amounts to demonstrating that these same readings are in some sense predetermined by Ricoeur's overall project and, as a consequence, reductive. Je dirais plutôt que Ricoeur ne prend rien de la très grande majorité des auteurs qu'il passe en revue. En sens, son livre est un inécrit, c'est-à-dire un texte implicite qui sert de norme à l'accueil ou au rejet des théories examinées, un texte qui affleure par bribes, mais qui ne s'expose jamais lui-même de façon systématique. In addition, Bouchard, examining Ricoeur's theory of metaphorical reference as it refers to Benveniste, Frege, Wittgenstein, Strawson, Jacobson, Black, Goodman, and Searle, claims that their arguments only support Ricoeur's theory insofar as the latter does not take into account all aspects of how these theorists approach the problem. It is now time to turn to how Bouchard deals with what he calls an epistemological obstacle and raises not only in the introduction, where, to be precise, it is more described than identified, but also later on in his book. With respect to these later occurrences, it is sufficient to point out that in the second and fourth chapters, there are short sections which deal with Derrida and which are both entitled Reconsidération de l'obstacle épistémologique. In the first of these sections, Bouchard argues that Derrida's position is incoherent. Pourtant, lorsqu'on s'intéresse à la métaphore dans le texte philosophique, il faut bien de ce troupe reconnaître la figure. Comment Derrida peut-il y parvenir sans devenir lui-même la métaphore et sans entrer du même coup dans le cercle qu'il dénonce? Bouchard goes on to claim that although Derrida manipulates certain existing conceptions of metaphor, these conceptions themselves are irreducible to one another, and as a consequence, there is a certain absence de rigueur au nom de laquelle on ressemble sous le nom de métaphore toutes les figures dites symboliques ou analogiques. Figure, mythe, fable, allegory. Furthermore, Derrida's position is, besides being incoherent, guilty of what it accuses metaphorical theory, namely circularity, and that in order to show that the definitions of metaphor are themselves metaphorical, it is necessary to have a definition of metaphor which permits the recognition of the metaphors in the definition. Then Bouchard offers a warning. On notera d'ailleurs que si Derrida avait raison, l'impossibilité d'une philosophie de la métaphore ne serait qu'un fragment d'une impossibilité beaucoup plus radicale, celle de toute philosophie de langage, car il n'est point de lieu non linguistique d'où le philosophe puisse parler de langage. In the second reconsideration de l'obstacle épistémologique, Bouchard claims that Derrida carries over his demonstration of circularity to the retrait de la métaphore, in which he, Derrida, focuses on the metaphysical nature of the concept of metaphor, citing passages from both Derrida's exposé and de la grammatologie. Bouchard raises the suspicion that, like Heidegger, Derrida treats being as a primum signatum, a hypostasized and even apotheosized source of meaning. Mais l'être comme signifié transcendantal n'équivaut-il pas alors à ce logos absolu en vertu duquel la face intelligible du signe restreint du côté du verbe et de la face de Dieu, ontothéotropissime? Bouchard then cites two examples of metaphor in Heidegger, which Derrida himself examines, and which, according to Bouchard, suggests that being plays le même rôle stratégique que Dieu joue. Then, turning his attention back to la mythologie blanche and to the Dieu Soleil connection, Bouchard criticizes Derrida's analysis of the sun seeds its light metaphor. Mais où a-t-on jamais lu que les quatre termes présents soient le soleil, les rayons, l'acte de semer et la graine? Le premier terme de la proposition n'est pas le soleil, mais cet acte de lancer analogue à l'acte de semer qui exprime en français le verbe darder. Il faudrait donc en fait déclarer que le premier terme est à la fois présent et absent, présent en tant que métaphore de genre pour l'espèce, absent en tant que nom propre, plutôt nom courant. Et il faudrait surtout constater que même en l'absence de propre, la métaphore par analogie peut fonctionner. Bouchard's further criticisms focus on Derrida's claim that the sun is both the paradigm of metaphor and the paradigm of the sensible. Citing at length from Aristotle, he offers opposing interpretations to Derrida's le soleil sensible n'est pas le modèle of the sensible, and therefore il est peut-être aventureux de déclarer qu'il ne peut pas être connu dans son propre. Drawing from Aristotle's Topics and On the Heavens, he then claims that en un certain sens, donc, le soleil est immobile. Son histoire est ici celle d'une immobilité en mouvement, et toute histoire qui se trame de la sorte ne peut être pensée dans la simplicité du mouvement de l'Orient à l'Occident. Si la philosophie ne peut dominer la métaphore, elle ne peut non plus dominer le soleil. Comment pourrait-elle dès lors affirmer de soleil qu'il est seulement métaphorique. Par quel mouvement fait-on d'un propre sensible mal assigné à l'absence implicite de tout propre, et de là à l'affirmation que le soleil n'est jamais présent en propre dans le discours. Turn now to Bouchard's introduction is to focus on an epistemological obstacle whose scope and complexity, to judge by the author's own description of it, is perhaps more daunting than what he takes to be Derrida's. Nous sommes à l'époque de l'euphorie métaphorique. Here he reports that the contemporary discussion of metaphor ranges in diverse ways and without any sign of abatement from one polar extreme to the other. The two principal categories of judgment in this area, the nature and value of metaphor, lend themselves to attitudes which run from outright aversion and hostility to something which verges on exaltation. Even in the fields of rhetoric, linguistics, and literary studies, interest in metaphor can fluctuate wildly over a relatively short span of time. De peu de discussions consacrées à la métaphore, la plupart déplorées en 1927, John Middleton Murray, sont superficielles. À peine un demi-siècle plus tard, la situation a considérablement évolué. Prolifération d'articles et de colloques sont nationaux qu'internationaux, note Jacques Derrida, une production extraordinaire sur un sujet apparemment inépuisable, souligne Max Black. Et Winbus reporte qu'en 2039, le nombre de personnes étudiant la métaphore dépassera la population du globe. In addition to this ability either to shrink or to swell enormously in its own proper field, metaphor can migrate with ease to many other ones. Schiebel rappelle qu'on voit en elle la méthode centrale de la science, de la poésie, de la littérature, de la philosophie, du langage, de la psychologie, de la psychiatrie, etc. Elle souligne l'accroissement récent de l'intérêt des philosophes des sciences pour les fonctions cognitives de la métaphore. D'un point de vue psychologique, Pelvio exprime l'espoir que son étude puisse contribuer à une meilleure conceptualisation du mécanisme général de la compréhension. Petrie insiste sur son rôle fondamental en éducation. C'est elle, soutient-il, qui permet à l'étudiant d'apprendre quelque chose de radicalement nouveau, quelque chose qui ne s'insère pas dans ses cadres conceptuels, mais les modifie. Qu'on a tracé et relève l'importance de la métaphore pour l'étude de phénomènes religieux, car chaque religion majeure se fonde sur certaines métaphores radicales. By the facility which it traverses so many fields and diverse interests, metaphor no longer remains an essentially linguistic phenomenon and ends up with such an extended meaning that it can signify both empirical objects such as models, maps, and diagrams, and transcendental ones such as thoughts, dreams, and visions. Au-delà, le mot métaphore est employé non seulement en un sens vaporeux, mais semble-t-il sans la moindre nécessité théorique. Given the above state of affairs, it is small wonder that even before he is halfway through his description, Bouchard raises a doubt as to whether he himself should address the subject. Almost in the same breath, however, he announces that he has two reasons for wading into this contentious area. Deux raisons pourtant nous incitent à reprendre l'ensemble de la problématique d'un point de vue philosophique. La première est liée à la persistance de certains problèmes La deuxième raison qui nous incite à reprendre l'ensemble de la problématique, c'est l'intérêt particulier que la métaphore présente pour le discours philosophique. These two reasons are spread out over 6 pages and split off into other motivations, considerations, etc. With respect to the first reason, it is worthwhile to note that the vast problem which Bouchard has just described and will soon describe even in more detail suddenly becomes reduced to la persistance de certains problèmes. Briefly outlining these problems, Bouchard moves from one which seems to be of a purely technical nature, d'où vient le changement d'extension de termes métaphoriques, to one which is undoubtedly of much larger scope and which he characterizes as the current inflation of the cognitive role of metaphor. Cette inflation, surtout si elle déborde le domaine du langage, s'apparente à l'autophagie. He then describes this inflation as being first the practice of taking the meaning of metaphor beyond the bounds of language, and secondly, the excessive interest in the subject of metaphor, which threatens to reduce it to insignificance. L'intérêt démesuré que suscite aujourd'hui la métaphore ne peut-il mener qu'à son insignifiance? As it is that before he has given his second reason for venturing into this domain, Bouchard makes two important moves. First, he identifies the problem of metaphor with the inflationary conception of metaphor, and in turn with the cognitive role of metaphor. Secondly, he denounces this problem as one which is not inherent to metaphor itself, but of many theorists or non-theorists' own making. His second reason for plunging into this widespread problem is, to say it again, the particular interest which metaphor presents for philosophical discourse. In conjunction with this, Bouchard unleashes a second wave of difficulties in the form of ideas and evaluations which roughly divide philosophers between those who take metaphor to be a threat to truth and knowledge, e.g., Locke, Hobbes, Quine, and those who take it to be at the very core of language creation, concept formation, and philosophy itself. Notwithstanding this vast problem of metaphor, Bouchard's first philosophically oriented response to it repeats the tactical move of his first reason or set of reasons, which may be characterized as a considerable narrowing down of matters. Le travail de chaque philosophe, commente Wayne Booth, consiste ainsi en l'élaboration critique, implicite ou explicite, de l'indication des métaphores de tous ses collègues. Dans le 4e chapitre, il nous faudra situer ce rôle philosophique de la métaphore dans un contexte qui le préserve sans pour autant occulter les autres fonctions de celle-ci. The second reason for taking up the problem of metaphor, then, is that viewed as being a problem which is attributable to the inflationary conception of metaphor, which in turn is a result of recognizing only the philosophical role of metaphor, it can be resolved by giving this role its due in Chapter 4. His next philosophically oriented response to the problem of metaphor is to announce that by looking at, as was mentioned earlier, an area or issue which he seems to think important by calling it l'un des débats les plus profonds, he will be dealing with two major problems which he claims are also Derrida's and Ricoeur's problems, celui de la définition de la métaphore et celui de son rôle dans le discours philosophique. But even before he has finished explaining why he chooses to look at this debate, it very much appears that the plan or procedure in question rests on three presuppositions. The first presupposition is that the problem of defining metaphor and the problem of the role of metaphor are ones which can be treated separately. The second presupposition is that Derrida and Ricoeur either treat them separately or else make no claims which are contrary to this separation. Finally, the third presupposition is that the two separated problems equal the vast problem of metaphor, which Bouchard has sketched out in the introduction. Bouchard's third philosophically oriented response to the problem of metaphor, which is also part of his second reason for taking up this highly dispersed subject, is to underline the importance and utility of Ricoeur's Le Métaphore Vive. Not only does this book survey the tradition as a whole, and not only does it bring together the Anglo-American and continental schools, but it also takes in the most important contemporary theories. According to Bouchard, la métaphore vive nous fournira donc l'occasion de repenser l'ensemble relatif des théories de la métaphore et d'approfondir la portée philosophique de celle-ci. On the other hand, he not only claims that first, Derrida erects an epistemological obstacle which must be removed, and secondly, that Ricoeur's conception of metaphor is one-sided and must be corrected, but that the latter reaffirms une compréhension foncièrement traditionnelle de la philosophie, de la littérature et de l'interprétation. In other words, Bouchard will deal with the problem of metaphor by looking at a debate which, if his assessment of Ricoeur's end of it is valid, does not appear to be representative of all the ramifications of this problem. After all, it is metaphor as contemporary problem which Bouchard describes and lays particular stress on in the introduction. More precisely, what he describes is the inflationary conception of metaphor in the way of this trope's wandering all about and becoming something of an interdisciplinary virus or interloper. At the very end of his introduction, Bouchard turns once again to the problem of definition. But instead of relating this problem to the Derrida-Ricoeur debate, which, for better or worse, represents for him the contemporary problem of metaphor, he cites a passage from an article by Wayne Booth. In this passage, Booth declares that we seem to have a kind of common sense agreement about a fairly narrow definition, one that survives even while our theory expands the original concept beyond recognition. Bouchard then announces that his project is precisely coming up with this narrow definition. But with the Derrida-Ricoeur debate now on hold, and with his impromptu glance at the opinions of two other theorists, i.e. Booth and Cacciadorian, Bouchard never fully explains the relationship between his narrow project of defining metaphor and his wide project of looking at the Derrida-Ricoeur debate. The result is that at the very end of the introduction, he must make an extended plea for the first project rather than demonstrating its necessity. C'est cette définition minimale que nous espérons reconstruire, même si la possibilité d'une telle entreprise a été contestée. Cacciadorian, par exemple, déclare que la plupart des théories présupposent que toutes les métaphores ont une nature commune, exprimable par une description unique, alors que cela serait faux. Booth lui-même affirme qu'il n'y a pas de réponse unique à la question de savoir ce qu'est la métaphore. Once again, Bouchard points to an epistemological obstacle, but instead of demonstrating how it should be taken up into an examination of the debate, he attempts to dismiss it with three short questions. Mais l'hypothèse d'une définition unique n'est-elle pas valable jusqu'à preuve du contraire, et sans priver d'emblée n'équivaudrait-il pas à s'empêcher de la trouver ou de la construire? The presupposition of this question is that hypotheses, whether they are good or bad, widely accepted or not, count as some sort of evidence. But if in fact hypotheses of the above kind already exist and constitute the vast problem of metaphor, then it can just as easily be claimed that they count as evidence in favor of both Booth's and Cacciadorian's position. Que que l'ensemble des choses baptisées métaphores ne soient pas compatibles entre elles, cela ne résulte-t-il pas de l'inflation de termes et ne doit-il pas inciter le théoricien à produire une théorie cohérente qui éliminerait les emplois abusifs? The presupposition of Bouchard's second question is that the problem of defining metaphor is separate from the problem of determining its nature. But if a narrow definition of metaphor is sought for its own sake, then the definition itself will be determining the nature of metaphor, and whatever coherence is gained will be at the expense of the resulting metaphors missing its object. La définition proposée serait alors normative, mais depuis quand le travail théorique doit-il obtenir le sentiment de tous? Bouchard's third question presupposes that the vast problem of metaphor is not already made up of countless normative definitions. Furthermore, it would seem that if the definition were to be truly up to the task of solving the problem of metaphor, it must obtain a consensus or near consensus. With these three questions now out of the way, Bouchard is ready to begin his resume and what now turns out to be his largely separate treatment of Derrida and Ricoeur. He does so without having removed the epistemological obstacle represented by Booth and Kachadurian, and which, to say it again, is not properly assimilated to what is supposed to be one of the pivotal areas of investigation, the debate between Derrida and Ricoeur. Therefore, he only sidesteps this obstacle with his three questions. 1.3. S.H. Clarke's study in Paul Ricoeur. Unlike Bouchard, S.H. Clarke does not call the difference between Derrida and Ricoeur a profound debate, but rather he calls it Ricoeur's confrontation with Derrida. His account of it is limited to the sixth section of his book, which is divided into 7 sections. This sixth section is entitled The Rule of Metaphor and contains the account in an 11-page subsection, Deconstruction and Metaphor. Both these sections form part of what Clarke calls, in describing his book as a whole, his compact and accessible summary of the major developments of Ricoeur's thought, existentialism, symbolism and mythology, psychoanalysis, text theory, metaphor, and narrative. In his introduction, he announces that he will examine how these interact with and clarify the current preoccupations of literary theory. In contrast to the above statement of purpose, which emphasizes Ricoeur's thought for its own sake, more than half of Clarke's introduction is taken up with a description of Ricoeur's long struggle with other currents of thought. As representatives of a conception of language to which Ricoeur is opposed, Clarke quickly names Foucault, Lacan, and Derrida, characterizing them as deniers of reference and the speaking, intending agent. He also claims that they are a subversive response which remains conditioned by and to a large degree dependent on a series of restricted and unstated premises derived from structuralism. He calls Ricoeur himself a post-structuralist, but with the crucial difference that although Ricoeur acknowledges structuralism's insights and has even incorporated them into his own hermeneutic philosophy, he strongly censors this discipline for treating language per se as an autonomous field. Clarke then goes on in his introduction to give a brief but wide-ranging account of deconstruction as both general movement and Derridian project, examining a passage which comes from the work of an American exponent of deconstruction, Jonathan Culler. Clarke notes that there is a symptomatic progression from interest in accurate discrimination to a discernment opposed to any kind of ethical or political commitment. Almost immediately after, he gives credit to deconstruction for validating the application of sophisticated rhetorical exegesis to text, previously consigned to other domains and conversely exposing literary works to greater conceptual scrutiny. Then, shortly after, he links his own objections and critique to Ricoeur's attitude to deconstruction and states that it is necessary to stress the disproportionate influence in Derrida's work of what Ricoeur calls vengefulness. But only a couple of sentences later, he returns to a more positive note and makes the following comment: yet, when reinserted into the context of critical philosophy, Derrida represents not rupture and abolition, but vigorous renewal. Along with numerous remarks of a similar nature, the above comments indicate that Clarke views Ricoeur's project as being, on the one hand, the appropriation or at least domestication of deconstruction, and on the other, the refutation or even outright repudiation of it. With respect to the former, Clarke, paying a lengthy tribute to Ricoeur in the introduction, observes that Ricoeur investigates a large number of contemporary discourses, both in and outside philosophy, and furthermore, in a way which is a respectful, almost grateful assimilation of criticism. There is nothing in his work remotely comparable to Derrida's altercation with Searle. Secondly, there is also in the introduction a brief outline of Ricoeur's career, where Clarke mentions his book De l'interprétation, Essai sur Freud. In the fourth section, Freud and Philosophy, Clarke examines this book at length. On the first page of this section, he describes Ricoeur's hermeneutic task in a way which, although referring only to Freud, Marx, and Nietzsche, is not without relevance to Ricoeur's relationship to Derrida. The process of doubt is two-way. Philosophy must seek to preserve its own realm of jurisdiction and privilege of situating alternative modes of thought, but in turn it must risk itself, expect to be transformed in the encounter with its challenges. This dialectic is not restricted specifically to psychoanalysis. Freud joins forces with Marx and Nietzsche to found the modern hermeneutics of suspicion, of freedom through disbelief, through demystification. Though the sphere of validity of the psychoanalytic critique may at times appear quite sharply restricted, the ideal of critique itself is accorded an immense and unwavering respect. A similar passage comes at the end of the introduction, and in a way which not only links Derrida to the hermeneutics of suspicion, but also links the hermeneutics of suspicion, albeit in a vastly different way, to Ricoeur's project. There is an assimilation of the first to the second, which resembles the Hegelian dialectic of conservation and elevation of Hebung. It is worth stressing that Ricoeur's works has relevance, not merely where it directly treats such issues as symbol, metaphor, and narrative, but also where its often highly technical discussions illuminate the conceptual heritage that lies behind much post-structuralist thinking. In the course of this book, for example, such major Derridian themes as the status of the trace, the alienation of the text, the centering of structure, and the latent power of concealed metaphor will be discussed in detail. Furthermore, if, as Deman is prepared to concede, however negative it may sound, deconstruction implies the possibility of rebuilding, Ricoeur's persistent engagement with the full force of the hermeneutics of suspicion provides impressive testimony. While it is true that Clarke repeatedly commends Ricoeur for being tolerant, respectful, and non-antagonistic towards the discourses which are part of or close to philosophy, it is also true that he is not averse to Ricoeur's having a showdown with certain of these discourses. The first indications of this second line of Clarke's attitude or sentiment are admittedly faint, but come very early in the introduction. Ricoeur never picks a fight. One of the most impressive traits of his work is his respectful, almost grateful assimilation of criticism. There is nothing in his work remotely comparable to Derrida's altercation with Searle. At times we may lament the absence of blistering refutations, but these would run counter to the values that Ricoeur's whole intellectual enterprise seeks to promote: humility, mutual respect, the truth of charity. But the force of his quite quiet, implicit retorts to his more vociferous contemporaries should not be underestimated. After going on to mention the major objections which Ricoeur raises against Saussurean linguistics in particular and structuralism in general, Clarke makes some further comments which seem to contradict his statement that Ricoeur never picks a fight. Ricoeur's dense thought seems to invite the reader into new domains of thought with a kind of weighty transparency. But then, at a certain level of familiarity, one realizes that this very transparency is combative, a position staked on disputed terrain. There is no backing away from the necessarily conflictual nature of interpretation, and Ricoeur, we should remember, has held his own in uncompromising, at times vitriolic debate with the major figures of the post-war period: Sartre, Lévi-Strauss, Althusser, Lacan, Derrida, Habermas. His reading against the grain is as dexterous and audacious a conceptual enterprise as anything in Derrida. With respect to Ricoeur's confrontation with Derrida over metaphor, or more properly, with respect to all the implications of this confrontation, Clarke offers some revealing comments much later on in his book. They come at the very beginning and at the very end of the subsection Deconstruction and Metaphor. First, he characterizes this confrontation in rather dramatic terms by stating that what is at stake is the claim of reflective philosophy to retain its traditional prerogative as governing metadiscourse. In order to assert and reinforce this claim, Ricoeur's project must go beyond being simply a theory of metaphor. The proper understanding of metaphor involves something like a complete overhaul of philosophy, but one that philosophy itself must carry out. It is difficult not to see this as a classic illustration of the policing of boundaries. Vigilance inevitably appears a repressive and repressed quality. But Clarke does not dwell on this point, and after giving a summary of the first two sections of the eighth study of Le Métaphore Vive, sections which come before Ricoeur's confrontation with Derrida and deal with Aristotle's and Aquinas' analogical conception of being, he offers a comment, first on an unusual display of humor by Ricoeur, and secondly on the latter's overall response to deconstruction. A rare joke. Ah, the sun. Oh, the fire. The heliotrope cannot be far away. Signals an imminent confrontation with deconstruction, for which this detour through ancient and medieval philosophy has been mere preparation. It has also been an exemplary reappropriation of a cultural heritage in contrast to the convenience which has become a laziness of thinking of lumping the whole of Western thought together under a single word: metaphysics. Finally, at the end of this subsection, Clarke not only links Ricoeur's confrontation with Derrida to philosophy's traditional quarrel with rhetoric, but he also links the end of Ricoeur's book to its very beginning. The relatively unproblematic account of rhetoric as philosophy's oldest enemy and oldest ally, offered in the opening chapter, i.e. the first study, has now become overt confrontation. The claim to truth of philosophic discourse excludes it from the sphere of power where eloquence holds sway. Before becoming futile, rhetoric was dangerous. Reflective mastery and clarification are closely related. To turn attention now to Clarke's formal or specific account of Ricoeur's confrontation with Derrida, i.e. the subsection deconstruction and metaphor, is first of all to note that it goes beyond a simple summary or report. Clarke not only reproduces Ricoeur's critique of Derrida's essay, La Mythologie Blanche, but he also endorses it. Although there are numerous indications of his favoring Ricoeur over Derrida throughout his book, and particularly in the introduction, and particularly in the form of numerous ethical rhetorical statements, the most direct backing comes when Clarke argues on behalf of Ricoeur in the latter's confrontation with Derrida. This is to say that he both recognizes to some extent Derrida's response to Ricoeur in Le Retrait de la Métaphore and takes on the responsibility of refuting it. But in order to clarify the status of this refutation, there are 4 points which should be considered. First, Ricoeur himself does not refute or comment on this response in any of his later writings. Secondly, Clarke's recognition of it is highly abbreviated and dispersed throughout his account of Ricoeur's confrontation with Derrida. Thirdly, Derrida's exposé, Le Retrait de la Métaphore, is nowhere identified by Clarke except by publication year and by indirect reference to the bibliography as being the source of the response in question. Fourthly, the passages taken from Le Retrait de la Métaphore are not dealt with separately, but rather linked to passages from White Mythology and Limited Incorporated. The fact that Clarke refutes Derrida's response to Ricoeur's critique only by reproducing it in a way which sharply delimits it is contrary to the values of respect and solicitude which the author esteems so highly in Ricoeur. Unlike Ricoeur's treatment of La Mythologie Blanche in La Métaphore Vive, Clarke neither offers a résumé of Le Retrait de la Métaphore, nor does he cite a single passage from it which goes beyond a sentence or two. In fact, on 3 of the 5 occasions when he refers to Derrida's exposé, he's content either with citing a mere phrase or sentence from it, or simply commenting on it as part of a parenthetical remark. Moreover, each citation or remark only comes after other commentary of a decidedly hostile nature. This is the point that Demand made against Derrida on Rousseau vis-à-vis Derrida's book De la Grammatologie, that he presented himself as merely the latest in a massive tradition of corrective commentaries, always accompanied by an overtone of intellectual and moral superiority. There is an implicit self-righteousness, an absence of the requisite solicitude. Derrida's subsequent vigorous denial that his work represents the metaphysical as l'unité homogène d'un ensemble underestimates the specific strength of his own arguments. Of course, the vigorous denial in the above passage refers to Derrida's response to Ricoeur's critique, which takes up about 6 of the 30 pages of Le Retrait de la Métaphore. Clarke's second reference, again resorting to parenthesizing a short citation from Derrida, comes in the following passage. The charge of collusion by Ricoeur results from treating metaphor at the level of word rather than the level of sentence. He attaches to the opposition between the figurative and the proper a meaning that is itself metaphysical, one that a more precise semantics dispels. Derrida later denies that he has paid insufficient attention to this distinction, ni davantage propre, littéral, usuel, notion que je ne confonds pas, but there is no acknowledgement of the semantic level of metaphor anywhere in the essay. Finally, there is the parenthesizing of a disparaging reference to Derrida's exposé in the following passage. Derrida, in La Mythologie Blanche, quotes the relevant passages from Hegel's Philosophy of Fine Arts in full, 1982, page 225, differentially, one might say derivatively. Certainly it appears to be offered in order to ground and justify his more adventurous textual forays. As Ricoeur says, he bases his work on it. Derrida takes particular exception to this term appuyé, to the point of angrily inserting a rebuttal in the middle of a quotation. It might be objected that Derrida's angrily inserting a rebuttal in the middle of a quotation is, along with Clarke's other references to an expose largely kept out of sight, far from being a fair representation of Derrida's response to Ricoeur. But even if this issue of Clarke's unfairness to Derrida is ignored, and Ricoeur's arguments alone are looked to as proof against Derrida's deconstructive project, there still remains the problem of how to determine that Ricoeur's reading of La Mythologie Blanche, a reading, of course, on which Ricoeur's very own arguments are based, is accurate. It is precisely this reading which Derrida challenges in Le Retrait de la Métaphore, and given that Clarke ultimately pays very little attention to it, there is a need for some other way of gauging Ricoeur's reading of La Mythologie Blanche. It is to this end, it seems, that Clarke cites a long passage from Ricoeur's Eighth Study, which he calls an admirably lucid summary of an extremely elusive text. By referring to La Mythologie Blanche in this way, Clarke is obviously not paying Derrida a compliment, because a little later on he characterizes Derrida's writing in general as obfuscating, decadent, and obscurantism. The famous style, far from being some kind of liberating breakthrough, derives from those decadent and obscurantist aspects of the late Heidegger. At the same time, he claims that Ricoeur paraphrases Derrida's text successfully, and as a consequence is able to pin down his argument and refute him. The very act of paraphrase is crucial. Once pinned down and pegged out, Derrida can be argued with and refuted. But Clarke's way of explaining matters, namely that on the one hand there is an extremely elusive, even obfuscating text, and on the other hand, an argument which can be clearly drawn from it and pegged down, still leaves unanswered the question of how this feat is accomplished. In his account of Ricoeur's confrontation with Derrida, Clarke relies overwhelmingly on Ricoeur's reading of La Mythologie Blanche in order to contribute his own critique and assessment. But the only reason for following Ricoeur so closely in this respect is that he recognizes the latter to be trustworthy and Derrida not. Among the many positive assessments of Ricoeur and negative assessments of Derrida in the introduction, there are the following. Ricoeur does not simply announce a commitment to openness. His is a rationality genuinely inclusive, kinetic, in constant internal evolution, the Socratic inheritance in its most positive form. Intellectual positions are never either finally formulated or completely abandoned. They are there to be reoccupied, re-argued, and in this continuous self-criticism, Ricoeur's thought is more genuinely exploratory than many apparently more radical interventions. I would stress the disproportionate influence in Derrida's work of what Ricoeur calls vengefulness, a theory of intertextual dependence that demands intimate cohabitation with past writings, combines with ostentatious gestures of severance, a stylistic scorched earth policy. If he cannot be the subject of his own discourse, he'll still have the trickiest text in town, a baroque, apocalyptic prose seasoned with a mincing self-righteousness. Of course, by using Ricoeur's trustworthiness and Derrida's untrustworthiness, which if not absolutely stated, are heavily implied, as the basis of his approach to Ricoeur's confrontation with Derrida, Clarke cannot very well claim that his account of this confrontation itself demonstrates, first of all, that a moral imbalance or inequality exists between them, and secondly, that there's good reason to trust Ricoeur's critique of Derrida and not to trust Derrida's response to this critique. It must be a judgment based on prior impressions and or received opinion. But whether it is one or the other or both, it falls short of the espoused standards of scholarship in which Clarke no doubt wishes to keep faith. 1.4. Giuseppe Stellardi's study in Heidegger and Derrida on philosophy and metaphor, imperfect thought. Giuseppe Stellardi's study strives hard not to be a project of clarification, or at least not one in any conventional sense. Taken broadly, it is the study of Heidegger and Derrida on philosophy and metaphor. Taken narrowly, it is the study of the difference between Derrida and Ricoeur. Taken in the widest sense, it is a study of philosophy, metaphor, and the relationship between them. Carrying out this widest study with less than the usual amount of scholarly precision is justified right at the outset. This contact, this obscure copulation, i.e., between philosophy and metaphor, which constitutes the primary stake and wager of the study, is not approachable in a direct manner through a straight determination, reflecting itself, if such a determination were possible, in its very title, and directing, by means of a rational method, the journey inaugurated by it. Hence the extreme conjunctive and suspensive generality of the title under which this work announces itself, which is meant to signal, more than the inordinate ambition of its author, the amplitude and implications of a question which, such as I attempt to shelter and face here, only preserves its sense at the cost of resisting any reduction and fragmentation, and also of renouncing any too strong preliminary methodic decision. The price to be paid for this fidelity to the question, however, will include a large measure of incompleteness, approximation, and imprecision. Imperfect thoughts, these of mine shall be. Due to the vastness and complexity of the field, Stellardi adopts a free, open, and mobile type of analysis. His method is to continually oscillate between the two poles of philosophy and metaphor, and as a sort of parallel movement, take up provisional positions which are mainly his definitions of metaphor and philosophy, claiming that this mobility, this rigor that is not rigidity, is necessary in order to free his analysis from pre-existing conceptions of philosophy and metaphor. He sets out not so much to find answers to large-scale questions as to keep open a radical line of questioning. From the beginning to the end of his book, Stellardi follows a path which takes, or at least seems to take, metaphor beyond a metaphysical conception of it. At its most basic level, this conception is the philosophical, speculative, theoretical, rhetorical mastery of metaphor. For example, he states that the recognition of a fundamental complicity between metaphor and philosophy translates directly into the undecidability of priorities and hierarchies, and perhaps even into the impossibility of founding philosophy as an autonomous discourse. On the other hand, a close examination of Stellardi's book will reveal that neither Chapter 1 nor his final chapter, Chapter 4, primarily adopt an extra-metaphysical stance. While the first of metaphor is largely devoted to providing a definition, which is also a description and theory of metaphor, the second of philosophy is largely devoted to providing a definition, description, and theory of philosophy. Now, insofar as defining metaphor is out of keeping with an extra-metaphysical conception of it, and insofar as Stellardi's qualifying his definition as provisional does not prevent him from using it in the later part of his book, i.e. Chapter 3, Chapter 1 is devoted to a metaphysical conception of metaphor, and insofar as defining philosophy is out of keeping with an extra-metaphysical conception of it, Chapter 4 is devoted to a metaphysical conception of philosophy. Chapter 3, Metaphors That Hurt, is Stellardi's analysis of not only Heidegger on metaphor, but metaphor in Heidegger. Largely critical in its orientation, it belies the title of Stellardi's book, which suggests that Heidegger's view on philosophy and metaphor and the relationship between them are at least as important as Derrida's. In fact, Heidegger is far from being treated by Stellardi as an authority, and what really counts for him is that Heidegger's writings, considered to be philosophical by him only in the broadest sense, prove to be a sort of textual field which can be explored to see if and how a discursive machine functions, perhaps even partially in a way that is unknown to its author. Stellardi's Chapter 2, Derrida, the Catastrophe of Metaphor, is the analysis of the debate between Derrida and Ricoeur on metaphor and philosophy, which still best represents and synthesizes a cluster of problems that contemporary theory has definitely not been able to dispose of. Similar to Lawler's and Bouchard's way of proceeding, Stellardi begins with La Mythologie Blanche, follows with the 8th study of La Métaphore Vive, and ends with Le Retrait de la Métaphore. But before embarking on these readings, he makes it clear that Derrida counts for him much more than Ricoeur. Derrida's contribution still represents the unsurpassed edge of what our epoch has been able to produce as truly radical reflection on the enormously intricate problem that goes under the working title Metaphor and Philosophy, or Metaphor and Concept. His contribution thus remains not only interesting, but also, strictly speaking, unavoidable, at least until a complete remodeling of the philosophical field in which it was generated becomes possible. In addition to the analysis of La Mythologie Blanche and Le Retrait de la Métaphore, Chapter 2 is devoted to a further discussion of Derrida, and in particular his notions of undecidability, difference, and dissemination. Besides the exorbitant sway which Derrida's point of view has over it, Stellardi's analysis is noteworthy for the reason that it undergoes a stylistic shift when he moves from Derrida's La Mythologie Blanche to Ricoeur's 8th study. While the former is examined in a very general way and with the text kept virtually out of sight, the latter is given a standard resume which reproduces Ricoeur's arguments and explicit point of view. Holding that Ricoeur argues for philosophy's essential separation from and control over metaphor, Stellardi stresses that Ricoeur confronts Derrida as one who poses a threat to philosophy. But while he points this out and seems to consider it important, he is far from making it an integral part of his analysis, although he agrees with Derrida's purportedly generalizing metaphor to the point that it permeates all language and a fortiori all philosophy, instigating the generalization of metaphorical power, allowing its proliferation, accepting the effects thereof. His ultimate conclusion is that Ricoeur's fears are unfounded. For both, the thin line separating poetry from philosophy is to be preserved. But this conclusion is not arrived at on the basis of an examination of Ricoeur's arguments per se, but on the basis of Derrida's response to them in Le Retrait de la Métaphore. But Stellardi goes beyond Lawler, Bouchard, and of course Clarke in his look at the exposé Le Retrait de la Métaphore. If one discounts the fact that this exposé is only 30 pages long, while both the Mythologie Blanche and the 8th study are well over twice as long, it weighs in as the most challenging piece of writing. Along with giving a response to Ricoeur's critique of the Mythologie Blanche, Derrida undertakes a lengthy analysis of both Heidegger on metaphor and, what is most significant here, quasi-metaphor in Heidegger. Neither literal or proper, nor figurative or metaphorical. Quasi-metaphorical is insofar as it can be determined or located in a text such as Heidegger's, the always provisional signifier of neither the transcendental nor the empirical, but the condition of the possibility of both. To speak of quasi-metaphor, then, is not to speak of metaphor per se, and is certainly not to speak of the generalization of metaphor except in a qualified sense. Contrary to the rest of his book, where Stellardi repeatedly refers to this generalization without any qualification whatsoever, and affirms it both in his own name and Derrida's, his analysis, or more properly, His résumé of Le Retrait de la Métaphore is, for the most part, precise. It also happens to be the part of his book where he most clearly relies on paraphrase and citation. Before moving on to what he calls a deeper study of Derrida in the second part of chapter 2, I will pursue and deepen the examination of Derrida's machine. Stellardi devotes a half dozen pages to analyzing the difference between Derrida and Ricoeur. Entitled Some Questions, this short subsection is a mixture of suppositions and relatively strong claims. It begins with the declaration that the difference between Ricoeur and Derrida is not clear-cut. It sometimes seems insignificant and sometimes enormous. Concentrating first on the insignificant end of the difference between them, he speculates that their thought is deeply united in a questioning, a radical self-interrogation of philosophy in the quest for its own statute, for its own place to be found or maintained, with one final step, the confirmation of its own privilege. He then goes on to suggest that Derrida, no less than Ricoeur, and despite the fact that the former poses a threat to philosophy, still wants it to be a view of the totality, a meta-discourse, a master discourse in the theoretical space. He then points out that Derrida's response to Ricoeur in Le Retrait de la Métaphore is relatively mild, and that most of Ricoeur's criticisms against him are not due to a real disagreement, but to a defective and therefore unsustainable reading of his text. Stellardi also finds Derrida and Ricoeur to be in essential agreement on the nature and operation of philosophical metaphor. For Ricoeur, the so-called philosophical metaphors are no longer metaphors. For Derrida, too, philosophical metaphors are not common metaphors. And for both, the thin line separating poetry from philosophy is to be preserved. Then, suddenly reversing his direction, Stellardi adds, but the apparent proximity becomes an insuperable distance when Derrida explains that the step beyond metaphor can only be a total generalization of metaphor. As might be expected, Ricoeur rejects the idea that metaphysics is in a metaphoric relation vis-a-vis being. Furthermore, Ricoeur rejects all hermeticisms and despair of language and denies the possibility, the necessity, and the opportunity of a rupture with the tradition of speculative philosophy. It is only Derrida who puts thought, even if only by supposition, in danger of losing itself. On the other hand, Ricoeur's philosophy never risks its own point of foundation because speculative discourse has its necessity in itself in putting the resources of conceptual articulation to work. Stellardi then asks a series of questions about the sense and extent of the risk that deconstruction is prepared to accept, but he cuts short this line of inquiry by declaring that these questions will not find a definitive answer here. Given all the above, and much else in Stellardi's book, which is complicated and even overcomplicated, it could very well be asked, how is it to be considered a project of clarification? Before dealing with the point, significant but not of first importance, that Stellardi himself identifies it as a project of clarification, there is another point which should be considered. Without denying that his book is difficult and complex, it is possible to think that if it is also obscure, its obscurity results less from its complicating matters than from its conflating them. The most outstanding example of Stellardi's conflating and thereby obscuring matters is his free-willing use of the term metaphor. Not only does metaphor signify the definition of description of metaphor which he himself provides in chapter 1, but it also signifies much which falls in the neighborhood of Derrida's, Heidegger's, and Ricoeur's discussions of metaphor. In the case of Derrida, Stellardi's unregulated use of this term obscures the fact that there's less a concept of metaphor in Derrida than a disruption of this concept. A crucial point of which Stellardi must be aware, but nonetheless overlooks, is that Derrida does not begin the Mythologie Blanche by asking a question of quiddity, but rather by asking a question which can never be properly answered, namely, y a-t-il de la métaphore dans le texte philosophique? In the case of Heidegger, Stellardi bases his Chapter 3 analysis of Unterwegs zur Sprache on the above-mentioned definition and description of metaphor in Chapter 1. Towards a description of metaphor is a subsection of Chapter 1, which is also part of a larger section called Beyond the Traditional Model. By offering a presumably non-traditional definition and description of metaphor, Stellardi suggests that he's also offering a theory of metaphor which, in spite of or even on account of its provisional nature, is adequate in dealing with both Derrida and Heidegger on metaphor. The difficulty is that, in his apparent haste to provide this theory, it is the work of about a dozen pages, Stellardi never explains why it should be entrusted to take on the task of explaining a mode of thought which itself calls into question all metaphorical theory. Moreover, to label his own theory provisional does not render its explanatory function more legible or understandable unless it and all else, including Derrida and Heidegger, were destined to be taken up into another theory, a supertheory, which itself would be irreproachable. But as to be expected, no Aufhebung of the provisional theory is forthcoming. On the contrary, when the author puts his theory of metaphor to work at the beginning of Chapter 3, which is also where he begins his analysis of Heidegger, is with the proviso that this sort of analysis remains inevitably insufficient and secondary in the elaboration of a question that does not tolerate too strong a framing for its initial position, even less a definitive limitation of its scope. Now, while it is no doubt true that Stellardi's analysis bases itself on the elaboration of a question, or even on simply raising or posing a number of questions, it is also true that most of these questions result from his particular way of looking for provisional answers. But if he uses his theory of metaphor, which he admits to be inadequate, in order to raise questions about philosophy and metaphor, and furthermore, if he also uses it to supply provisional answers on the basis of which these further questions are raised, then surely these questions will not be any more adequate or reliable, any more philosophically worthy or valuable than the answers from which they spring. Despite his evident concern for questioning in philosophy, and despite his raising many questions throughout his book, Stellardi never asked himself what would be for him the most radical question, namely, what is the value of all these questions which his own theory, proclaimed inadequate, is largely responsible for. To put another way, the difficulty which Stellardi circumvents only by keeping it a blind spot in his text is that there is little reason to think that the above-mentioned questions are reliable or adequate in dealing with the subject of Heidegger and Derrida on philosophy and metaphor. There's little reason to think so, because there's little reason to think that they are better questions than the ones which Heidegger and Derrida ask themselves and pose to philosophy and philosophers in general. In order to illustrate the unreliability and imprecision of these questions, it will be sufficient to look at, along with Stellardi's résumé of Le Retrait de la Métaphore in Chapter 2, the beginning of Chapter 3. This chapter's first section, position of the problem and initial questions, runs only to a few pages, and yet is the form for laying down a general approach to analyzing Heidegger's text. What is most striking about this section is that although Stellardi begins with some preliminary propositions which strongly affirm the intractability of Heidegger's text, he nonetheless proceeds to other propositions which, despite their being somewhat equivocal, broadly announce Heidegger's rejection of metaphor. In Heidegger's text, there is metaphor. This trivial statement does not go without saying. It is, for instance, explicitly belied with much force by Heidegger himself when he insistently sets out to discredit metaphor, and precisely in circumstances where the presence of metaphor seems to be indubitable. What makes this second affirmation particularly troublesome in light of the first one, namely the one stressing the intractability of Heidegger's text, is that it falls short of the level of precision which Derrida's own analysis brings to this area, and which should provide a standard for stellarity, or more precisely, it falls short with respect to the question of the ostensible contradiction between Heidegger's negative remarks about metaphor and his use of language which is not literal, proper, or univocal. Stellarity's analysis of Heidegger is not only out of keeping then with his allegiance to Derrida, but also it does not agree with Derrida's analysis of Heidegger's text as Stellarity himself reproduces it. In Chapter 2, instead of any mention of Heidegger's repression, rejection, condemnation, abandonment, and so on of metaphor, there is only mention of his reserve in talking about metaphor and his apparently univocal, simplifying, and reductive denunciation of the metaphysical concept of metaphor. As Derrida's analysis goes on to attest, Heidegger's battle is not with metaphor per se, but with a possible construal of his text as being metaphorical in the metaphysical or Platonic sense, that is, in the sense of its being a transfer of meaning and reference from sensible or empirical realm to the intelligible or transcendental realm. As already mentioned, Derrida's analysis is reproduced in Chapter 2 without a critique by Stellarity, whereas this analysis demonstrates that Heidegger's text is neither metaphorical nor literal. Stellarity's own analysis in Chapter 3 begins with the claim that Heidegger's text is full of metaphors. The precise status of this claim is not easy to determine right away, because after posing two separate sets of questions which are set down to guide his analysis and which assume that Heidegger's text is full of metaphors, he asks a further question which does not assume this, and which in fact requires his theory of metaphor to set everything on course. Is it possible to prove that Heidegger's text is filled with metaphors? In order to do so, would it suffice to define metaphor and check whether an object corresponding to such a definition is present in the text, in which form, in which proportion, and with which effects on the text itself? An attempt of this kind, which I shall undertake, could yield some interesting results. However, this sort of analysis remains inevitably insufficient and secondary in the elaboration of a question that does not tolerate too strong a framing for its initial position, even less a definitive limitation of its scope. Immediately following the above passage is an extremely brief section, 2 pages, which is Chapter 2's second section, delimiting the field. It begins with the following announcement. Once again, I shall draw the essential traits of the provisional definition of metaphor, which I gave in Chapter 1. The definition which Stellarity thereupon provides, and which, like his two separate sets of questions, is meant to guide his analysis, is partly semantic and partly psychological. Metaphor is described as a linguistic occurrence which brings about an interaction or exchange between two different contexts or sets of associations, significations, references, etc. Some new coherence or coordination is thereby generated, which is also the production of a new comprehension on the part of the reader. Taking this definition straight to Heidegger's text, Stellarity, of course, has no problem demonstrating that it is full of metaphors and answering, with, of course, always additional questions, the two separate sets of questions which already presuppose that Heidegger's text is metaphorical. But just as in the case of Bouchard's efforts in Le Procès de la Métaphore, Stellardi cannot avoid having a definition which determines the nature of metaphor in Heidegger, rather than a definition which is determined on the basis of isolating and identifying metaphor. Moreover, his calling this definition provisional, and thereby implying that his whole analysis is subject to revision, is of no help if, while always mistrusting his answers, in order to sanctify his questioning, his own questions go without the sanction of the very thought which would call them into question. Before moving on to the final stage of diagnosing Stellardi's study as a project of clarification, which is also a project of simplification and even oversimplification, the equivocal status which it bequeaths to Ricoeur's work needs to be examined. Despite acknowledging a debt to Ricoeur which he does not precisely identify, despite the possibility, soon to be commented on, that his own theory of metaphor is derived from Ricoeur's, there are some points which are quite clear. First among them is the fact that, apart from Derrida's La Mythologie Blanche and Le Retrait de la Métaphore and Heidegger's Unterwegs zur Sprache, no work has anywhere near the amount of attention lavished on it as does the Eighth Study. Sitting his résumé of it between his résumés of Derrida's La Mythologie Blanche and Le Retrait de la Métaphore, Stellardi devotes almost as many pages, 13, to the Eighth Study as to Derrida's La Mythologie Blanche and Le Retrait de la Métaphore, 16. Calling La Métaphore Vive an excellent work, Stellardi nonetheless sets aside only 4 paragraphs in order to review Ricoeur's book from the first study to the 7th study. Now, these 7 studies amount to more than 300 pages of critical and corrective analysis of ancient, modern, and contemporary theories of metaphor. Furthermore, Ricoeur takes metaphorical theory over these pages from the level of the noun or word to the level of the sentence, and then finally to the level of poetic discourse and its dialectical relation to speculative discourse. At the end of his review of both Ricoeur's and Derrida's writings on metaphor, Stellardi, despite condemning Ricoeur for holding the traditional notion that philosophy is not metaphorical but only conceptual, still finds his theory of metaphor to be a contribution. Simplifying once again, I should say that from Ricoeur's side, almost nothing has changed with reference to the traditional philosophical point of view on this matter, i.e. on the matter of philosophy's preserving itself rather than risking itself. It is certainly true that the strict metaphysical theory of metaphor is refuted, and a very interesting and rich reworking is carried through in order to produce a more adequate and comprehensive theory of metaphor. The fact that Stellardi finds Ricoeur's theory to be better than most or perhaps all other theories of metaphor, and at the same time does not take it into account, or at least does not refer to it when he provides his own theory, is one of those questions which the author should perhaps raise about his own work, just as he, by focusing on the Eighth Study, ignores how Ricoeur develops his theory of metaphor from the first to the 7th study. So does he provide his provisional theory in Chapter 1 without explaining why it should be considered more reliable than Ricoeur's, or for that matter, other contemporary theories. On the other hand, Stellardi's theory bears a striking resemblance to Ricoeur's in that the latter also describes metaphor as an interaction or exchange between two contexts. First of all, there is interaction between what is called, not only by Ricoeur, but by other interactive theorists, in particular Max Black, the metaphorical sentence or frame, and the metaphorical word or focus. Secondly, there is interaction between what Ricoeur, vastly extending the theory of metaphor, calls the first order level of reference to the world, descriptive, and the second order level of reference to it, redescriptive. While Stellardi touches on these points, but without mentioning the interactive theory, in his resume of the Eighth Study, he does not bring them up as references when he sketches out his own theory of metaphor. By theorizing about philosophy, and as he does in Chapter 4, philosophy's relation to other discourses such as scientific, poetic, ordinary ones, etc., Stellardi occupies himself with the largest of subjects. On some occasions he claims that this undertaking is unjustifiable and that truth is not at issue because it is impossible to attain. On at least one other occasion, however, he claims that he has a moral duty to tell the truth about philosophy and metaphor. Similarly, just as he occupies himself with raising questions throughout his book, so he also summarily dismisses these questions or defers answering them. That he esteems Ricoeur as a theoretician and an eminent representative of philosophy's traditional view of itself goes hand in hand with the fact that he underrepresents Ricoeur's theory of metaphor and overrules the latter's position with a parti pris, namely Derrida's metaphorization of philosophy. Highly sympathetic to and supportive of deconstruction, his own work is not a project of deconstruction, but rather a project of theorization. More precisely, it is a project in which deconstruction is theorized to the point that, in a move reminiscent of both Hegel's Aufhebung and Husserl's Lebenswelt, Stellardi speculates on the death of deconstruction and its ongoing movement in an endless supertheory. I shall once again abandon this question, i.e., the question of whether philosophy controls theory, and instead suggest another, less terroristic one. Would it be possible to put together a supertheory capable of unifying and explaining the different metaphorical operations produced by the different theoretical movements and systematizations? A supertheory of theory? A model capable of encompassing all theoretic possibilities? The question is less idle than it may seem. Deconstruction, more than a specific theory, is in my opinion a dynamic element in the path leading toward, but not nearly approaching, and for essential reasons, such a supertheory of all the possible theoretical effects. The path is not simply long, it is in fact endless. The old and almost empty name for such a supertheory would be once again, as it has always been, philosophy. Unlike Derrida, who in analyzing a philosophical discourse, be it Hegel's, Husserl's, or Heidegger's, monitors its virtually perfect control to the point that it inevitably, and in spite of itself, loses control, Stellardi makes innumerable gestures of loss of control while focusing on the point of gaining control. If such were not the case, it would be impossible for him to undertake, or even to think of undertaking, what he announces in his introduction, namely a project of clarifying philosophy. The ultimate and certainly remote aim of this study is therefore, without doubt, the clarification of the status, structure, and legitimacy of philosophical discourse and its delimitation in relation to neighboring ones. From this point of view, at least in a preliminary phase, metaphor will function as a point of departure and a touchstone, its presence and possibly its specific difference from other types of metaphor within the philosophical text, and more specifically, in some texts of Heidegger and Derrida, might tell us something relevant concerning philosophy itself. From a provisional definition, description, and theory of metaphor in Chapter 1, Stellardi follows a winding path of analysis, his series of oscillations, to a provisional definition, description, and theory of philosophy in Chapter 4. Philosophy is described as the discourse which, unlike science, is concerned only with non-verifiable truth, with what, according to Stellardi, is the strong meaning of truth, strong meaning affirmation and creation of truth, proposition of that which is de jure or de facto temporarily or permanently demonstrably true, auto-proclamation of what must be true. The author speculates that this strong truth is strictly linked to the ethical impulse and corresponds probably to what Aristotle understood under the heading of rhetoric. As the bearer of this strong truth, philosophy interacts with other discourses and mainly occupies itself with finding its unique and indispensable place among them. It fills via metaphor the spaces of movement and articulation of sense that more traditional procedures of control, having been in part expelled or dismantled, are no longer able to manage. But by this account, it may be seen that just as Stellardi views metaphor at the heart of philosophy, and yet presumably outside its control, so he views it, while still at the heart of philosophy, presumably in the latter's control, or else exerting a control which is indistinguishable from philosophy's self-control. While the first certainly is a non-traditional philosophical, but not necessarily rhetorical view of the relationship between philosophy and metaphor, the second view, the one which is Stellardi's own theory, is not far away from Aristotle. Furthermore, while the first is the theme which runs rather wildly throughout Stellardi's book, the second is the thesis which structures and orders it. No doubt the first thematic of Stellardi's book is meant to complicate or even outflank the second, but the second is also meant to control and contain the first. At the same time, by conflating Derrida on metaphor with metaphor in general, deconstruction in general, and even philosophy in general, Stellardi handles roughly, indeed caricatures at times, what must, in order to be meaningful as the articulation of the extremely elusive and systematically elided slippage of meaning in philosophy, have the most delicate treatment of all. Falling short here, falling away from Derrida's text and leaving it behind too quickly, Stellardi inevitably falls away from the traditional efficiency and mastery of philosophy. Chapter 2, Derrida's commitment to tell the truth about metaphor as indirect encounter with Ricoeur's project. The present study must take a short detour through itself with all the risk this entails before it can properly take up the analysis of the deep disagreement between Derrida and Ricoeur, although it was stated in the introduction that it cannot say what it is all at once. It was also stated, or at least suggested, it is committed to saying something differently about itself. Concerned as it is with truth-telling and its complication and even over-complication, it cannot avoid examining its own truth-telling, setting itself apart from the four studies examined in Chapter 1 as projects of clarification, which are also projects of simplification and even oversimplification. It must itself be a project of obfuscation, this term can be somewhat reformed or refined, which is also a project of complication and even overcomplication. But to say that it sets itself apart is already misleading, because there is not an opposition between projects of obfuscation and projects of clarification, but rather a profoundly ramifying difference. Just as the latter are dedicated to being comprehensive and therefore complex or complicated in their striving for ultimate clarity, even though this striving for clarity is itself founded upon some simplification, so the former are dedicated to being clear in their obscurity, or to put it less paradoxically, in their striving for greater comprehensiveness. The first question may very well be then, what is the nature of the present study insofar it is possible for it to catch sight of itself, and insofar as it is distinguishable from the object of its study, or at least one of these objects, namely the deep disagreement between Derrida and Ricoeur? Perhaps what should be first mentioned is that even though it is a common enough practice, the present study does not wish to identify itself with an authorial I. Because this I can easily become an additional question or problem in the context of complication and even overcomplication, such a move would place an insufferable burden on the present study, which for the sake of convenience shall from now on call itself PS. To keep this I out of sight, then, is a simplifying move, but one which cannot reduce the object of study, insofar as the latter, as complication and overcomplication, is irreducible. On the other hand, insofar as the object of study is the deep disagreement between Derrida and Ricoeur, this simplifying move keeps it from being driven off stage by the problematic of the I. The second important consideration is that, as already suggested in the introduction, PS is closer to Derrida's project than Ricoeur's. A number of additional considerations follow from this, which, if the worst sort of confusion is to be avoided, are equally important to bring out and register. Given the context of overcomplication, to say worst sort of confusion may be suspect. In truth, this notion cannot be entirely registered at the epistemological or theoretical level, but also must be registered at the ethical or practical level. This is to say that what is to be avoided as the worst sort of confusion refers to PS's own commitment to truth-telling, and more particularly to the fact that truth-telling always runs the risk of inducing a miscarriage of itself, of delivering a fatal blow to what it anticipates in the way of conveying itself to others and in the way of garnering a certain amount of interest and attention. It is therefore incumbent upon PS to make such points as the following as clear as possible, that although it is more indebted to Derrida's project than to Ricoeur's, this indebtedness is not meant to operate as the basis on which to repudiate Ricoeur's project or to assimilate it to Derrida's, except in a qualified sense. A certain amount of assimilation of one to the other is unavoidable, and for that matter, a certain amount of repudiation, because PS's commitment to truth-telling is, like Derrida's, a project of complication and even overcomplication, a project of ultimate comprehensiveness and obfuscation. A further consideration which comes from taking seriously the fact that PS lines up with Derrida's project is that it is inevitably a party pre, while in most contexts of philosophical truth-telling, such a situation would be intolerable or equivalent to bad faith. It is not possible in the present context to think that a commitment to truth-telling could be other than a party pre. Philosophy itself, as project of clarification, which is also, as it has been often called, metaphysics, has its presuppositions not simply in place as reasons or arguments, but also as has them kept in place, guarded and protected, as tradition, institution, ideal, order, control, and so on. At the same time, the commitment to philosophical truth-telling, which admits that it is a party free, can never be, or at least should never be, simply a licensing of itself, a dismissal of any attempt to find justification for itself, or on the other side of the ledger, non-resistance to itself, an unwillingness to call itself into question. Out of this last point springs another one, namely that PS suffers from its own internal dilemma, which is the justifying of itself while calling itself into question. Part of its justification as the complication and even overcomplication of truth-telling can only come precisely from this calling itself into question, but on the other hand, the latter cannot escape being, in any final accounting, something of an empty gesture, or else a highly circumscribed move. For example, it is stated that P.S.'s meta-reading of Lawler's reading in Chapter 1 likely inflects these readings such that the threat which Derrida's project poses to recurs is highlighted. There's perhaps here the raising of a doubt about the case P.S. is making for a deep disagreement between Derrida and Recur, but on the other hand, not one which can do away with the conviction that no interpretation is possible without some sort of inflection. The same sort of limited move or gesture is at work if P.S. takes another example, such as its reading of Stellardi's study. Describing it as a project of clarification is somewhat risky, since it bears signs of being a complication and even overcomplication of truth-telling. For one thing, this study makes a fairly consistent effort to catch sight of itself as project, which must necessarily fall short, which is more concerned with raising questions and providing provisional answers than arriving at some definite conclusion. In addition, it reveals a certain ethical side to itself, a certain performative side to its truth-telling, a certain setting of itself apart from philosophy's customary self-assuredness and systematization. Consideration of these matters is no doubt threatening to P.S.'s distinction between clarification and obfuscation, and it seems that, at least in this context, the former is being collapsed into the latter. Indeed, there is much in Stellardi's project which is confusing or conflated, and if the word obfuscate is taken in the usual sense of obscuring matters unnecessarily, then perhaps, despite whatever merits it may have, this project is more deserving of being called obfuscating than Derrida's. Without reproducing the arguments in favor of viewing Stellardi's project as an attempt to clarify the whole of philosophy, even while obscuring it, it must be admitted that, for the very reason that it is invested with these contrary aims or intentions, it is not so far removed from P.S. On the other hand, Stellardi does not catch sight of this internal conflict or division, or at least does not thematize it. In this way, it is still very much in line with the norms of philosophical truth-telling. Recur, as will be seen in chapters 3 and 5, is particularly concerned about intention, and for more precisely the form of intention in philosophical or speculative discourse, and although he allows for background intentions, gives no indication that he thinks they should be thematized, or at least thematized as the performative side of truth-telling, inseparable from the constitutive side. The simplifying or reducing of philosophical intention is a major concern of P.S., not only with respect to analyzing Ricoeur's project, but also Derrida's. P.S.'s dilemma of being committed both to justifying and not justifying itself may also be expressed as the imperative of analysis, which in the present context is to resist as much as possible being polemical and tilting at Ricoeur. The fact that this polemic is irreducibly built into the analysis should not be held against it, or at least should not be separated from another fact, namely that from the point of view of the analysis itself, the polemical stretches all the way down to presuppositions. Given this state of affairs, the only way to offset the deeply polemical nature of P.S. is to make Ricoeur appear more favorable and Derrida less favorable than might otherwise be the case. But with respect to Derrida, there is the problem that while PS must begin its analysis with la mythologie blanche, it is le retrait de la métaphore, which lends itself most easily to an examination of the play or conflict of philosophical intentions. Although in all instances the examination of this play or conflict is largely a matter of interpretation and guesswork, of accumulating a lot of circumstantial evidence, which is never entirely certain, la mythologie blanche still resists this procedure, or more precisely, it betrays few signs of what is really needed to be rung in right now, that is, few signs of having an internal dilemma, or at least one which is not already incorporated into its own analysis. In order to deal with this problem of finding a more observable dilemma in Derrida's project, it is not necessary to go outside the deep disagreement between Derrida and Ricoeur, but only to examine it briefly in another setting, and with Derrida the point at issue and Ricoeur in the background. Given the inbuilt prejudice of PS, the latter would inevitably come under fire if his project were exposed and examined at this early stage. Of course, when Ricoeur's commitment to truth-telling is analyzed in Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, and even at the end of Chapter 5, as the indirect and direct encounters with Derrida's project, it will not be spared coming under fire. But it's to be hoped that by that time such an expression will have a new meaning. The best that can be said for the time being is that on the basis of viewing philosophical discourse as ethical epistemological dynamic, PS is in no position to claim that Ricoeur should be arguing or doing philosophy differently. 2.1. Derrida versus Ricoeur at the Montreal Conference on Communication, 1971. A few months before La Mythologie Blanche was published in 1971, Derrida and Ricoeur presented exposés at the same conference and participated in a round-table discussion which followed and which was called Philosophie et Communication. Since the illocutionary and perlocutionary effects of Derrida's exposé can be considered part of the complication and even overcomplication of truth-telling, this roundtable discussion is particularly helpful at this juncture. But first it's necessary to take a brief look at Derrida's exposé, signature, événement, contexte. In the opening paragraph, Derrida examines the various significations of the word communication in such a way that the concept of communication is destabilized and rendered uncertain. Est-il assuré qu'au mot de communication corresponde un concept unique, univoque, rigoureusement maîtrisable et transmissible, communicable? Selon une étrange figure de discours, on doit donc se demander d'abord si le mot ou le signifiant communication communique un contenu déterminé, un sens identifiable, une valeur descriptive. Mais pour articuler et proposer cette question, il a déjà fallu que j'anticipe sur le sens du mot communication. J'ai dû prédéterminer la communication comme le véhicule, le transport ou le lieu de passage d'un sens et d'un sens un. Si communication avait plusieurs sens et si telle pluralité ne se laissait pas réduire, il ne serait pas d'emblée justifié de définir la communication comme la transmission de sens, à supposer même que nous soyons en état de nous entendre sur chacun de ces mots, transmission, sens, etc. Or, le mot communication, que rien ne nous autorise initialement à négliger en tant que mot et à appauvrir en tant que mot polysémique, ouvre un champ sémantique qui précisément ne se limite pas à la sémantique à la sémiotique, encore moins à la linguistique. Although Derrida is deeply concerned with communication and the many subtle aspects of this subject, his focus on a particular task, the analysis of the concept term, makes it impossible for him not to use words or expressions which themselves go unquestioned and yet which may communicate a great deal. The best examples of such words or expressions are the following. Il ne serait pas d'emblée justifié Dieu, et rien ne nous autorise initialement à négliger. Presumably, the new here refers both to Derrida and the philosophical community, which then are said to be not initially justified or authorized in reducing the polysemy of communication and attributing to this word a single sense. It seems that what Derrida appeals to as proper justification and authorization is a certain philosophical duty or task, of which asking the most searching and penetrating questions is the first order of business. At the same time, it should be noted that if these questions ended up disabling the concept of communication and what likely would follow, communication in the philosophical community, it is not clear how this first order of business, if it is truly meant to be taken as a universal duty or responsibility, could be other than the only order of business. If asking the most searching and penetrating questions is disruptive of and even dangerous to philosophy, then the justificatory role of this duty or responsibility is rendered uncertain. The new, which Derrida uses in the above passage, cannot then be inclusive of the philosophical community, or at least it can only be inclusive of it in a formal, polite, or perfunctory way. Similarly, the demands of protocol and propriety are likely determinant in his description of the destabilizing inquiry into communication, insofar as he suggests that this inquiry is a preliminary step on the way to some conception or comprehension more concrete, stable, constructive, and so on. The tension between the opposing aims of engaging the philosophical community and somehow keeping at a distance from it lead to, so it seems, some dissimulation or commitment of a dubious sort, itself not necessarily intended or reflected upon. What can only be teased out of Derrida's expose and called the tension between two opposing aims or intentions is by comparison legible in the transcript of the round table discussion. This is as much to say that on the basis of noting the various responses to Derrida's expose and its subsequent explanations, arguments, and commentary, the two poles of keeping at a distance from the philosophical community and engaging it are visible. First of all, there is considerable resistance to certain key notions which, when Derrida goes further into his expose, are articulated at great length. While Derrida himself carefully pitches these notions, e.g., écriture and iterability, at the level of, to borrow a term from Le Retrait de la Métaphore, quasi-metaphoricity, a number of his questioners continually refer them, as well as their understanding of them, either to, on the one hand, the semiotic or semantic, or on the other, the empirical. Since their arguments and objections in this area go in the direction of drawing these notions back into metaphysics, they represent a certain denial of Derrida's project in the sense of the ongoing possibility of its being shunned or condemned. This in turn means that they also represent, given his efforts to counteract this threat, both his disengagement from the philosophical community and his attachment to it. There is a way in which the round table discussion reflects more dramatically Derrida's divided loyalty to philosophy and non-philosophy. There is, first of all, the fact that one or more participants of the round table discussion show signs of being annoyed with him. The clearest sign of annoyance comes early in the discussion when the president, René Charel, addresses Roland Paul Bloom, who, like Derrida and Ricoeur, earlier delivered a paper on philosophy and communication. Scher asked Bloom whether he would like to respond to the first question asked, which, due to it sparking a rather lengthy debate between Derrida and Ricoeur, seems to have been forgotten by him. In lieu of responding to this question, Bloom turns to Derrida and complains about the latter's setting himself apart from other philosophers. Je ne sais pas si je répondrai à la question, mais je veux discuter un peu avec M. Derrida. Il me semble que vous vous placez un peu contre tous les autres philosophes dont il a été question aujourd'hui, que ce soit Levinas ou Strawson ou Searle. Ils veulent tous, je crois, rester en contact avec le monde de sens commun. Et il me semble que dans votre théorie sémiotique, ce que vous reprochez d'ailleurs, je crois, M. Ricoeur, vous réduisez, vous faites disparaître ce monde que nous tous nous acceptons, à partir duquel nous vivons. A couple of other signs of alienation or antipathy are one person's remark that the notion of iterabilité induces in him a certain malaise, and another's remark that Derrida's manner or conduct seems to indicate that he is irritated about something. Of course, these last two signs mean little by themselves, but if read in the context of much more violent attacks on Derrida and deconstruction over the years, then they take on an added significance. In any event, what is more important here is that although Derrida's work generates a certain amount of dislike, scorn, and indifference, it cannot be separated from what he purposes or intends philosophically, and yet, at the same time, neither can it be separated from his ongoing efforts to win respect and be part of the community. But the question then is, if these efforts are won with, besides his scholarly competence, a certain amount of accommodation, civility, and agreeability, how can this agreeability not always be a threat to his maintaining a certain distance? Moreover, how can this threat to his maintaining distance not also be a threat to, for example, his deconstructive analysis of communication? In order for his agreeability to be a threat to his deconstructive analysis, this threat need not take the form of suggesting that the latter is inherently wrong, but only the form of suggesting that it is inherently wrong for philosophy. To this degree, or in this way, Derrida moves against his own analysis, but this moving against cannot be contradiction in the strictest sense, but only temporary abandonment. Speaking from inside his analysis, he necessarily views theories of communication, discourse, meaning, and so on as possibilities for philosophy, and at the same time, what is ultimately impossible for philosophy. But when he is forced to step outside his analysis in a debate, or more properly a polemic, and become agreeable, for polemics are not simply a matter of disagreement, to the point of, as he does in the round table discussion, throwing his lot in with theory builders, or more precisely with Ricoeur as theory builder, then his simultaneous defense of his analysis becomes fraudulent in the sense of being an obstruction or dead end, which refuses to acknowledge itself as such. On more than one occasion in the round table discussion, Ricoeur chides Derrida for, while extending his analysis of communication to writing and speaking, not having in place a theory of discourse. In response to this, Derrida claims that a theory of discourse requires a preliminary theory, which he calls a theory of the event, and which he considers to be, on the one hand, systematically overlooked by philosophers, and on the other hand, given all that he argues against the singularity of the semiotic or semantic occurrence, perhaps not possible. The status of this, perhaps, is significant insofar as, if it were to left out by Derrida, it would make his observation about a theory of the events being systematically overlooked seem, instead of being a reprimand of sorts, either trite or else a wholesale condemnation of philosophy. Accordingly, it seems that this, perhaps, is a vital concession to philosophy, which, even though it dissolves in deconstruction's area of greatest certainty, the condition of the impossibility of theory is, as soon as Derrida's project encounters the flesh and blood commitment to theoretical truth-telling, a sine qua non. 2-2 metaphor in the philosophical text. The commitment to philosophical truth-telling is the commitment to tell the truth well, which is always the possibility of not telling it well, while clarification is only concerned with the latter insofar as it can be avoided or effaced. Obfuscation must in some way register it. Not that this registering is any less the struggle to perform well, but there's also the struggle to reduce the possibility of effacing this struggle. The first major difficulty which confronts PS in its analysis of l'hématologie blanche is that it must be necessarily double-focused. The second major difficulty which confronts it is that it must be necessarily reductive. To bring these two difficulties together is to say that both the form and content of Derrida's essay are overcomplicated, and that using the terms form and content is a provisional move which allows the first major difficulty to be quickly identified. It allows PS to say that the second major difficulty, the one of being necessarily reductive, is largely confined to the task of analyzing the contents of Derrida's essay. On the other hand, being necessarily reductive or simplifying in this area is inseparable from complicating it in another area, which is the task of analyzing the form of Derrida's essay. The third major difficulty confronting PS is that although committed to analyzing both Derrida's and Ricoeur's discourses as ethical epistemological dynamics, the ethical inevitably slides off into the practical, performative, or rhetorical, as well as the non-ethical and the unethical. If philosophical truth-telling is essentially conflictual and full of strategies, ruses, and devices, such a state of affairs is not so surprising. Although the dominant intention of philosophical truth-telling is its very commitment to tell the truth, which itself is necessarily ethical, this dominant intention does not rule out other intentions or a play or conflict of intentions, or for that matter, intentions which hardly register as intentions. With respect to this last point, the analysis which fleshes out these subordinate or dominated intentions always runs the risk of fleshing them out too much, and even to the point that they loom larger than the dominant intention. A certain sensibility is therefore required, which PS is now trying to evoke, and which may need to be re-evoked periodically. The fourth major difficulty confronting PS is to make the case that Derrida's project indirectly or apart from any debate or polemic per se encounters Ricoeur's project. Since making this case rests upon an accumulation of evidence stretching to Chapter 5, such that the best view of Chapter 2 is likely retrospective, to sift through all this evidence perhaps requires the patience of a jurist at an interminable trial. What is being attempted over a long course and in various ways is to catch sight of the ethical as one side of the philosophical difference between Derrida and Ricoeur, which is both part of and not part of the epistemological side. One way to describe Derrida's task in l'hématologie blanche is to say that it calls a whole discursive continuity, or for that matter, community, the notion, idea, concept, definition, theory, conception, use, etc. of metaphor into question. Such a task likely renders his own discourse both precarious and presumptuous. Precarious in the sense that while questioning the validity of the definition of metaphor, Derrida cannot himself dispense with at least something like a definition of it. Presumptuous in the sense that in trying to determine the validity which the philosophical and rhetorical tradition has bestowed on a certain conception of metaphor, he works his way through all the resources of this tradition and exhausts them. Indeed, in his attempt to bring this conception of metaphor so fully into view that it ultimately disappears, Derrida is forced to take a precarious, one might even say a poetic or rhetorical step beyond the tradition. If la mythologie blanche may be considered to be both a modest and a modest undertaking, then the modest side of it would be its negative thesis, which is that it is impossible to adequately, i.e., fully, conclusively, unequivocally, etc., define and classify philosophical metaphor. With respect to the immodest side, there is what might be called the essay's antithesis. By opposing itself to the proposition, le sens visé à travers ces figures est une essence rigoureusement indépendante de ce qui la transporte. This antithesis is the inverse of l'unique thèse de la philosophie, celle qui constitue le concept de métaphore, l'opposition de propre et de non propre, de l'essence et de l'accident, de l'intuition et de discours, de la pensée et de langage, de l'intelligible et de sensible, etc. While the negative thesis and its limited focus on metaphor leads directly to the antithesis and its unlimited focus on philosophy, the former is, at least in a formal way, in control of the essay from beginning to end. The negative thesis of the Mythologie Blanche is modest in the sense that, practically speaking, philosophical resistance to it is nil. Derrida himself observes that there are few systematic studies of philosophical metaphor. While it is possible that such a paucity of work in the area implies an intentional oversight, it is also possible that it implies a lack of philosophical interest. From a purely formal standpoint, then, this essay, first published in a literary journal, seems to address itself to the margins of philosophy. The manner in which Derrida boards the subject of metaphor is surely not, in and of itself, right or wrong, because philosophy holds open, is supposed to hold open, the possibility of investigating a matter in all ways. Ricoeur himself, in his exposé Discours et Communication, declares that il n'y a pas de tabou en philosophie. At first glance, it seems difficult to find anything in this declaration which is modest or which would not render it more appropriate to be spoken, with all due respect to Ricoeur, by Derrida. But apart from this consideration, philosophy rarely shows itself to be so adventurous as to seriously put itself at risk, and on the contrary, habitually keeps within certain recognized limits. If this keeping within limits is really more the prudence of philosophy than its reckless audacity, then insofar as Derrida's project is philosophical and not entirely disposed to endangering itself, there should be something of this prudence in it. To demonstrate that Derrida's project is adventurous, which may be considered by many to be ethically neutral or even unethical, is less difficult than to demonstrate that its immodesty, imprudence, or presumptuousness is harnessed to the opposite. Et maintenant, dans le texte philosophique, essayer d'étendre chaque mot de cet énoncé, se précipitant à comprendre, à inscrire une figure dans le volume capable de philosophie, on pourrait s'apprêter à traiter d'une question particulière. Y a-t-il de la métaphore dans le texte philosophique? Sous quelle forme? Jusqu'à quel point? C'est essentiel, accidentel, etc. L'assurance est vite emportée. Here there is, as in his exposé, signature, événement, context, an indirect recognition and even an implicit admonishment of a common practice in philosophy. This practice is one of treating well-handled terms as if their meanings were already well established and secure. Derrida no doubt finds something imprudent in this practice, and perhaps even presumptuous and precipitate, something also perhaps unbecoming to philosophy, insofar as it registers a neglect, calculated, or otherwise. In any event, it's clear that he wants to strike out on a different path, and at least on this particular point, be more modest and reserved. L'assurance est vite emportée. On the other hand, the particular question he raises, y a-t-il de la métaphore dans le texte philosophique, is probably one which has never been asked by either philosophy or rhetoric. It therefore imposes itself straight off as something upstart and upsetting. Instead of doing the usual thing, which is to ask the question, what is philosophical metaphor? Derrida asks, is there philosophical metaphor? All previous studies, no doubt, have assumed it as object insofar as they have assumed the reasonably clear and straightforward concept of metaphor. Derrida's essay, on the other hand, leaves little doubt that investigating this concept and investigating it scrupulously is precisely what should be attended to first. By forcing on the philosophical scene such a scrupulous investigation, la mythologie blanche implicitly censures philosophy for a certain neglect of its investigative responsibilities. But the reserve and caution of Derrida in the face of the presumptuousness of the tradition ends up becoming a certain presumption itself, namely the one of taking on the whole tradition. A double dilemma of sorts is registered here. First of all, there is the dilemma of being committed to a proper investigation of the subject only in order to arrive at, if not its dissolution, then a certain limited or equivocal demand for it. Secondly, there is the dilemma of being committed to a proper way of doing philosophy only in order to call the proper way into question. This irreducible dilemma afflicting Derrida's project is one with its being both philosophical and anti-philosophical. 2.3. Improper argument and analysis. Derrida's point of entry leads to a question which is simple and yet infinitely complex. Insofar as this question cannot be overlooked or dismissed by philosophy, it forces itself on the scene as an epistemological demand, duty, task, etc. The question, y a-t-il de la métaphore dans le texte philosophique, is also the question, if there is metaphor in the philosophical text, how does it come to be known and determined? As the commitment to tell the truth about metaphor, Derrida's inquiry must be responsive to these questions and be responsible before them. With such a binding commitment, there can be no stopping short of the difficulties raised by them. It may be said in all fairness that this fundamental part of Derrida's commitment to tell the truth about philosophical metaphor is first the inescapably adventurous side of it, and secondly, its ethical dimension. There can be neither a simple response nor an avoidance of how others, a few others at least, have answered or not answered the above questions. Or to put it another way, Derrida cannot avoid examining how the whole tradition has already given, as if by default, an affirmative answer to the question. As mentioned earlier, Derrida notes this comes when he discusses the standard way of classifying metaphor in the philosophical text, namely by its biological, organic, mechanical, historical, economic site of origin, that there are few systematic studies of philosophical metaphor. Cette classification qui suppose un indigénat et une migration est couramment adaptée par ceux, ils ne sont pas nombreux, qui ont étudié la métaphorique d'un philosophe ou d'un corpus singulier. Though he does not mention it, there must be even fewer studies or none which deal with it as a problem or issue. In order to do precisely this, Derrida begins by examining a work which at least resembles such a study. Of course, it's only resembling such a study, perhaps it's not even being a study, is already reason to raise some suspicion against it. The study in question is a fictitious dialogue in Anatole France's Le Jardin d'Épicure. Why Derrida would begin his inquiry into metaphor with a work which many would consider to be literary rather than philosophical is, apart from all general considerations about Derrida's objectives or intentions, still a question in the stricter or narrower sense. In this fictitious dialogue, Polyphile addresses another character, Ariste, and argues that all metaphysical concepts are derived directly from metaphors. However, he does not primarily have in mind poetic metaphors, but those which metaphysics itself produces and puts to use. His thesis is that all metaphysical concepts are surreptitious transfers of meaning and reference from nature to a fictitious upper realm. According to Polyphile, it is essentially the etymological study of metaphysical concepts which reveals the true physical or natural origins. Metaphysics constitutes itself by conveniently forgetting its figurative aspect and metaphorical history, its connection to the physical world, and its converting its metaphors into literal terms referring to nothing. Polyphile compares the metaphorical operation of metaphysics to the grinding and polishing of coins. This operation is one of effacing the exergue, the figurehead and inscription of these coins, such that they are converted into pure metal. The polished coins, a sort of absolute and universal currency, represent the nature of metaphysical concepts. Derrida observes that the comparison of philosophical metaphors to coins, which are polished down by much handling, crops up on at least a few occasions throughout the tradition. The second figure which Polyphile employs is that of the palimpsest. According to Polyphile, the writing in dark ink on the palimpsest is like the work of metaphysics. Underneath it and concealed by it is the writing in white ink, which is likened to metaphysics' origins. Derrida comments, La métaphysique, mythologie blanche qui rassemble et réfléchit la culture de l'Occident. L'homme blanc prend sa propre mythologie, l'indo-européenne, son logos, c'est-à-dire le mythos de son idiome, pour la forme universelle de ce qu'il doit vouloir encore appeler la raison. Two brief points are now in order. First, the analysis which follows Derrida's examination of the Polyphile-Ariste dialogue takes in works principally in Aristotle's, whose philosophical status is beyond doubt. Secondly, the syntactic and semiotic dimension of language soon arises in Derrida's inquiry and in some respects operates as a critique of Polyphile's position. Dans cette critique avancée par Polyphile de langage philosophique, s'intéresser à la métaphore, cette figure particulière, c'est donc un parti pris symboliste. Derrida describes Polyphile's symbolist position as being, despite his anti-metaphysical stance, in conformity with the traditional conception of metaphor. Just as it has been since Aristotle, metaphor is viewed by Polyphile as being wholly a diachronic and semantic operation. This conception, extremely common and historically stable, equates metaphor with the perception of resemblance. La métaphore a toujours été définie comme le trope de la ressemblance. As such, it conceals the synchronic, syntactic, and semiotic dimension of language. Despite the justification which he provides for disinterring the example of Usure in Le Jardin des Piqueurs, Derrida's early focus on it still might be suspect. Polyphile's position, although formally rejected by Derrida, is cited at great length. Furthermore, the majority of Derrida's observations tend to be non-critical. It seems that what is disinterred here, if destined to be reburied, is first to be carefully looked over. Il va de soi que la question de la métaphore, telle que nous la répétons ici, loin d'appartenir à cette problématique et d'en partager les présuppositions, devrait au contraire les délimiter. Il ne s'agit pas cependant de consolider par symétrie ce que Polyphile choisit comme cible, plutôt de déconstruire les schèmes métaphysiques et rhétoriques qui sont à l'œuvre dans sa critique, non pour les rejeter et les mettre au rebut, mais pour les réinscrire autrement, et surtout pour commencer à identifier le terrain historico-problématique sur lequel on ne peut demander systématiquement à la philosophie les titres métaphoriques de ces concepts. To arrive at a different understanding of philosophical metaphor, one which is neither a defense nor a dismissal of Polyphile's position, is what Derrida lays out. But at the same time, there is, of course, a certain critique of this position, in that it grounds itself in metaphysics while being anti-metaphysical. In order to characterize metaphysics as transfer of meaning and reference from one realm to another, Polyphile must rely himself on such oppositions as proper, improper, sensible, intelligible, and natural, artificial. On the other hand, Polyphile brings into view the philosophical concept as heterogeneity, as impurity, as what goes largely unrecognized by the philosophical community, and which translates into, not surprisingly, a long-standing equivocation. Specifically, the latter is that although philosophical metaphor is presumably effaced by the philosophical concept which replaces it, it still manages to show its face. L'exergue effacé. Comment déchiffrer la figure, singulièrement la métaphore, dans le texte philosophique? On n'a jamais répondu à cette question par un traité systématique, et cela n'est sans doute pas insignifiant. This trace or vestige of something essentially foreign to the philosophical concept is neither that to which the concept is reducible, nor what is reducible to the concept. To investigate this sensitive area between, on the one hand, the philosophical imperative, which speaks and wants to speak transparently through the concept, and the other hand, the figurative or foreign element, which inhabits this concept and ignores this imperative, is what leads Derrida to ask such questions as the following. Comment rend sensible la métaphore philosophique, sinon par métaphore? Ici le mot usure. On ne peut en effet accéder à l'usure d'un phénomène linguistique sans lui donner quelque représentation figurée. Que pourrait être l'usure proprement dite d'un mot, d'un énoncé, d'une signification, d'un texte? In order to tell the truth about philosophical metaphor, both the essentially equivocal nature of it and the essentially equivocal nature of the traditional conception of it must be explored. Being itself a philosophical text, La Mythologie Blanche is not immune from equivocation and separate from what it inquires into. Rather than pass frivolously over these matters, here again the adventurous and even dangerous side of truth-telling is revealed, Derrida makes them an indispensable part of his inquiry. In order to deal with the figurative side of the concept as a question for philosophy, Derrida must challenge the traditional way of treating this figurative life of the concept as past life only. He must find signs of the present figurative life of the concept, which takes his inquiry beyond being merely an etymological study and makes it a sort of self-study, which is also a demonstration of this figurative life. It is to make his inquiry both the work of analysis, which uncovers this life, and the rhetorical play, which strangely subverts and supplements the analysis. Given the complicated and even overcomplicated nature of metaphor, what is required is not only the constitutive but the performative side of language. Derrida must not only make the problem of philosophical metaphor sensible in the way of making sense of the matter, but also in the way of putting the matter before the senses. In order to demonstrate philosophical metaphor both theoretically and practically, or constitutively and performatively, Derrida creates something like a philosophical metaphor, which is also something like its impossibility, insofar as usure represents figurative wearing away, erosion, loss, etc. It is not only a metaphor, but a metaphor of philosophical metaphor. On the other hand, usure operates not only as philosophical metaphor, but as philosophical concept. As concept, it has an additional figurative aspect and signification, which is usure as usury or semantic gain, and which corresponds to the transition from metaphor to philosophical concept. The reason for this homonymic or equivocal deployment of usure is Derrida's attempting to capture, besides the more or less negative signification of philosophical metaphor, its positive signification. Now, insofar as usure becomes this complicated figure concept and succeeds as a technical term in Derrida's inquiry, it does a strange thing. It tends to escape its own meaning. This is to say that usure itself is not an example or illustration of figurative effacement and conceptual gain, but rather an example of conceptual gain and figurative gain. This figurative gain comes with its signification as usury or semantic profit, and is the correspondingly sensible or physical aspect of this particular signification. Usure is at the same time not only a figure of conceptual gain, but an example or illustration of conceptual loss. While it is true that usure, as both usage, wearing away, and usury, gain, is a more comprehensive and, in this sense, adequate definition of philosophical metaphor as the traditional understanding of it, it is also true that it is at odds with the philosophical ideal of dissipating the equivocal. Usure, then, is in itself an example or illustration not of figurative erosion, but of conceptual erosion. Of course, by functioning as an illustration of this sort, usure is not only at odds with the philosophical ideal of dissipating the equivocal, but also the ideal of philosophies being only an intended rejection, removal, or replacement of concepts. Despite the importance which Derrida assigns to usure as an operative concept for his historical problematic inquiry, and furthermore, despite its prominence in the first section, it falls to the wayside by the time Derrida begins the second section, Plus de Métaphore, in a way which is similar to the role of the polyphil-erist dialogue. Usure serves as a provisional background whose main purpose is to bring into early view what is traditionally ignored or concealed. In providing this background, Derrida, of course, takes the risk of employing both a dubious work and a dubious concept. But there is certainly even more than this going on, or at least more of this going on at a deeper and murkier level, which also seems to be a matter of stretching investigative possibilities to the limit, since exergue signifies both the epigraph at the beginning of a work and the inscription on a coin. The title of the first section likely refers to, on the one hand, the whole of the polyphil-erist dialogue by metaphorizing it as an extended epigraph, and on the other hand, this dialogue's theme of polishing coins. In the case of the former, exergue would be signifying then what normally stands outside the work, or more precisely, what is not quite proper to it. At the same time, it signifies, as part of the contents of the first section, the erosion or effacement of philosophical metaphor. Given the overall thrust of Derrida's essay, it likely also signifies the erosion or effacement of the concept of philosophical metaphor. This is to say that given that the first section deals largely with user, and furthermore, given that user drops out of sight as figure and concept after this section, the title likely signifies the wearing away of the first section as extended epigraph, and therefore the wearing away of its contents, which is also the wearing away of a worn-out conception of metaphor. Exergue, the title of the first section, likely signifies the user of user. 2.4 Proper Argument and Analysis. Derrida articulates his negative thesis at the beginning of the section Plus de métaphore. Au lieu de risquer ici des prologomènes à quelques métaphoriques futures, essayons plutôt de reconnaître en son principe la condition d'impossibilité d'un tel projet. Sous sa forme la plus pauvre, la plus abstraite, la limite serait la suivante. La métaphore reste pour tous ses traits essentiels un philosophème classique, un concept métaphysique. Elle est donc prise dans le champ qu'une métaphorologie générale de la philosophie voudrait dominer. Elle est issue d'un réseau de philosophèmes qui correspondent eux-mêmes à des tropes ou à des figures et qui en sont contemporains ou systématiquement solidaires. Cette strate de tropes instituteurs, cette couche de premiers philosophèmes, à supposer que les guillemets soient ici une précaution suffisante, ne se domine pas. Elle ne se laisse pas dominer par elle-même, car ce qu'elle a elle-même engendré fait pousser sur son sol, soutenu de son socle. Elle s'emporte donc chaque fois qu'un de ses produits, ici le concept de métaphore, tente en vain de comprendre sous sa loi la totalité du champ auquel il appartient. Si l'on voulait concevoir et classer toutes les possibilités métaphoriques de la philosophie, une métaphore au moins resterait toujours exclue hors du système, celle au moins sans laquelle ne se serait pas construit le concept de métaphore, ou pour syncoper toute une chaîne, la métaphore de métaphore. Cette métaphore en plus restant hors du champ qu'elle permet de circonscrire, s'extraire ou s'abstraire encore ce champ si soustrait donc comme métaphore en moins, en raison de ce que nous pourrions intituler par économie la supplémentarité tropique. Le tour de plus devenait le tour de moins. La taxinomie ou l'histoire des métaphores philosophiques n'y retrouverait son compte. À l'interminable déhiscence de suppléments, s'il est permis de jardiner encore un peu cette métaphore botanique, sera toujours refusé l'état ou le statut de complément. Le champ n'est jamais saturé. It might be asked, if few have undertaken this project, what significance is there in claiming its impossibility? What does Derrida mean when he states on n'a jamais répondu à cette question par un traité systématique, et cela n'est sans doute pas insignifiant? Perhaps what is implied here is that philosophy has good reason not to conduct such an investigation in order not to run into the deepest sort of difficulties. But perhaps what is also implied is that philosophy has no good reason as philosophy, and hence there would be the added implication of wrongdoing, not to look into these difficulties. But apart from his choosing to accent the second way of determining what is right or wrong in this area, it might be thought that Derrida is caught in a performative contradiction and puts himself in the awkward position of undertaking what he declares to be impossible. Up to a point, this is true. But since Derrida only speaks of the condition of the impossibility of such a study, The issue is not one of whether or not such a project can be carried out, but rather one of all such projects falling short. As already mentioned, S.H. Clarke holds that Ricoeur's project, one to which he praises for its philosophical openness and self-criticism, is the Socratic inheritance in its most positive form. While it's possible that the same could not be said of Derrida's project, but for reasons other than any lack of openness and self-criticism, it is also possible that it is the Socratic inheritance in its most daring or courageous form. Like Socrates, Derrida does not avoid, in addition to the deepest sort of inquiries, the most formidable of opponents. The plea before the bench of philosophy that a general ignorance of philosophical metaphor, and hence the concept, should be recognized has at least some similarity to the plea before the bench of Athens that a general ignorance of justice, virtue, and piety should also be acknowledged. Due to the systematic neglect of inquiring into this area, however, Derrida must begin not with what is most formidable, but simply with what is most available. In the second section, he examines Pierre-Louis' Les Métaphores de Platon, a study which, claiming to break with tradition, refrains from the customary task of classifying metaphors according to their ostensible sites of origin. What Louis means by the traditional form of classification is that there are tropes in Plato, for example, form, light, or sun, which, although they refer to the supersensible world of knowledge, seem to be derived from the world of the senses. For Louis, to classify metaphors in the etymological fashion, that is, in the fashion of their having some primitive origin, is to overlook what is most significant, namely their connection to philosophical ideas. Philosophical metaphors are therefore not rhetorical or poetic ornaments. Their role is rather to avoid a lengthy, more complicated discussion or demonstration. But Derrida points out that this notion of metaphor as verbal shortcut, as well as recurring frequently throughout the tradition, implies, despite the author's explicit intentions to the contrary, that the use of metaphor in philosophy is a matter of convenience rather than necessity. What ultimately happens then is that Louis can only maintain his thesis by having it oscillate between an understanding of philosophical metaphor, which renders it virtually indistinguishable from the philosophical concept, and an understanding of metaphor, which implies that it is expendable as rhetorical artifice, or as Derrida puts it, il s'ensuit, selon une logique imperturbable, que la métaphore sera plus en trop que jamais, s'identifiant à son tuteur, à la direction de l'idée signifiée. Elle ne pourrait s'en distinguer qu'à la condition de retomber comme un signe excédentaire et aussitôt fané. What catches Derrida's attention next is a passing but impressive account of philosophical metaphor in Hegel's Aesthetics. Nulle part ce système fait des oppositions métaphysiques n'est plus explicite que chez Hegel, où il décrit l'espace de la possibilité de la métaphysique et le concept de métaphore ainsi défini lui appartient. According to Hegel's account, certain words become metaphorical when, in the natural or historical evolution of a language, their meaning and reference are taken up from the physical world, and in order to comprehend this same world, i.e., to render it pure concept, transported to the theoretical or ideal realm. Then, over the course of time, and as a result of frequent use, these words lose their figurative aspect, or more properly, this aspect becomes indissociable from the new meaning and reference. The Aufhebung of metaphor is then one of its being taken up into metaphysics, and even though suppressed and transformed, nonetheless conserved inside it. Now, Derrida asks, what would be the precise nature of a study which based itself on the Hegelian account? Presumably, it would want to investigate philosophical metaphors' origins as physical or sensible signification and reference. Hence, the further question arises, what words connect to the physical world at the most basic level of language? It seems that the answer must be fire, air, earth, and water. However, a study of philosophical metaphor cannot rest at this level. It must schematize all the linguistic zones, first, which are presumably derived from these elements, secondly, which correspond to a more diverse physical order, and thirdly, which supply the stock of words, eventually taking an upwards flight and becoming the vocabulary of metaphysics. In addition to this task, what is required is some kind of transcendental explanation as to how meaning is transferred from the sensible to the supersensible realm. Questions of time and space then demand to be taken up. Mais cette esthétique empirique des contenus sensibles devrait correspondre comme sa condition de possibilité une esthétique transcendantale et formelle des métaphores. Elle nous reconduirait aux formes a priori de l'espace et du temps. But as Derrida points out, these questions, the issues of time and space, are the very ones which traditionally have been the most intractable for philosophy. Moreover, they are discursive areas in which philosophical metaphor is already implicated. Therefore, once again, there is the situation of defining philosophical metaphor by using it. 2.5. The problem of the concept of metaphor. First investigation. The fact that Derrida begins by inquiring into philosophical metaphor rather than metaphor per se is probably not without significance. It likely allows him to demonstrate that the problem of philosophical metaphor is integral with the traditional one of poetic metaphor. Moreover, by treating it as a historical problematic and dealing at length with the tradition, he is able to display not so much the outsider's destructive intent, as perhaps could be held against Polyphile, or more properly Anatole France, but rather the scholar's care, forbearance, patience, and diligence. To be sure, he also upsets philosophy along the way and interferes with its noble task of looking for safe harbors and havens for truth. But if this task is not without a certain errancy of its own, then Derrida's project would be extending to it something like a diagnosis, if not a remedy. On the other hand, insofar as it is a disruption of or interference with philosophy, which always risks being excessive or unjust, it equally risks doing a bad turn to itself. Perhaps then what is circumspect about it is also its wariness of becoming self-stricken and self-undone. Although the negative thesis may very well represent Derrida's circumspect or cautious side, and the antithesis his presumptuous side, the negative thesis, as already mentioned, leads to the antithesis. In the third section, l'ellipse de soleil, l'énigme, l'incompréhensible, l'imprenable, Derrida begins the main part of his inquiry by looking into the history or genealogy of the concept of metaphor. But at the same time, he also gives an indication of what his inquiry will not be, and which at the deepest level resembles a critique of the type of project which Ricoeur carries out. Comme il va de soi, nulle pétition ici de quelque continuum homogène qui reporterait sans cesse à elle-même la tradition, celle de la métaphysique comme celle de la rhétorique. Néanmoins, si l'on ne commençait par prêter attention à telle contrainte plus durable, exercée depuis une très longue chaîne et systématique, si on ne prenait pas la peine d'en délimiter le fonctionnement général, et les limites affectives, on courait le risque de prendre les effets les plus dérivés pour les traits originaux d'un sous-ensemble historique, d'une configuration hâtivement identifiée, d'une mutation imaginaire ou marginale. To say that the above passage resembles a critique of Rousseau's project is to say that Ricoeur depicts the development of metaphorical theory as being historically ruptured and dramatically discontinuous. It is also to say that the encounter between Derrida and Ricoeur is already taking place in not just a figurative sense, but in the sense that Ricoeur's project is both firmly attached to the tradition and launched or projected from it. Derrida begins his lengthy examination of Aristotle in the third section by noting the following. Aristote, certes, n'a inventé ni le mot ni le concept de métaphore, et sans pourtant en avoir proposé la première mise en place systématique, celle qui en tout cas fut retenue comme telle avec les effets les plus puissants. The cornerstone of Aristotle's theory of metaphor is, of course, the following definition. La métaphore est le transport, épiphora à une chose de nom, onomatos, qui en désigne un autre. Transport de genre à l'espèce, ou de l'espèce au genre, ou de l'espèce à l'espèce, ou d'après le rapport à l'analogie. As already mentioned in Chapter 1, metaphor, traditionally understood, belongs to the realm of meaning, which is also the realm of words, nouns, and naming in general. This is evident in Aristotle at various points, and one of the issues which Derrida first takes up is Aristotle's discussion of the units of speech below the word or noun. Here, Aristotle claims that the sound which a human being emits as a vowel or consonant is not equivalent to the same sound which an animal produces. Derrida calls this a retrospective and teleological account of the difference between language and animal sounds, and notes that by virtue of it, the syntactic's implication in the semantic is both recognized and not recognized. It is recognized in the form of the non-human or physiological path which meaning must take in order to arise from non-meaning, but at the same time, it is not recognized as being part of meaning's final destination at the level of human speech. Metaphor stands in solidarity with other Aristotelian notions such as aletheia and logos. Operating as a sort of hidden syllogism, it deduces sameness from similarity. Aristotle directly comments on the veridical and heuristic role of metaphor when, for example, he declares that a good metaphor gives pleasure by providing knowledge. Good metaphor for Aristotle largely means metaphor by analogy. L'analogie est la métaphore par excellence. Aristote y insiste beaucoup dans la rhétorique. It is the trope which, resembling simile or comparison, naturally reveals the role of resemblance. One example Aristotle cites is a figure which compares old age to a dried up tuft of grass. He remarks that this figure, by bringing together two species or two examples of a biological activity, allows the perception of the genus. The latter he identifies as loss of flower. On the other hand, metaphor also signifies absence, deviation, and improper use of words. Here, metaphor occupies a sort of linguistic twilight zone. While still somehow conveying meaning, it nonetheless introduces the opaque, obscure, and obtrusive. It seems to apply a course between the nonsensical and the full sense of language. It seems to veer between the syntactical, which escapes meaning and reference, and the direct, explicit use of language, which, while virtually effacing itself as medium, is in accord with the true and the real. However, the errancy of metaphor is only temporary. It only absents itself in order to make a fruitful return and provide a supplement to meaning, yet a certain difficulty arises in that there are bad metaphors which presumably do not carry out this work. In the case of at least some species of these bad metaphors, confusion or deception arises, and Aristotle is critical of their use in argument, along with other figures of speech, such as homonym, which cloud definition. Derrida's inquiry at this point becomes the question, what is the difference between good and bad metaphor? Accordingly, he carefully observes the fact that when Aristotle discusses good metaphor, and more precisely metaphor by analogy, he also provides an example, a rather illustrious one, of metaphor by analogy which does not follow the normal pattern of having four retrievable terms. The example in question is the figure of the sun, or more precisely what is said of the sun in ancient Greek, namely that it seeds its light. Aristotle himself notes that while seeds is figurative, it is the only word to signify the sun's casting its light. The fourth term is missing, and Derrida asks, où a-t-on jamais vu qu'il y a le même rapport entre le soleil et ses rayons contre l'ensemencement et la semence? Although Aristotle brings up the figure of the sun in order to register it as anomaly or exception, it goes unacknowledged even by him that given that it is supposed to be an example of metaphor by analogy, and furthermore, given that its missing term is supposed to be the original or proper term which seeds replaces, this figure, by reason of its obscure origins, ends up being the exception which throws the rule into doubt. Perhaps it is not out of place to speculate here that Aristotle's reticence on this matter is one with philosophy's traditional identification of the act of securing truth with the act of making truth secure. It is not so much to possess it as not to be dispossessed of it. At the deepest level of investigation, what is generally wanted by philosophy is less the positive securing of it than the positive response to the threat to or absence of it. This response is both a recognition and a non-recognition. It is both the recognition and non-recognition of never fully having the truth. There is always room for another investigation or commentary. It is both the recognition and non-recognition of the indiscernible behind truth. And finally, it is both the recognition and non-recognition of the right to pull up short of, for fear of putting them into jeopardy, the essential, elemental, integral, or ideal bases of truth. So it is that by implicitly invoking a governing consciousness which is responsible for expressing the sun's activity on earth in the form of seeding its light, philosophy can dismiss another possibility, namely that there is an unconscious use of language which forces new meanings onto old words. Given this dismissal of the unconscious or secret operations of language, the sun can be maintained as being singular, universal, and wholly independent from language. It need not be seen to be bound up itself in a linguistic network which is contemporary with it. There is another troublesome figure which Aristotle brings up and then passes quickly over. Pourtant, en une phrase, une parenthèse aussitôt refermée, Aristote évoque instamment le code d'un lexique qui serait de part en part métaphorique. Aucun nom propre n'y est de moins présent, affirmant comme tel. Aussitôt après l'ensemencement solaire, voici la coupe sans vin. On peut encore user de ce mode de métaphore d'une autre manière, après avoir désigné une chose par un nom qui appartient à un autre, on nie une des qualités propres à celle-ci. Par exemple, au lieu d'appeler le bouclier coupe d'Arès, on l'appellera coupe sans vin. Mais ce procédé, Aristote ne le dit pas, peut se poursuivre et se compliquer à l'infini, aucune référence n'étant plus proprement nommée dans une telle métaphore, la figure étant portée dans l'aventure d'une longue phrase implicite d'un recette secret dont rien ne nous assure qu'il nous reconduira au nom propre. By conscientiously pointing out and then hastily passing over the anomaly of the metaphor whose proper terms can never be assured, Aristotle formally recognizes it but never incorporates it into an explanation. Rather, its being implicitly labeled anomaly or exception almost operates as an explanation in and of itself, or to put it another way, it is legitimized as what requires no explanation simply because it is identified as being marginal. Aristotle's recognition of troublesome metaphors or figures, insofar as it is not an investigation of them or a recognition of their falling short as good or proper figures, is also a form of non-recognition. The difference between, on the one hand, what is the exception to good metaphor and yet not considered bad metaphor, and on the other hand, enigma, or what Aristotle identifies as confused figure of speech, is not clear insofar as the first resembles or is not far from being a random juxtaposition of words, but there is a sense in which not only bad or dubious metaphors, but also good ones are brought under the banner of the exceptional and enigmatic, when Aristotle claims that metaphorization comes more naturally to some human beings than to others. Only poets and philosophers can make good metaphors. It is a gift and not something which can be learned. Puis l'invention des métaphores est un don inné, naturel, congénital. Ce sera aussi un trait de génie. La notion de nature rend cette contradiction tolérable. Dans la nature, chacun a sa nature. Certains ont plus de nature que d'autres, plus de génie, de générosité, de sémence. Si ce qui est important, c'est d'exceller dans les métaphores, certains ont le génie de la métaphore, savent mieux que d'autres apercevoir les ressemblances et dévoiler la vérité de la nature, ressource imprenable. Exceller dans les métaphores, c'est la seule chose qu'on ne peut pas prendre à autrui, et c'est un indice de don naturel. 2.6. The problem of the concept of metaphor, second investigation. In the background of Aristotle's theory of metaphor is an ontology which Derrida identifies, first as Aristotle's theory of Thesis, and secondly his theory of the analogy of being. In accordance with this ontology, meaning and reference have as their absolute basis the correspondence between word and object. With respect to later metaphorical theory, this correspondence becomes one between word and idea. Traditionally, the distinction between the metaphorical and the non-metaphorical has been defined then as the distinction between an improper versus proper correspondence to the real or ideal. As Aristotle notes, a word may have many significations, but in order for it to be meaningful, it must operate with only one of them. An uncontrolled polysemy would be a chaotic dissemination, a complete breakdown of communication and order. Derrida notes how harshly Aristotle censors the sophist for his practice of substituting an equivocal term for a univocal one. In contrast to the philosopher who only concerns himself with truth, the sophist aims to win at argument. He brings to any matter obscurity rather than clarity. Besides the sophist, there's also that sort of person so unreasonable as to insist that X is both Y and not Y. Such a person, according to Aristotle, is little better than a vegetable. À la limite de ce ne rien vouloir dire, on est à peine un animal, plutôt une plante, un roseau, et qui ne pense pas. Il est cependant possible d'établir par réfutation l'impossibilité que la même chose soit et ne soit pas, Pourvu que l'adversaire dise seulement quelque chose. S'il ne dit rien, il est ridicule de chercher à discuter avec quelqu'un qui ne peut parler de rien. Un tel homme, en tant que tel, est alors semblable à un végétal. When Derrida cites Aristotle's condemnation of the sophist and the irrationalist, he does so at some length and without raising any objection to it. And yet, from a certain standpoint, he cuts the sort of figure whom Aristotle condemns. It seems then that Derrida willingly risks drawing this condemnation on himself, and at the same time that he is oblivious to it, or perhaps even defiant of it. All of this likely turns on, if it is to be accepted as pertinent material here, the fact that for Derrida, dealing with metaphor properly is to deal with it equivocally rather than univocally. The question he never quite renders explicit might very well be, can the equivocal, in a way similar to the polysemist, be controlled and rendered meaningful? If his project is a demonstration of the equivocal as the more appropriate vehicle of understanding metaphor, then his passing a counter with Aristotle, the moralist, is quasi-confrontational on both the epistemological and ethical fronts. With respect to the proper-improper distinction, one of the first points Derrida takes up is that there is a significant difference between Aristotle and the later rhetorical tradition, and that the former allows for the possibility that, along with ordinary or literal terms, some metaphors themselves have proper significations. This peculiarity is the result of a certain ambiguous play between two levels of analysis in Aristotle, the semantic and the ontological. More precisely, it is the ambiguous play between the proper, as it applies strictly to words, and the relations between words, which is the proper of the poetics and the rhetoric, and the proper as it applies to objects, which is the proper of the topics. In contrast to later rhetorical theory, which seals off the semantic from the ontological, and thereby strictly equates proper with current, literal, or univocal, Aristotle leaves open the possibility of a metaphor as being proper by being in a one-to-one correspondence with the object. Proper is most commonly denoted in the poetics and the rhetoric by the term kyrion, and proper in the topics by the term idion. Kyrion best translate as the current or literal sense of a word, and idion as the proper in the sense of the property of an object, which is to be distinguished from its essence and accidents. Although, as just mentioned, Aristotle most commonly uses kyrion in the poetics and the rhetoric, and idion in the topics, Derrida suggests that it is the latter which is ultimately more significant. Pourtant, la valeur de l'idion semble soutenir, sans en occuper l'avant-scène, toute cette métaphorologie. As already mentioned in the Lawler reading, Aristotle claims in the topics that the property of an object is in a quasi-synonymous relation to the object's essence. According to Derrida's account of Aristotle's theory, it is a slight play or difference between essence and property which allows for metaphor. Cet écart permet sans doute le jeu de la métaphore. This is to say that metaphor is the transfer of the property or properties of one object to another object. Of course, it is only a semantic transfer and not an ontological one, and as such neither disturbs the object's essence nor its properties. In this way, when a metaphor becomes a common or current expression, which has already been noted is what Aristotle theory claims, and what distinguishes it from later rhetorical theory, then it is proper. For Derrida, it is not insignificant that in the topics, Aristotle repeats a certain gesture which he makes in the poetics and the rhetoric. Indeed, what is remarkable is not only that this gesture, the pointing out and subsequent passing over an exception or anomaly, is repeated, but it once again involves the sun. Here it takes the form of Aristotle's claim that the definition of the sun as the brightest star moving over the earth during the day is wrong for two reasons. Aristotle's first reason is the term being defined, namely the sun, is already implicated in the defining part of the proposition, namely the brightest star that moves over the earth during the day. The second reason is that the sun, regularly concealing itself, may not always be moving over the earth. Hence, the conclusion is that moving over the earth cannot be a property of the sun. The Aristotelian sun, then, according to Derrida, proves to be an essence with unknowable properties. As both literal and figurative source of light, it is also the essence of essences. This essence of essences complicates itself by concealing itself. Not only does it conceal itself by simply being a great imponderable egg in the sky, but also by being a great shining eye which regularly absents itself. Its very regularity in this respect, its movement away from and back to the world, and away from and back to the full presence of things, is what makes the Aristotelian sun the paradigmatic metaphor. But once again, its meaning and signification are shrouded in mystery, or more properly, they are implicated in a virtually unlimited problematic. 2.7. Catachresis. To the extent that bad metaphor, unlike good metaphor, is no addition or even an obstacle to knowledge, it resembles the unknown essence of the sun in its hidden movement. Unlike good metaphor, catachresis, which is perhaps the most celebrated species of bad or untrue metaphor, Ricoeur equates it with dead metaphor, is not the movement of proper to improper or known to unknown or sameness to difference and back again, is rather the direct movement from improper to improper, or strangely enough, from proper to proper. With respect to the first, although it is the case that all metaphors by analogy are fashioned out of a rearrangement of four terms, these terms themselves give no indication of being absolutely primitive or original, and hence belong to an infinite change of contingent associations in which the proper is lost to view and is no longer possible except as what springs out of the submicroscopic workings of this chain as the ideally constituted. Derrida compares this long chain to a secret narrative wherein transfers are made and forgotten. L'économie que dans une relation analogique, tous les termes sont déjà pris un à un dans une relation métaphorique, tout se met à fonctionner non plus en soleil mais en étoile, la source ponctuelle de vérité ou de propriété restant invisible ou nocturne. With respect to the movement from proper to proper, Derrida notes that Fontanier defines catachresis as the extension of one word which signifies one idea to another idea which lacks its own proper word. It is therefore the forced application of a familiar word to an unfamiliar or anonymous idea, and moreover one which, however rude or violent, is useful. Catachresis is, for Derrida, fully implicated in the problem of metaphor. Albeit no less a metaphysical concept than the other, it helps to signify what the metaphorical is or is not, or to put it another way, what the tropic or figurative is in the very defining terms of metaphor. At this deep level of investigation, the proper-improper distinction no longer holds, and of course neither does the distinction between metaphor and non-metaphor. 2.8. The problem of philosophical metaphor as scientific metaphor. Even while Derrida complicates and even overcomplicates the subject of metaphor, his project runs along a relatively simple and straightforward path. As mentioned earlier, the peculiarity of his initial question is that, contrary to the usual practice, it does not presuppose the quiddity of philosophical metaphor, such that the only task would be to properly define it. Rather, it implies that there is something to find which calls itself philosophical metaphor, and that it is best to leave open the question of whether it does so rightly. In fact, Derrida very quickly comes to the conclusion that philosophical metaphor can never be properly called to account, because any definition of it will necessarily have its definiendum implicated in its definiend. Nonetheless, there is sufficient evidence to show that, although it has not been studied very much, philosophical metaphor is widely recognized. Plato, Aristotle, Kant, Hegel, Nietzsche, Marx, Freud, Lenin, and Bergson are a few of the philosophers or thinkers who, as Derrida notes, have made observations about it. Therefore, if the investigation which issues from Derrida's question is to do justice to this question, it would seem that it must be a consideration of anything which could possibly oppose the recognition of the condition of the impossibility of defining philosophical metaphor. But Derrida does not analyze more than a few observations from most of the above philosophers or thinkers because their suspicions about the influence of metaphor on thought and their both metaphorical and metaphysical descriptions of philosophical metaphor are not a serious step beyond Aristotle. Observations such as Nietzsche's are, on the other hand, directly supportive of Derrida's negative thesis. It is therefore significant that if he takes a look at the work of a contemporary epistemologist, Gaston Bachelard, Derrida does not limit his analysis to what a footnote or two might handle. On the contrary, it takes up the better part of the fifth and final section and seems to add a new dimension to his inquiry. But it remains a question whether Derrida undertakes this lengthy examination of Bachelard's limited analysis of metaphor for epistemological reasons only. This last phase of the inquiry into philosophical metaphor is begun by Derrida speculating that, although a rhetorical or philosophical study must ultimately prove deficient in defining philosophical metaphor, perhaps there is the possibility, but one must ask how strong or meaningful can this possibility be in the context of Derrida's already demonstrating the condition of its impossibility, of a philosophical study capable of mastering it. Reverentons pour autant de quelques métaphilosophies d'un discours plus général, mais de type encore philosophique, sur les métaphores de premier degré, sur ces non-vraies métaphores qui ont ouvert la philosophie. It is in this context that Bachelard's work is singled out as possibly furnishing this new kind of study. At the same time, Derrida does not raise the question of, and surely not because of some lapse or oversight, why it should be assumed that there is a difference between a rhetorical study of philosophical metaphor and a so-called meta-philosophical study of it. After all, if it has already been established that all rhetorical studies are philosophical because they operate with the same metaphysical presuppositions, there is no reason to think that because a study is rechristened philosophical, the same would not hold true for it. It may be then that Derrida's prolonged inquiry is governed by some other consideration. As an envoi, sending out into the world, this inquiry cannot be the product of a total indifference to its reception. It is possible, therefore, that there is the need for a certain delicatesse at this juncture, and for a further proof that it has left behind its initial waywardness. This return to the land of the serious, civil, and straightforward is no doubt of a scholarly bent, and corresponds to a certain obligation to give Bachelard, the eminent epistemologist who has published recently on both poetic and scientific metaphor, his due. In La Formation de l'Esprit Scientifique, Bachelard discusses the ever-present possibility of metaphorical control and over-control of the scientific concept by virtue of certain affective associations, ones, for example, of an anthropomorphic or animistic nature. The metaphorical or figurative dimension of certain concepts can result in even sophisticated research being carried out under the spell of a vivid or agreeable image. Bachelard's response to this problem is one of suggesting that science should consciously employ other metaphors to counter the pre-scientific ones. Presumably, the countering metaphors are but provisional means or tools which science can later dispense with. Derrida gives reason to think that, despite Bachelard's optimism, the separation of the figurative from the conceptual is never completed, and in fact, the attempt at this separation goes hand in hand with the opposite movement, which is the uniting of the conceptual with the figurative. While it is no doubt true that metaphors can be employed to counter other metaphors in science, it is also true that there is no straight progression from figurative concepts to pure concepts, but rather shift from figurative concepts to other figurative concepts. The example Derrida provides is that of the blood's movement in the body, which was first depicted as a system of irrigation and later depicted as a circulatory system. The latter is, of course, no less a figure than the former. All shifts from one scientific concept to another happen in particular historical scientific context, and what is ultimately going on is that these shifts are not governed by criteria monitoring a process of conceptual purification, but rather ones dealing with explanatory efficiency. The second way in which Derrida examines Bachelard's discussion of metaphor is to take a look at his metapoetics. As a sophisticated classification of metaphor in the poetic text, its governing hypothesis is that certain metaphors are related to other metaphors and that, taken as a whole, these relations constitute an aesthetic pattern and ordering of dominant and less dominant metaphors. Furthermore, this pattern or ordering constitutes a diagram of the poetic text, which, according to Bachelard, has both syntactic and semantic import. Following the latter's very own suggestion, and of course in the spirit of entertaining all possibilities, Derrida hypothesizes that Bachelard's scheme could be transferred mutatis mutandis to the philosophical text. Taking as an example Descartes' writings, he quickly sketches out the likely shape of such a program. According to Bachelard's theory, one central metaphor should come into view, and in the case of Descartes, it would be no other than natural light, lumen naturelle. Mais si on se rend au point le plus critique et le proprement cartésien de la démarche critique, au point de doute hyperbolique et de l'hypothèse de malin génie, au point où le doute frappe non seulement les idées d'origine sensible, mais les idées claires et distinctes et les évidences mathématiques, on sait que ce qui permet au discours de repartir et de se poursuivre son ultime ressource est désigné comme lumen naturelle. This metaphor is precisely the one, however, which breaks out of the circle of Cartesian logic, or to put it another way, is the equivocation which surreptitiously closes this circle. La lumière naturelle et tous les axiomes qu'elle donne à voir ne sont jamais soumis au doute le plus radical. Celui-ci se déploie dans la lumière. Descartes states that according to the natural light, it is manifestly clear that God exists, and at the same time attributes this natural light to God. The central metaphor of lumen naturelle is thus employed in order to embrace both philosophical meaning and what stands outside this meaning. Derrida claims that in varying ways, all philosophical texts, if so schematized, yield the same result. A Bachelardian metaphorics applied to philosophical texts must then run into a major difficulty, having its primary justification in relating philosophical metaphors to philosophical meaning. It will ultimately run up against a central or dominant metaphor dropping out of this program. Qui trouvait d'autre sinon la métaphore de la domination, accrue de son pouvoir de dissimulation qui lui permet d'échapper à la maîtrise, Dieu ou le soleil. 2.9. From the depths of metaphor to the depths of philosophy. The fifth and final section of Derrida's essay, which includes the bachelor study, is entitled La métaphysique relève de la métaphore. Alan Bass, the English translator of this essay, notes the following. This subtitle is untranslatable, at very least because of its double meaning. Derrida simultaneously uses relève as both noun and verb here. If relève is taken as a noun, the subtitle would read Metaphysics, the relève, the Aufhebung of metaphor. If relève is taken as a verb, which would be the usual reading, it can be understood in its usual sense, i.e., not as a translation of Aufhebung. Thus, the subtitle would read, Metaphysics derives from, takes off from metaphor. If one is attentive to the implications of this unstoppable alternation in meaning, along with the interplay of metaphysics, metaphor, and relève, one will have begun to grasp what Derrida is about in this essay. What Derrida is about here is worth comparing to Nietzsche's account of the relationship between metaphor and concept. Derrida, along with citing him in Exergue on the subject of metaphors that are so well handled that they lose their figurative value, also cites him in the fifth section at some length and on a matter which P.S. is thematizing. À la construction des concepts travaille originellement, comme nous l'avons vu, le langage et plus tard la science. C'est comme l'abeille travaille en même temps à construire les cellules et à remplir ces cellules de miel. Ainsi, la science travaille sans cesse à ce grand columbarium des concepts au sépulcre des intuitions et construit toujours de nouveaux et de plus hauts étages. Elle façonne, nettoie, rénove les vieilles cellules. Elle s'efforce surtout d'emplir ce colombage surélevé jusqu'au monstrueux et d'y ranger le monde empirique tout entier, c'est-à-dire le monde anthropomorphique, alors que déjà l'homme d'action attache sa vie à la raison et au concept pour ne pas être emporté par le courant et ne pas se perdre lui-même. Le savant construit sa cabine tout près de la tour de la science pour pouvoir y aider, pour trouver lui-même protection sous le bastion existant. Et il a besoin de cette protection car il y a des puissances redoutables qui font continuellement pression sur lui et qui opposent à la vérité scientifique des vérités d'un tout autre genre aux enseignes les plus hétérogènes. What needs protection as philosophy or science is likely very close to what protects as philosophy or science. And what announces the threatening as philosophy or science is likely very close to being the threatening as philosophy or science. Surely the philosophical ground reveals itself divided up in ways that other than purely formal ones. And surely it is inhabited, at least on its boundaries, by an uncontrollable part of truth-telling which demands the greater freedom for itself as well as the possible sacrifice of itself. Derrida's analysis of Bachelard's discussion of metaphor takes up, as already mentioned, most of the fifth section. Now, insofar as this approach is epistemological and presumably remains so even when taken up by Derrida, and furthermore, insofar as it purports to be non-metaphysical, scientific, and psychoanalytic, the inquiry into it seems to have little to do with the title of the section, which in and of itself suggests that metaphor is intimately connected to the possibility of metaphysics and therefore far from being a scientific object. On the other hand, it may very well be that devoting so much of the final section to these relatively orthodox matters rescues the last few pages of Derrida's essay from, because of their relative obscurity, being ill-received. As the final coda of his essay, there is the apt but also antipathetic account of what he calls the two paths of metaphorical self-destruction. The first path is the way of metaphysics, and the way of philosophy is the arresting, the stopping short, the freezing and congealing of metaphorical play. Here the poetic and the philosophical are already to be found in their kinship and antagonism. The second path of metaphor follows the first path, but always as the barely discernible outside or other of philosophy. Here there is the breakdown of the concept, the fraying at its edges, the return not to full meaning or presence, but always the escape beyond them. The first path of metaphorical self-destruction corresponds to the birth of philosophy. The second path corresponds to its death. Or to be more precise, Derrida recognizes two ways in which philosophy perishes. The first death is what it lays to rest of itself as a sort of completion or accomplishment. The second death is what drops away from it without obvious counsel, consciousness, or consensus. The death of philosophy is a double genitive. Harmonie en laquelle Aristote se reconnaît alors sous les traits de sophiste, la figure même de ce qui double et menace la philosophie. Ces deux mots se répètent et se simulent l'un l'autre dans l'héliotrope de Platon ou de Hegel, ou d'une part, l'héliotrope de Nietzsche ou de Bataille d'autre part. Here then for Derrida is the philosophical sun, Platonic or Hegelian, which reveals everything, and here also the anti-philosophical sun, Nietzschean or Bataillean, which engenders everything. These two suns can only be one and the same, forever alternating in the discourse of philosophy, which is also the discourse on philosophy. 210. The rhetorical remainder. The response which Derrida gives to the question of the adequacy or inadequacy of his own project seems to be divided. On the one hand, it seems to be the recognition that his inquiry is, insofar as it is the recognition of the inadequacy of all such inquiries, adequate. On the other hand, it seems to be the recognition that his inquiry, insofar as it is implicated in what it recognizes is inadequate, is itself necessarily inadequate. To find an illustration of this divided recognition or self-recognition is perhaps not necessary to look further than the opening lines. Here a dual but uncertain control is set up in that while the earliest exposition exhibits its own effects and influences, it still remains marginal to the inquiry. At the same time, there is something registered in this opening passage which escapes Derrida's own best intentions, or which he himself thinks must escape them, and which, for lack of a better word, should be called metaphor. De la philosophie, la rhétorique, du volume à peu près le moins, faire ici une fleur, l'extraire, la monter, la laisser plutôt monter, se faire jour, se détenant comme d'elle-même, révolter, telle fleur grave, apprenant à cultiver, selon le calcul de lapidaire, la patience. The metaphor here, the metaphor of metaphor, which is the image of a live flower and the image of an engraved flower, is a mixed metaphor. After 75 pages of analysis, and at the close of his essay, Derrida resorts to a similar metaphor, which, like the first, paints before the eyes, despite being a bad metaphor's relation to philosophy. Telle fleur porte toujours son double en elle-même, que ce soit la graine ou le type, le hasard de son programme ou la nécessité de son diagramme. L'héliotrope peut toujours se relever et il peut toujours devenir une fleur séchée dans un livre. Il y a toujours absent de tout jardin une fleur séchée dans un livre, et en raison de la répétition où elle s'abîme sans fin, aucun langage ne peut réduire en soi la structure d'une anthologie. Ce supplément de code qui traverse son champ en déplace sans cesse la clôture, brûle la ligne, ouvre le cercle. Aucune anthologie n'aurait pu le réduire. À moins que l'anthologie ne soit aussi une lithographie, héliotrope nomme encore une pierre précieuse de date et rayée de veine rouge, espèce de jaspe oriental. Now, what confronts P.S. in this most uncertain of all areas of interpretation is to somehow make the case, however slight, that the opening and closing passages of Derrida's essay are examples or demonstrations in a performative sense of what the essay and its contents are in a constitutive sense. Perhaps this can be achieved by saying these passages are in and of themselves both an integral part of the inquiry and a dispensable part. Derrida is resorting to figurative languages on the one hand, a rhetorical stopgap or complement, a filling in of what otherwise cannot be said, an artistic stratagem in the manner of, for example, the myths of Plato's dialogues. On the other hand, his employing poetry on the margins of his inquiry is not meant to replace argument or analysis, but only to be a subsidiary part of it, which, if considered to be philosophically insecure or dubious, can be safely ignored, or if considered to be evidence of the inadequacy of Derrida's own inquiry, incorporated into the analysis. While it is true that there is some difficulty in labeling as inadequate an inquiry which carries itself off so artfully, it is also true that a difficulty persists nonetheless as the epistemological commitment, which is the desire to grasp the truth about metaphor and not have this truth dispersed, rendered uncertain, or occulted at the deepest level. In the face of Derrida's artful way of philosophizing, no critical philosophy can enter too far into its web without becoming irremediably stuck, nor can it simplify it or reduce it without changing it beyond recognition. It therefore remains impenetrable to critique and stands as a sort of counter to the hegemony of the true-false opposition. At the very deepest level, Derrida affirms neither the true nor the false, but only what puts them into operation, into opposition, and into question. But as suggested earlier, truth-telling can only have significance as the socially valued and accepted. What constitutes the socially valued for philosophical truth-telling is the requirement of two conditions: a plurality of discourses in fair exchange with one another, and certain discourses winning or gaining precedence over other discourses in a consensual way. Now, whether these conditions are actually grounded in their impossibility, the fact is that they have an indispensable life in the practice of philosophy. This practical life quite likely involves forgetting or not recognizing the possibility that these conditions are grounded in their impossibility. Derrida's project, insofar as it shares in this practical life, must also forget or not recognize this impossibility. But of course, this impossibility is also what it proclaims, and in a sense is its formal program. There is a social imperative in Derrida's project, which is as much the condition of the possibility of this project as the asocial or egocentric one. Being thus divided between the social and the asocial imperatives, the condition of this project's possibility is also the conflict between its truth maintained in principle, the truth which accords a certain privilege to the impossibility of truth, and its truth maintained in practice, which accords a certain privilege to its possibility. In P.S.'s section 2.1, it was pointed out that in the round table discussion, Derrida emphatically agreed with Ricoeur when the latter impressed upon him the need for various theories. He thus acknowledged a conventional commitment to tell the truth in philosophy, even while, with his expose and other parts of his discussion, he clearly called this same commitment into question. Now, the above discrepancy cannot simply be explained away by the fact that Derrida's project, even while it affirms the impossibility of theory, is also an account of its possibility. The reason is that his accounting for the possibility of theory is not the same as his agreeing with Ricoeur and calling for theory. His calling for it can only be his recognition of a certain kind of commitment, the conventional commitment of philosophical truth-telling, of which he himself is effectively incapable. Thus, the conflict between affirming the possibility and impossibility of truth, along with its being the condition of the possibility of Derrida's project, is also what puts it in the awkward position of having to preach what it does not practice. In a similar way, the traditional opposition between true and false makes its claim on Derrida's project insofar as the latter is the commitment to tell the truth about metaphor, metaphor's relation to philosophy, metaphor's relation to philosophy as virtually unlimited problematic, and Western philosophy as ongoing process of idealization. As thesis or even antithesis, it sets itself up as the true grasp of the tradition, which eludes the tradition's own grasp. Insofar then as Derrida's project cannot avoid the opposition between true and false, it is one with the tradition. On the other hand, insofar as it disrupts even itself or calls into question insofar as it introduces uncertainty at its margins, and insofar as it defines itself as being both inside and outside the tradition, it secures itself with a certain insecurity, a certain play, which stretches it beyond the epistemological dilemma always threatening. It does so even while veering towards the univocal as critique of the tradition by veering away from it as self-critique. But the dilemma which it cannot entirely avoid, and which is both ethical and epistemological, is that the tradition, by continually asserting itself as the univocal, and even as the right to the univocal, always makes the equivocal response unsatisfactory and something to be negated. Inasmuch as Derrida's project must then affirm itself, its repeated response to this attempt to negate it is, by dint of rigorous analysis and further exploration, the re-registering of the equivocal. But this re-registering is not apart from the struggle with some element which is never completely mastered or controlled by it, some element, social, which is of its very self, and which is even addressed to itself, and yet which runs against itself. This element is some tension, force, or strife, which is both beyond this discourse and within it, some call to order. Chapter 3, Ricoeur's commitment to tell the truth about metaphor as indirect encounter with Derrida's project. If there were to arise from the tradition a project opposing itself to Derrida's and targeting his antithesis by way of taking on the negative thesis, it would have to be a discourse on metaphor and metaphor's relation to philosophy. And if it were to be as fair and as accommodating and as scrupulous as possible, even while being this indirect yet wide-ranging assault, it would have to coincide with it and reach into it as far as possible. Of course, it is P.S.'s contention that Ricoeur's project opposes itself in such a way and to such an extent to Derrida's. But what was stated earlier about Derrida's indirect encounter with Ricoeur also holds here, namely that making this case for the long distance and circuitous targeting of Derrida's project rests upon a large amount of circumstantial evidence. At the same time, for the very reason that it is circumstantial and is opposed to or goes well beyond the testimony of Ricoeur himself, it likely will shake but never dislodge the contrary conviction. What further counts against the case being made here, which may also be thought to be the case against Ricoeur, if not in this chapter, then in chapter 4 and at the end of chapter 5, is that his critical analysis of La Mythologie Blanche only takes up 12 of the 400 pages of La Métaphore Vive. Not only does it seem, then, that Derrida's essay is examined only in passing, or as a supplement to a long, exhaustive, diligent, equanimous, and non-fractious investigation of metaphor, but also that Ricoeur's eye is on many other issues besides dead metaphor, issues which, if not burning more brightly for him, burn much longer. Another important consideration is how close Ricoeur brings his conception of metaphor to Derrida's, not only in the first study but also in the sixth, where he provides an abbreviated version of what he calls in the first study his most extreme hypothesis. It is the notion that all semantic fields, and hence the very network of concepts constituting speculative discourse, arise from an original metaphorical play, an original metaphoricity, Ricoeur cites Gadamer here, wherein no difference is possible between proper and improper, or literal and figurative. Standing outside his own theory of live metaphor, and indeed theory in general, Ricoeur's hypothesis is only a hair's breadth away from Derrida's deconstruction of the concept of metaphor, but this difference of a hair's breadth, if examined more closely, still turns out to be significant and perhaps even abysmal, to the extent that, first of all, Ricoeur's version of quasi-metaphoricity involves the genesis of meaning and language, that is, an original chaos replaced by order, and therefore a teleological and dialectical process. Secondly, this difference is likely more a point of contention or division than it seems to be, because even though Ricoeur's hypothesis falls in the vicinity of Derrida's project in more ways than one, Ricoeur himself makes no connection between them. Or to put it another way, he does not draw himself closer to Derrida at this point, even though he has just finished dealing with him, albeit critically, in two lengthy footnotes. Nor does it seem that Ricoeur has simply forgotten him, since when he gives his account of his most audacious hypothesis, he uses Derrida's watchword twice. It may well be asked at this point if Ricoeur's encounter with Derrida is really an epic and not an incidental struggle. Why does he not acknowledge it as such? What purpose is served by making it seem peripheral, or something that only needs to be dealt with in passing, or even as something which comes to him as an afterthought? TS can only offer the following as a hypothesis, which of course is already governing the analysis. Ricoeur proceeds in the best and perhaps the only way he can. He cannot confront Derrida both directly and on a broad front without either relinquishing the resources of the tradition which he marshals against him, or else abandoning the act of recognition, which is also the most fair and just hearing of Derrida. With respect to the first option, which is really no option, a direct and exhaustive recognition of Derrida's project would necessarily entail calling into question the very presuppositions which allow Ricoeur's project to oppose it. For if the recognition of Derrida's project is so direct and exhaustive as to be itself a calling into question of these presuppositions, then there is no possible basis on which to be critical of it in the sense of refuting it. With respect to the second option, which is again no option, matters turn on the fact that the resources of the tradition are not sufficient to meet Derrida's challenge without being updated and replenished. Since the challenge posed here is essentially one of a discourse on metaphor extending to the very heart of philosophy, the tradition falls short by having no corresponding discourse. Without this corresponding discourse, the tradition meets Derrida's challenge not by being particularly fair and just to his project, but by attempting to turn it to scorn. To reduce it to a philosophy of rhetoric, or a rhetoric of philosophy, results in two convenient ways to dismiss it. First, by treating it as a project which, whether being a philosophical study of rhetoric or a rhetorical study of philosophy, is marginal to the principal aims and interests of philosophy. And secondly, by treating it as a project which still operates with a conventional thesis and hence is involved in a performative contradiction. A critique of Derrida which wishes to do him justice must therefore be more subtle, circumspect, and circuitous. It must be the recognition and non-recognition which comes from being a secret appropriation of him. Such an appropriation must take the risk of coming as close as possible to Derrida without the appropriating discourses collapsing into the appropriated one. To the extent that such an appropriation is successful, it becomes impossible to announce or acknowledge it. At least such an acknowledgement cannot be an integral part of the critique which accompanies the appropriation, and yet which turns its back on it in order to register itself as the one true measure of doing justice and giving a fair hearing. Were it otherwise, were the appropriation recognized, this recognition as self-recognition would divert attention away from the critique of Derrida and towards the critique of the appropriation itself. For Ricoeur, this self-critique would also be self-destruction in the sense of its being a calling into question of the very presuppositions which Derrida himself calls into question. It is the case, then, that despite secretly appropriating Derrida for the purpose of giving him a fair and just hearing, for the purpose of recognizing him in a way which is also a valorizing of him, Ricoeur cannot avoid giving him a sort of rigged trial and committing an injustice which is itself, strangely enough, inseparable from the immense work of overhauling the tradition in order to better recognize Derrida's challenge and yet at the same time to defeat it. Furthermore, Ricoeur cannot engage Derrida very deeply, or at least as deeply as philosophical thought can plummet, without ultimately being less critical of his adversary and more critical of himself. At the same time, this injustice which he commits towards Derrida is inseparable from doing, at least in the context of safeguarding the tradition, broad justice. 3.1. Metaphor, Subject, Discourse. As large as metaphor looms in La Métaphore Vive, it is relentlessly shadowed by the subject of discourse. Discourse is indeed a shadowing subject to the extent that, unlike its status in Ricoeur's Discours et Communication, it no longer occupies center stage. And yet, despite this apparent shift to the sidelines, there are not simply one, but two important ways that it is present and even casts its shadow beyond metaphor. Both ways of thematizing discourse are, of course, related to and a relating of it to metaphor. The first way is by analyzing and elaborating metaphor's role or operation. The idea of metaphors having an influence and effect, which is much larger than traditionally recognized, is explicit throughout La Métaphore Vive. It is most widely represented by Ricoeur's ongoing insistence that metaphor is predicative and only in this way semantic. But by the time of the seventh study, Ricoeur has extended it even further to include discourse as whole text, and in particular literary or poetic ones. Or le postulat de la référence exige une élaboration distincte lorsqu'il concerne les entités particulières de discours qu'on appelle des textes, donc des compositions de plus grande extension que la phrase. La question relève désormais de l'herméneutique plutôt que de la sémantique, pour laquelle la phrase est à la fois la première et la dernière entité. With respect to the second way of thematizing discourse, what is at issue is philosophies exerting a certain control over other discourses and over metaphor. To begin with, the first study opens not with a discussion of metaphor, but with a discussion of three discourses in the context of discussing Aristotle: philosophy, rhetoric, and poetics. Ricoeur is concerned with historical developments which go back to Aristotle and which affect the relationships between these discourses. He's also concerned with the decline of rhetoric resulting from its break from philosophy's tutelage, due to its unfortunate abandonment of the theory of argumentation and persuasion, which in Aristotle is under the guidance of une théorie de vraisemblable qui embrouille la rhétorique contre ses propres buts. The later rhetorical tradition, or precisely its argumentative branch, gives up the most rigorous commitment to truth, knowledge, logic, proof, evidence, etc., deprived then of philosophy's theoretical sustenance and guidance, its field of study inevitably shrinks. Vidée de son dynamisme et de son drame, la rhétorique est livrée au jeu des distinctions et des rangements. Le génie taxonomique occupe la place désertée par la philosophie de la rhétorique. With respect to the relationship between philosophy and rhetoric, Ricoeur notes that the former, while generally helpless against the latter as use and abuse of power, can at least exert a theoretical or normative influence over it, and as such employ the only kind of control which is not a use of force. Son discours n'est lui-même qu'un discours parmi d'autres, et la prétention à la vérité qui habite son discours l'exclut de la sphère de pouvoir. Here it seems that philosophy is, contrary to being valued over rhetoric, put on an equal footing with it and all other discourses. At the same time, it is distinguished as the commitment to truth, nonviolence, and non-deception, and as such it is fit to tutor rhetoric, which, close to ordinary speech, is by nature undisciplined. Not only this, but rhetoric also has the potential to be reformed and taken up into philosophy on a serious or full-time basis. Philosophy's non-forceful control over rhetoric seems analogous to rendering the subject of metaphor subject to philosophy. Although this analogy between rhetoric and metaphor in the context of a certain call to allegiance is never thematized by Ricoeur, it is safe to say that his book bears many signs of it. First among the many indications of metaphors being called to philosophical allegiance is that La Métaphore Vive begins with Aristotle and ends with him. In between, there are numerous metaphorical theories, but however important they are, Ricoeur only recognizes them in the context of Aristotle's theory of metaphor, which dominates the first study, and Aristotle's theory of act potency, which dominates the last section of the eighth study. Apart from this last section, where Ricoeur explores the ontological presuppositions of his theory of metaphor, the development of his theory is finished before his last study begins. The eighth study is about metaphor only in the context of issues which seriously overshadow it and which primarily concern Ricoeur's encounter with Derrida and Heidegger and his analysis of the interaction or interference between discourses in general. Here, the notion of philosophy's having final say over metaphor is thematized as the discontinuity between poetic discourse and speculative discourse. Poetic discourse is the wide-ranging eruption of metaphorical truth into the world, which is fluid and which ultimately congeals in speculative discourse. Ricoeur explains that works of literature and poetry, in offering a fictional world comparable to the real one, impinge on the latter, whereas in poetic discourse there is always a tension or play between language and thought and language and world. In speculative discourse there is, if still a gap between language and world, no gap between language and thought. Both discourse and thought at the level of the inquiry into being are the mind's independent work of finding and founding the ordered truth of the world. This conceptual truth, as opposed to fictional or metaphorical truth, is both first-order truth and final truth in the sense of its being a return to the world as the same or the one. Ricoeur begins the eighth study by making a plea for the discontinuity between poetic discourse and speculative discourse. He also makes a second plea, which is the plea for a plurality of discourses. These pleas, if taken not in isolation, but in a certain limited context, could easily raise the question of who, besides Ricoeur himself, is contesting this discontinuity and plurality. After all, his notions of metaphysical truth and split reference certainly suggest that the boundaries between poetry, science, and philosophy are far more fluid or porous than they are normally taken to be. Likewise does his criticizing the positivistic or empirical notions of truth. Pour autant que se ramener la distinction entre connotation et dénotation à l'opposition des valeurs cognitives et émotionnelles de discours, nous ne pouvions y voir que la projection dans la poétique d'un préjugé positiviste en vertu duquel seul le discours scientifique dit la réalité. Ricoeur's plea then is perhaps not so much for a discontinuity between poetry and philosophy, but rather for a greater discontinuity than some philosophers seem to permit. On the other hand, it is possible that the issue of discontinuity is a distraction, and what is really at issue is, despite Ricoeur's obviously wanting to portray it otherwise, an ordering of discourses. This ordering is not some brute grasp for power, but rather is intimately connected to philosophy's control of itself, since philosophy's self-control is inseparable from its control of metaphor and rhetoric. What is at stake is not simply the truth about them, but the very ideal of truth. It is these higher stakes which generate Ricoeur's concern for philosophy's influence and operation in the eighth study. It is not only fair to say that Ricoeur is committed to protecting the most basic presuppositions of philosophy, but that he is also committed to calling other presuppositions into question. Perhaps the boldest move along these lines is his doing away with, at least in a qualified sense, the fiction-truth opposition. It is Aristotle's theory of mimesis on which Ricoeur first relies in order to rethink the relationship between the virtual world of art and the actual world of day-to-day. The first imitates the second, but also returns to it as a redescribing or recreating of it. Much later on in his book, Ricoeur examines the use of models in science, which certain theorists compare to metaphor, as a way to explain natural phenomena. Here, the integration of a certain fiction in the scientific explanation can be so successful as to render the former indistinguishable from the latter. Ricoeur, in a certain sense, carries on his own deconstructive project when he calls into question such oppositions as proper-improper, visible-invisible, and inside-outside. D'autres distinctions vacillent en chaîne. Ainsi, la distinction entre découvrir et créer, entre trouver et projeter, ce que le discours poétique porte au langage, c'est un monde pré-objectif. It is clear then that he shakes up in some sense the traditional areas of epistemology and ontology. His repeated criticism of empiricism and positivism is part of a comprehensive theory of interpretation which permits little data to be called hard or to escape being challenged and subject to revision. Also revealing in terms of his deconstructive bent is the way he characterizes the very last section of his book, where he examines the ontological presuppositions of his theory. Here he describes this task in a way which bears an uncanny resemblance to Derrida's modus operandi. Dès lors, ce ne peut être que sur le mode exploratoire et non point dogmatique, sur le mode où l'on n'affirme plus qu'en questionnant que l'on peut tenter une interprétation de la formule signifiée l'acte. Rather than hard knowledge or truth, it is the pure form of meaning and intention which Ricoeur seeks to preserve, and which are, of course, inseparable from having at least some metaphysical oppositions in place, and ones, moreover, which ground philosophy's independence from poetry. Of these oppositions, the one which is most explicitly laid out and endorsed by Ricoeur is the semiotic semantic one. He pays a great deal of attention to this opposition because it is inseparable from his project of enlarging metaphorical theory from denomination to predication and from word to sentence. It is on the basis of this opposition that Ricoeur allows no more than virtual meaning to the sign or lexicalized word, while claiming that meaning proper is only to be found at the level of the sentence. Meaning then belongs to a referring, which is also an intending. 3.2. Mobilizing the tradition, critique, correction, protection. Pius's hypothesis is that Ricoeur provides a large-scale response to Derrida's project, which marshals the whole tradition in a highly complex way. This response is one with his immense concern for the tradition and for comprehending it as well as possible. Given the huge mass of material to be mobilized, the great challenge to Ricoeur is to coordinate it and at the same time to develop a theory of metaphor. The most important coordinating principle for Ricoeur's project is the line which runs from Aristotle in the first study to Aristotle in the eighth study. This first coordinating principle makes Ricoeur's marshalling of the tradition a meta-discourse which is both resourceful and full of resources. It is full of resources in the sense that, like Derrida, Ricoeur takes Aristotle to be fundamental to all later metaphorical theory. Aristotle's philosophy, therefore, can operate for Ricoeur as the broad basis on which to critique and correct the theories which follow. It is also resourceful in the sense that, as an Aristotelian-based project which takes on another project, it pits itself against one which, because it is also an analysis of Aristotle, is inevitably an interpretation of him, and as interpretation, vulnerable. The second coordinating principle is Ricoeur's deployment of what is already implicit in Aristotle, the semiotic-semantic opposition. In the context of interpreting Aristotle, Derrida and Ricoeur both agree that, in his theory of diction, lexis, some linguistic units such as letter, syllable, preposition, etc., fall below the level of meaning, and others such as noun, verb, sentence, etc., attain it. They also agree that metaphor in Aristotle belongs to the semantic level of discourse and not to the semiotic or syntactic level of language. The third coordinating principle is the division between the philosophical and rhetorical study of metaphor. For Ricoeur, the rhetorical study is essentially the theory of metaphor as theory of substitution. According to this theory, metaphor is not propositional, predicative, and discursive, but simply a single word, movement, or effect. It is a word which, replacing another word, offers no additional meaning. Rhetoric thus reduces metaphor to ornament and to a linguistic element or event which in its diversity simply needs to be classified. Ricoeur argues that this reduction of metaphor to ornament is not simply the case with the classical rhetoric of the 19th century, but with structural semantics and the new rhetoric, group mu. To give an explanation of the metaphorical production of new meaning is the fourth coordinating principle. The call to provide this explanation gives the final boost to Ricoeur's own proper theory and allows it in some sense to escape the gravitational pull of the tradition. Indeed, if one bears in mind the problematic sun metaphor in Derrida's analysis of Aristotle and also Ricoeur's negative reaction to it, then one is almost inclined to think that Ricoeur sets up his grand theory of metaphor as the philosophical sun, which shines so brightly as to obliterate Derrida's problematic one. Certainly there is a sense in which he not only provides a meta-discourse on metaphor, but also a meta-theory of sorts. Despite his strongly opposing theory of metaphor sentence to theory of metaphor word, theory of predication to theory of denomination, and theory of interaction to theory of substitution, none of the second named are lost or entirely rejected. On the contrary, Ricoeur in the fourth study, La métaphore et la sémantique de mots, reintegrates them back into a grand theory of metaphor which assigns to them their proper place. In this sense, Ricoeur's theory, operating in what is normally a marginal area, is a gigantic taking in and ordering of all. In order to take a closer look at this immense operation, it will be necessary to examine each coordinating principle in turn. 3.3. The Aristotelian basis, act potency. Ricoeur gives no single project besides his own more attention than Aristotle's. Setting aside 20 pages for Fontenay's Les Figures de Discours in the second study, he devotes more than twice as many to Aristotle's Poetics and Rhetoric. In addition, there are numerous references to Aristotle in the following studies. Despite Ricoeur's extensive reliance on Aristotle, there are two closely related issues in the Poetics which he critiques and considers to have far-reaching consequences. The first is the status which Aristotle seems to accord to the noun in his definition of metaphor, and the second, the status he accords to the noun in his theory of diction, lexis. Le terme commun à l'énumération des parties de l'élocution et à la définition de la métaphore est le nom, onyme. Ainsi est scellé pour des siècles le sort de la métaphore. While Aristotle's numerous remarks on metaphor suggest that metaphor is predicative and discursive, he defines it as the transfer of a word from one object to another. Ricoeur takes this short definition to be implying that a theory of metaphor is a theory of denomination. On the other hand, he argues that Aristotle's full definition describes metaphor as predication. All four species of metaphor in this definition necessarily involve two terms which form a subject-predicate relation. Moreover, the resulting sentence is in part a transgression of linguistic and logical boundaries. There is a negative or deconstructive moment of the metaphorical function, which Ricoeur calls, borrowing from Gilbert Ryle, a category mistake. Opposed to the latter is, of course, the positive or reconstructive moment, which reveals hitherto unperceived relations resulting in the discovery and founding of the categories themselves. The pivotal role which Aristotle assigns to the word or noun in his theory of diction comes about from his defining it in such a way that it is the dividing line between the semantic and the semiotic or syntactic. The result is that the description of the noun rounds off Aristotle's discussion of the smaller units, such as letter, syllable, preposition, conjunction, etc. The noun is then not properly integrated into a theory of the sentence and in turn a theory of discourse. By largely looking on the sentence as the linguistic unit, which is meaningful only by being constituted by the smaller semantic units such as noun and verb, Aristotle fails to observe, or at least fails to emphasize, the fact that there is an interaction between sentences and the sentence and noun, which ultimately makes the role of the former the more important one. Aristotle's misplaced emphasis on the word or noun, both in his definition of metaphor and his theory of diction, operates as a sort of fault line which extends throughout the later tradition. On one side of this line is the rhetorical tradition, and on the other side is the philosophical. Nor is this more explicitly recognized by Ricoeur than at the beginning of the second study. Here he carries on what is essentially a critique of the rhetorical tradition, which has its roots in the opening section of the first study. It is Ricoeur's contention that the new rhetoric of France, Jeanette, is mistaken when, looking back into the tradition, it claims that rhetoric's decline in the 19th century is attributable to its having severed itself from philosophy. To be sure, Ricoeur more than acknowledges the historical separation of rhetoric from philosophy and the resulting harm to the former. In his estimation, however, the problem which lies at the heart of the short-lived but major taxonomic efforts of the 19th century is the taking of the noun or word as primary unit of meaning. Le déclin de la rhétorique résulte d'une erreur initiale qui affecte l'intérêt même des troupes, indépendamment de la place accordée à la tropologie dans le champ rhétorique. Cette erreur initiale tient à la dictature de mots dans la théorie de la signification. It is on this split Aristotelian basis, with its one division resulting in a miscarriage of the tradition and its other division being true and corrective, that Ricoeur begins his examination of later theories of metaphor. As one of the most prominent and influential of these later theories, Fontaine's theory of tropes and figures falls on the side of the tradition which miscarries. At the beginning of the second study, Ricoeur lists all the key traits assigned to metaphor by the rhetorical tradition, or as he calls it, the rhetoric of tropologie, the rhétorique de la tropologie. After providing this list of traits, one of which is that metaphor is merely ornamental or decorative, Ricoeur admits that all of these traits can be found in the Poetics and the Rhetoric. Of course, he adds that they are subsidiary to Aristotle's theory of metaphor, which emphasizes the predicative, semantic, heuristic, analogous, and so on. It must be then that there is an ambiguity in the way rhetoric is connected to Aristotle and, more generally, philosophy. On the one hand, rhetoric strays from what is proper to Aristotle's theory of metaphor by, first of all, ignoring what is both implicit and explicit in his theory, namely metaphor as predication, and secondly, by only attending to what is explicit in a limited or truncated sense, namely metaphor as denomination. It therefore strays from what is proper only because there must be something not quite right about this theory, even if this not quite right is limited to its laying a certain momentary or unintentional stress on the word as key linguistic unit, while attributing this originating fault to Aristotle's lack of clarity and precision in this particular area, at least so it seems. Ricoeur attributes the secondary or derivative fault, which is the traditions, to a certain lack of interpretive caution or perspicacity. He then goes on to suggest that a better interpretation of Aristotle is required, one which shows the breakaway tradition of rhetoric, its proper roots in philosophy, and even its innate tendency to rejoin it. This play between a rhetoric which goes astray and yet is already programmed to return to philosophy is analogous to Ricoeur's account of live metaphor. In Fontanier, Ricoeur finds the traces of this internal distress in a theory of tropes, which, basing itself on a theory of thought, also bases itself on a certain tension or play between ideas and judgment. Although Fontanier's theory designates that tropes replace literal or proper words and that there is a one-to-one correspondence between words and ideas, the thought which contains these ideas is essentially propositional or judgmental. Thus, the static tropological account of Fontanier's theory, which is of course the official, formal, or intended one, is implicitly supported by a dynamic account which, as the registering of judgmental thought, is also the registering of the need for a theory of metaphor, which is also a theory of predication. A little further on, when commenting on a certain remark by Fontanier to the effect that metaphor, unlike metonymy and synecdoche, can encompass all different types of words, such as verb, adjective, and participle, Ricoeur explicitly affirms this internal need in Fontanier's theory. Pourquoi la métaphore joue-t-elle ainsi sur toutes les sortes de mots, alors que la métonymie et la synecdoque ne font que la désignation par les noms? On peut se demander si cette extension ne préfigure pas un déplacement plus important qui ne sera reconnu que dans une théorie proprement predicative de la métaphore. While the dozen or so references to Aristotle in the third and fourth studies are slight, it's certainly not due to any shifting away from the Aristotelian basis. On the contrary, there are two schools of thought which Ricoeur examines and which he brings closer together and plants more firmly on this basis. One is the Anglo-American school with its theory of interaction, and the other is the continental or structuralist school with its theory of substitution. Ricoeur, rather than rejecting the latter, seeks to bring it, in a manner of speaking, under the rule of the Anglo-American school. Due to the split in the Aristotelian basis between the properly philosophical tradition and the improperly rhetorical tradition, Ricoeur uses the former, largely represented by the Anglo-American school, to rectify the latter, largely represented by the Continental school. But while it is true that the bulk of Ricoeur's critical and corrective attention goes to the Continental school, the Anglo-American school is not entirely spared. At the beginning of the third study, Ricoeur makes a distinction which tends to redeem Aristotle's troubled definition of metaphor, and at the same time acts as a counter to the Anglo-American school's tendency not only to slight the role of the metaphorical noun or word, but also to reject outright the theory of substitution. Following Leibniz, Ricoeur claims that there are two kinds of definition, nominal and real. The nominal definition is Aristotle's definition of metaphor as identification of metaphor per se. It belongs to the task of classification. The real definition is Aristotle's description of metaphor, which explains how metaphor comes to be or how it operates. It belongs to a theory of discourse and a theory of the production of metaphorical meaning. Ricoeur's concern, of course, is to point the way to a union between the theory of substitution, with its emphasis on metaphor word and its nominal status, and the theory of interaction, with its emphasis on metaphor sentence and its real status. Apart from critiquing its tendency to dismiss the role of the word in the metaphorical operation, Ricoeur aims at least one other Aristotelian-based criticism at the Anglo-American school. When Monroe Beardsley claims that the metaphorical operation takes in the whole poem or literary work, he relates this extended operation only to a literary or fictional world. Ricoeur identifies this move as a common one by literary theorists who, unlike Aristotle, separate mythos from mimesis, and of course then from physis. By doing so, Ricoeur suggests that the Anglo-American theorists once again miss an opportunity to account for the metaphorical production of new meaning. La théorie de la métaphore de Beardsley conduit donc un degré plus loin dans l'investigation de la métaphore neuve, mais à son tour, elle bute sur la question de savoir d'où viennent les significations secondes dans l'attribution métaphorique. The sixth study is Ricoeur's sustained defense of the theory of metaphor as theory of resemblance. It is also the continuation of the complex operation, which is the bringing together of the continental and Anglo-American schools. Mention of Aristotle comes early here, and when it does, Ricoeur is dealing with the issue of the traditional connection between metaphor and simile. While Aristotle defines simile as extended metaphor, the later tradition defines metaphor as abbreviated simile. Despite this difference and the sway of the theory of substitution, the Aristotelian tradition implicitly holds here with Aristotle on the vital point that metaphor is predicative. What preoccupies Ricoeur, here as elsewhere, is the establishment of a theoretical background which brings together the Anglo-American and continental schools by overcoming the former's opposition to metaphor as simile or analogy, and therefore to the theory of resemblance, and the latter's opposition to metaphor as predication. The dilemma which confronts Ricoeur by the time of the sixth study, then, is that while he, following Aristotle, naturally upholds the theory of resemblance, the school which he most strongly supports, namely the Anglo-American, rejects this theory, and the one which he most strongly critiques, namely the continental, supports it. In order to do away with this dilemma, Ricoeur not only must demonstrate that the theory of resemblance is integral with the theory of interaction, and as a consequence not adequately explained by the continental school, but he must also demonstrate the theory in and of itself is viable. Giving the critics of the theory of resemblance, e.g. Black and Beardsley, their due, Ricoeur admits that Aristotle's discussion of metaphorical resemblance is sometimes vague. For instance, it seems difficult to reconcile Aristotle's comments about the sensible aspect of metaphor as to be found in such remarks as to metaphorize well is to paint before the eyes, and those about its informative, heuristic, and epistemic role. Also, Ricoeur agrees that if, as the Anglo-American school argues, metaphor is the perception of resemblance only to the extent that this perception is the effect of the metaphorical operation, then it is not truly part of this operation. On the other hand, if it is the cause of this operation, then this operation as semantic operation becomes problematic. Ricoeur's response to these objections is the systematic examination of numerous continental theories which support metaphorical resemblance. Taking up better than half of the sixth study is essentially the argument that first, there is a moment of imaginative input in the metaphorical operation, which is not opposed to the linguistic and semantic dimension of metaphor, but rather one with it, and that secondly, the semantic and the perception of resemblance are compatible as the logic of perceiving sameness and difference. It is at this stage that Ricoeur brings up once again the hypothesis which in the first study he calls his most extreme one, extrapolating from Aristotle's definition of metaphor as genus, species, species, genus, species, species, transfer, which is also a definition of metaphor as transgression of logical linguistic categories. Ricoeur posits an originating metaphorical activity. At the same time, he posits that this metaphorical activity, being at the preconceptual level, is discontinuous from the network of concepts derived from it. It follows that, given the meaningful nature of metaphor, its activity after the network of concepts is in place is a transitional zone where there is both a transgression of the old order and a movement to a new one. In the seventh study, Ricoeur makes his own explicit contribution to metaphorical theory with his theory of split reference. Here there are at least three occasions on which Aristotle's support is solicited. In introducing his theory of reference, Ricoeur evokes the latter's theory of analogy. L'argument est argument de proportionnalité. L'autre référence, celle que nous cherchons, serait à la nouvelle pertinence sémantique, ce que la référence abolie est au sens littéral que l'impertinence sémantique des traits. Au sens métaphorique correspondrait une référence métaphorique, comme au sens littéral impossible correspond une référence littérale impossible. Pushing the analogy even further, Ricoeur argues that just as metaphor brings two significations into the proximity of one another, so the corresponding objects in the real world must also share this proximity. Voir le semblable, disions-nous avec Aristote, c'est bien métaphoriser. Comment cette proximité dans le sens ne serait-elle pas en même temps une proximité dans les choses mêmes? A second instance of Ricoeur's calling on Aristotle in the seventh study is a repetition of his account of the theory of mimesis and thesis in the first study. Here, as elsewhere, Ricoeur argues that the theory of mimesis is integral with the theory of mythos, and the two, taken together, are integral with the theory of metaphor. Mythos, as plot, gives shape and definition to the human world and presents it in a more familiar or knowable way. Mythos, as metaphorical operation at the level of the literary work, is ultimately the ground for the metaphorical proposition. At the same time, Ricoeur holds that Aristotle's theory of mimesis is also a theory of reference. Parler comme Mariès, la mimesis est le nom de la référence métaphorique. Mimesis is not simply the imitation of the world of human action by the work, it is also the work's inscribing itself into the world, or as Ricoeur puts it, redescribing it. A point already brought up constitutes a third instance in the seventh study of Ricoeur's drawing support from Aristotle. Unlike later rhetoricians, Aristotle did not characterize metaphor as abbreviated simile, but rather simile as extended metaphor. In Ricoeur's estimation, Aristotle's definition is the correct one because, unlike the contrary, it implies that the metaphorical meaning is not equivalent to its translation into literal terms, but rather exceeds it. Ainsi, nous resterons fidèles à la tradition d'Aristote, non suivie par la rhétorique ultérieure. Then, citing as authority Aristotle's own interpretation, Ricoeur argues that the copula of the metaphorical proposition is not simply relational but also existential. At the same time, this copula is in a state of tension in that, being figurative or fictional, the is also an is not. At this point, Ricoeur brings into the picture two schools of thought. The first school, represented by Philip Wheelwright, accredits all value to the figurative side of the metaphorical operation in the way of its identifying one thing with another. The second school of thought, represented by Colin Murray Turnbane, accredits all value to the literal side of the metaphorical operation in the way of its being a shorthand for comparing two things in a manner which he claims is comparable to Aristotle's approach to first philosophy. Ricoeur finds the proper middle ground between the two opposing schools. Avant toute interprétation proprement ontologique, telle que nous tenterons de l'amorcer dans la 8e étude, nous nous bornerons ici à une discussion dialectique d'opinion comme Aristote au début de ses analyses de philosophie première. In the eighth study, Metaphore Philosophie, there are three areas in which Aristotle's presence either moves into the foreground or rests in the background. In all these areas, there is a shift from critiquing and correcting the tradition to one of protecting it. Stated broadly, the first of these areas is Ricoeur's analysis of Aristotle, first section, and his follow-up analysis of Aquinas, second section. The second area is his analysis of Derrida, third section. The third area is his analysis of Heidegger, third and fifth sections. It is appropriate to take up now the first and third of these areas and to defer the second to chapter 4. The first Aristotelian part of the eighth study is a highly complex analysis of Aristotle's and Aquinas' closely related theories of being. It takes up the first two sections, which are la métaphore et l'équivocité de l'être, Aristote, et la métaphore et l'analogia entes, l'ontothéologie. One of Ricoeur's first moves here is to reject the critique of metaphysical concepts based on etymology. The fact that all words can be shown to have a figurative aspect is merely an indication of their past history and polysemous nature. This etymological or genealogical datum in no way impinges on the metaphysical concept, which, having been taken up into and ordered by a network of concepts, has its signification, a singular and univocal one, determined by this conceptual network. Ricoeur quickly concludes that if there is a case to be made that poetry secretly underwrites philosophy, then it must base itself on the equivocal nature of analogy, which spans both domains. For Ricoeur, analogy, as it relates to poetic or live metaphor, is not itself the production of new meaning, it is only the after effect or leftover of this production, the literal or non-dynamic representation of metaphorical meaning. Distinction between metaphor and analogy is the same as the one between metaphor and simile. Simile, being merely a paraphrase of metaphor, falls short of capturing its meaning because metaphor extends this meaning all the way from the sentence to the poetic or literary work, and then from the literary work itself suffers a choc en retour. Put another way, metaphorical meaning, because it runs all the way to a redescription of the world, is necessarily diffuse. On the other hand, it cannot be overlooked that a parallel situation exists in philosophy, namely that there is an equivocation surrounding the use of analogy in response to the question of being. In Aristotle, the categories of being cannot be brought together as species of a single genus, which would be being itself. They can only be roughly ranged in their proximity to substantial being. This means that the strict scientific approach to the question of being is impossible, and what in effect happens is that philosophy secretly culls the categories from language itself. On peut d'abord objecter que les prétendues catégories de pensée ne sont que des catégories de langue déguisées. C'est l'objection de E.I. Benveniste. But Benveniste himself notes that the response to the question of being is not itself determined by language. Ce qu'on veut montrer ici est que la structure linguistique du grec prédisposait la notion d'être a une vocation philosophique. As a follow-up to all this, Ricoeur notes that the response to the question of being is rendered equivocal only to the extent that being itself is equivocal. What is being sought then by philosophy as a response to the question is essentially a way to deal with this equivocalness, to control the polysemy of being, and to avoid an uncontrolled dissemination of meaning. Whatever analogical ordering of being goes on in Aristotle, then, is not the indication of some poetic rapture or surge of meaning, but rather the effort to contain it. In the second section of the eighth study, Ricoeur deals with the same issue, but now with the complications which Aquinas brings to it. Ricoeur contends that despite the introduction of the concept of God into the question of being, it still remains speculative discourse, and hence apart from all biblical hermeneutics and dealings with metaphor and poetry. While it is true that theological metaphysics is a mixed discourse, it is also true that it brings together different aims and objectives on a common issue. Here there is a cross-fertilization of discourses, which, along with generating new problems, opens up a new conceptual space. With respect to Aquinas, this new space is equivalent to a second axis of investigation. Not only is there the horizontal one of substance and accidents, but also the vertical one of finite and infinite. The ultimate failure of analogy as response to the question of being is therefore not attributable to metaphysics having one foot in religion, but rather the result of what is innate to the always open-ended question of being. Le discours de l'être de l'or désigne le lieu d'une investigation interminable. L'ontologie reste la science recherchée. The last section of the eighth study is devoted to Aristotle's theory of act potency. In a first movement which is critical, Ricoeur declares that this theory is insufficiently developed in Aristotle. Not only are the two terms of act and potency circular in their definitions, but also floating and unstable in their significations. Act, while signifying movement in general, can also signify the originating source of activity, physis, and the natural development of a thing towards completion, entelechy. Another problem is Aristotle's description of the metaphorical operation as seeing things in act. Ricoeur finds this determination of the visual in the deepest processes of being to be an undesirable anthropomorphism. En revanche, voir toutes les choses comme des actions, n'est-ce pas aussi les voir comme humaines, trop humaines, et par là accorder à l'homme lui-même un privilège abusive. In a second movement, which is corrective, Ricoeur overcomes the basic problem of Aristotle's account, which is the overshadowing or domination of the theory of act potency by the theory of substance and accidents. In order to bring the first theory properly into the light, Ricoeur emphasizes or even radicalizes it, and at the same time reforms Aristotle's notion of physis such that it is more dynamic than static or substantial. Accordingly, his crowning move comes when he assimilates Heidegger's Erreignis to Aristotle's Energia, or more precisely, to an expanded sense of this word. Pour nous, modernes, qui venons après la mort de la physique aristotélicienne, ce sens de la physis est peut-être à nouveau vacant, comme ce que le langage poétique demande au discours spéculatif de penser. C'est alors la tâche du discours spéculatif de se mettre en quête de lieu où apparaître signifie génération de ce qui croit. Si ce son n'est plus à chercher dans une région d'objets tels qu'occupent les corps physiques et les organismes vivants, sans bien que ce soit au niveau de l'appareil dans son ensemble et comme tel que le verbe poétique signifie l'acte. Par rapport à cette exception, l'inimité signifiait l'action, signifiait l'artifice, signifiait le mouvement sont déjà des déterminations, c'est-à-dire des limitations et des restrictions, pourquoi quelque chose est perdu, ce qui fait signe dans l'expression signifier l'éclosion de l'appareil. S'il est un point de notre expérience où l'expression vive dit l'existence vive, c'est celui où le mouvement par lequel nous remontons la pente anthropique du langage rencontre le mouvement par lequel nous régressons en deçà des distinctions entre acte, action, fabrication, mouvement. C'est ainsi la tâche du discours spéculatif de se mettre en quête de lieu où apparaître signifie génération de ce qui croit. Ce projet et ce programme nous font à nouveau creuser l'itinéraire de Heidegger, dont la dernière philosophie tente de mettre la pensée spéculative en résonance avec le dire du poète. 3.4 Semantics versus Semiotics. So much for the analysis of the first coordinating principle, which is meant to justify the proposition that Ricoeur's investigation of metaphor is an Aristotelian-based metadiscourse. To give further weight to the hypothesis that Ricoeur mobilizes the tradition through this investigation, and for reasons not expressly stated or immediately apparent, the matter of the semiotic-semantic opposition must now be taken up. Like the first coordinating principle, but in a more discontinuous way, this opposition runs throughout the 8 studies. As already mentioned, it begins modestly enough with Aristotle's theory of diction. In the second study, Fontanier, this opposition is not so evident, but with the beginning of the third study and its first section, Le débat entre sémantique et sémiotique, it arises with a vengeance and remains a point of reference until the end of the fifth study, New Rhetoric. Although explicit mention of it after the fifth study is scarce, it continues to offer background support by being integral with Ricoeur's claim that the sentence is the only site of meaning, and hence with his much larger claim that metaphor is thoroughly discursive and only in this way dutifully proceeds to its encounter with philosophy. The initial challenge which confronts Ricoeur, and which certainly testifies to his intrepid spirit, is that between the quasi-semantic theories of the continental or structuralist school and Derrida's quasi-semiotic project, there is a sizable number of theoretical positions. If examining these positions is an important part of the critiquing and correcting operation, which is also the safeguarding of the tradition, then Ricoeur is in need of the semiotic-semantic opposition as an organizing principle. In the preface, Ricoeur calls his third study the key one, which argues for the predicative nature of metaphor. Elle, cette étude place provisoirement dans un rapport d'opposition irréductible la théorie de la métaphore énoncée et la théorie de la métaphore mot. The provisoirement of this passage refers to the fact that in the fourth study, Ricoeur's analysis puts itself in reverse in order to affirm the metaphorical word as the focal point of the metaphorical sentence. For example, in the proposition, man is a wolf, the word man metaphorizes as wolfman and is the effect of the metaphorical proposition. The focal word is what identifies the frame or sentence as figure of speech. The fifth study deals with the new rhetoric of France. Ricoeur claims that this school, particularly as it is represented by Group Mou, takes the semiotic approach most radically into the realm of semantics. Elle procède d'une révolution dans la révolution qui confère au postulat de socialisme une pureté en quelque sorte cristalline. In Group Mou's seminal work, La rhétorique générale, the basic move is one of relating abstract units of meaning or stem to all the forms and figures of language. These abstract units correspond to and yet can conflict with 2 principal levels of language: the phonetic units smaller than or equal to the word, and the units of speech or writing equal to or greater than the word. In this way, a highly technical account is given of both the literal and figurative uses of language. The level of constituted sim functions as the basis on which to analyze the figure of speech's semantic deviance from the literal level or level of 0 degree rhetoric, degré rhétorique zero. At the beginning of the fifth study, Ricoeur distinguishes new rhetoric, as it is represented by Group Mu, and other theories of metaphor which, taken together, he refers to as structural semantics. He claims that the latter, less radically semiotic, are in keeping with Aristotle to the extent that the word is maintained as primary unit of meaning, which divides the semiotic and the semantic. In the case of new rhetoric, or more properly, the seminal work La Rhétorique Générale, the semiotic and semantic are run together and as a consequence form a homogeneous field of study. As Ricoeur points out, the advantage is that it is able to adopt a more technical and scientific approach to language. It can avoid making the move common to the other structural as well as Anglo-American theories, which is the one of resorting to outside fields such as psychology and sociology. It is central to Ricoeur's analysis to show that this outside move is a result of these theories being not sufficiently developed as theories of meaning and reference. On the whole, Ricoeur does not seem to view new rhetoric as having made a substantial contribution to metaphorical theory. His earliest critique of it comes in the second study when, discussing its initial plan or earliest aspirations to rise like a phoenix out of the ashes of the old rhetoric, he comments, Mais l'entreprise ne serait pas moins fidèle à l'idéal taxinomique de la rhétorique classique, elle serait seulement plus attentive à la multiplicité des figures. A question may arise at this point. If new rhetoric does not add significantly to the theory of metaphor, why does Ricoeur give it so much attention? Perhaps what is not stated, but nevertheless at work here, is that since he does not acknowledge that new rhetoric is essentially different from the old rhetoric, he must also refuse to acknowledge that it is dissociable from the decline of rhetoric, and the reason for this decline, which according to him is principally the result of the emphasis on the word as primary unit of meaning. If it is the case then that he only recognizes it as being the latest stage of this decline, despite its pretensions to renovating the field and to scientific precision, he must view it as being a dangerous rival to his own theory, even though its status in this regard must be one of dissimulating its heritage. With respect to his analysis of the various theories of structural semantics in the fifth study, Ricoeur's look at new rhetoric, or more precisely Group Mu's La Rhétorique Générale, is easily the longest. Although in some sense it stretches as far back as the second study and as far ahead as the seventh study, where Ricoeur discusses new rhetoric in relation to his theory of reference, it is largely confined to the fifth study. The first three sections of the study are devoted to calling into question the basic presupposition of the structural school of linguistics. The first section, Écart et degré rhétorique zéro, deals with the presupposition of an absolutely non-figurative level of language. Ricoeur argues that the level of 0 degree rhetoric in language is not attainable, and as a result, structuralism only operates here with abstract approximations. The second section, L'espace de la figure, deals with spatial representations or characterizations of language. What is central here, both to structural semantics and new rhetoric, is as two linguistic axes, a linear dimension of speech or writing, which is syntagmatic, and a vertical dimension, which is paradigmatic, while the linear axis represents syntax, grammar, and logic. The vertical axis represents the interaction between the linguistically actual and virtual, or to put it another way, between speech and writing and language as system or code. While Ricoeur is not expressly opposed to this schema, he raises objections to the structuralist conception of it. The problem for him is that structural semantics inevitably identifies metaphor with the paradigmatic dimension. By disavowing then a theory of metaphor which would throw the emphasis on the syntagmatic dimension, it places the metaphorical operation not along the horizontal axis, but the vertical one. As a consequence, metaphor is inevitably viewed as being one word taken from a pool of possible words, which is the code, and substituted for another word. The difference between metaphorical and literal meaning then is essentially null. In the third section, écart et réduction d'écart, Ricoeur examines a principle which is of central importance for structural semantics and new rhetoric, namely deviance. Here he gives special attention to John Cohen, whom he finds to be most in agreement with the Anglo-American school. Like the authors of La Rhétorique Générale, Cohen takes deviance not to be simply linguistic, but the first phase of metaphorical predication. Ricoeur finds him to be very close to such advocates of the interaction theory as Beardsley, who describes metaphor as logical absurdity. At the same time, Cohen, still holding to the syntagmatic paradigmatic opposition, identifies metaphor with the substitution of one word for another and the meaning of metaphor with a change brought about in the code. Although Ricoeur considers Cohen to be in good company with Aristotle, he criticizes him for relying on a theory of substitution which cannot explain metaphorical meaning without going outside semantics and appealing to some psychological change in the reader or auditor. The fourth section, Le fonctionnement des figures, l'analyse sémique, deals strictly with Group Mou's La Rhétorique Générale and is almost equal in length to the first three sections of the fifth study. On the opening page of the fifth study, Ricoeur declares that all the problems which are dealt with in the first three sections will be gathered together in the final one. The result is that his critique of this work, despite its length and specificity, does not differ in essentials from the critique which precedes it. At the beginning of the fifth study, Ricoeur makes a reference back to the third study and to its first section, Le débat entre sémantique et sémiotique. Citing Benveniste once again, Ricoeur opposes the latter's conception of a radical discontinuity between word and sentence to New Rhetoric's conception of a homogeneous linguistic field. The fatal mistake of New Rhetoric is not to recognize properly this discontinuity, and as a consequence, to exaggerate the significance of the word. Ricoeur argues that because the analyses which New Rhetoric carries out still rely on actual speech, its theory of themes as theory of abstract units does not free it from what this theory itself implicitly demands, namely a theory of discourse. The only positive note Ricoeur sounds while analyzing La Rhétorique Générale comes at the very end of the fifth study. Here he observes that Group Mou examines more extended figures of speech, which it calls mythologisme, and which it distinguishes from metasémème. The latter include metaphor and is intralinguistic. The former includes allegory and is extralinguistic. By taking its analysis of tropes and figures to the level of discourse, Group Mou, without knowing it, stumbles onto the proper ground of metaphorical theory, were it to have placed its own theory of metaphor in the larger landscape of mythologisme, i.e. in the area of allegory, parable, and fable. It would not have tried to explain deviance in terms of perceiving resemblance at the linguistic level, but also at the level of reality and the world. 3.5. Interaction versus substitution. Just as Ricoeur largely approves of the theory of interaction and associates it with semantics, so he largely disapproves of the theory of substitution and associates it with semiotics. Although this axiomatic way of looking at matters is continuous in Le Métaphore vive, it nonetheless takes place only at the most formal or thematized level. At another level, certainly less obtrusive, Ricoeur assimilates the theory of substitution to the theory of interaction, insofar as this move is successful, or the minor theory is not simply obliterated by the major one. The theory of substitution both unites with and is subordinated to the theory of interaction. At the same time, the theory of substitution becomes a part of Ricoeur's semantics, even though at the most formal or thematized level, this semantics is opposed to the theory of substitution. With the possible exception of the eighth study, the interaction versus substitution axiomatic covers the whole of Le Métaphore vive. At the most elementary level, it is the opposition between metaphor sentence and metaphor word. It is at this level that one encounters it in the first study, and more precisely in Ricoeur's analysis of Aristotle's theory of diction, lexis. Even though the interaction and substitution theories are not expressly named here, it would seem that Ricoeur is staking out the ground for them. By contrasting Aristotle's full description of metaphor to his abbreviated definition, Ricoeur puts the opposition of metaphor sentence, metaphor word in place. It is not until the second study that this opposition as dialectical or dynamic operation becomes evident. As theory of single word, trope, Fontenay's theory of metaphor is both criticized by Ricoeur for its limitations and given a vote of confidence in the very act of correcting it, or more precisely, uncovering its inherently predicative nature. One of the clearest indications of this dialectical ordering of the two theories is that Ricoeur takes the opportunity to refer in the Fontenay study to the Anglo-American school. When discussing the implicitly predicative nature of Fontenay's theory, and more precisely his definition of metaphor as one idea is being transposed onto another idea, Ricoeur compares this operation to the interaction between vehicle and tenor, which are key terms in I.A. Richards' theory. Even further in this direction is his analysis of Fontenay's theory of figures of speech. Here, the taxonomic project goes beyond the level of simple word substitution to a more complex level where it is implicated in predication and makes explicit what is already implicit in Fontenay's theory of metaphor. There is a difference in the way Ricoeur treats the theory of substitution at the beginning of the third study and the way he treats it at the beginning of the second study. In the case of the latter, he fits substitution into a list of traits which he draws up in order to describe the rhetoric of tropology. Even before he begins his analysis of Fontenay, and well before the theory of interaction is introduced, the theory of substitution is thus presented as being in solidarity with rhetorical waywardness. By contrast, the theory of substitution at the beginning of the third study seems to move towards respectability when Ricoeur associates it with a nominal definition of metaphor which cannot be dispensed with and which is even to be found in Aristotle. Anticipons une analyse qui sera faite dans la cinquième étude, disons dès maintenant que la définition réelle de la métaphore en termes d'énoncé ne peut éliminer la définition nominale en termes de mots ou de noms, parce que le mot reste le porteur de l'effet de sens métaphorique. C'est de mots qu'on dit qu'il prend un sens métaphorique. C'est pourquoi la définition d'Aristote n'est pas abolie par une théorie qui ne concerne plus de la métaphore dans le discours, mais le procès métaphorique lui-même. While Ricoeur is mainly concerned in the third study with demonstrating the merits of the theory of interaction, he takes time in its first section, le débat entre sémantique et sémiotique, to look ahead and offer a preview of the fifth study. Employing the terminology of structural semantics, he then makes a distinction between the theory of metaphor as paradigmatic or semiotic theory and the theory of metaphor as syntagmatic or semantic theory, claiming that he opposes the dominance of the first and favors the second. Ricoeur then endorses the theory of substitution insofar as it is restricted to a classificatory or nominal role, but it may be suspected that the theory of substitution is effectively undone at this point, insofar as, for one thing, Ricoeur offers no precise account of the relationship between it and the other theory, and for another, does not stop referring to the theory of substitution as the rival of the theory of interaction, even after he has subordinated the first to the second and dialectically related them. In continuation with the third study, the fourth study's first section, Monisme de signes et primat de mots, is devoted to an analysis of semiotics. Here, Ricoeur makes explicit reference to the theory of substitution when he analyzes the theory of metaphor in contemporary structuralism. He claims that this structural theory of metaphor is the historical outgrowth of Saussurean semiotics, which relate to contemporary linguistics, the rhetorical tradition's theory of metaphor. La sémantique structurelle, au contraire, s'est progressivement édifiée sur le postulat de l'homogénéité de toutes les unités de langage en tant que signes. L'examen de la rhétorique ancienne et classique avait déjà montré le lien entre la théorie de la métaphore substitution et une conception de langage où le mot était l'unité de base. Seulement, ce primat de mots n'était pas fondé sur une science explicite des signes, mais sur la corrélation entre le mot et l'idée. La sémantique moderne, à partir de F de Saussure, est capable de donner un fondement nouveau à la même description des tropes parce qu'elle dispose de concepts nouveaux de l'entité linguistique de base, le signe. The recent turn to studying language as extensive sign system therefore did not do away with the primacy of the word, but rather reinforced it. The key feature of semiotics, the binary opposition of signifier-signified, is conducive to a theory of denomination while effectively blocking the path to a theory of predication. The rest of the fourth study is taken up with the examination of certain theories of metaphor which are precursors of new rhetoric, group mu, and yet which are more amenable to being coordinated with the semantics of the sentence. One of these theories is to be found in Stephen Ullman's The Principles of Semantics. Unlike later structural theoreticians who take linguistics to be a completely homogeneous field, Ullman extends his theory of semantics to psychology. It is in this attempt to deal with problems bordering on the realm of the cognitive that Ricoeur finds much of the ground on which to critique and correct Ullman. It is also in this area that he first sees a resemblance between Ullman's theory of metaphor and the theory of interaction, insofar as the latter is also a theory of speech and communication. Cette médiation psychologique entre sémantique et rhétorique mérite attention. Le bénéfice de l'opération est très positif, quelles que soient les réserves que nous soyons amenés ultérieurement à faire. D'abord, un pont est jeté entre l'activité individuelle de parole et le caractère social de la langue. Les champs associatifs fournissent cette mediation. But before beginning this particular part of his analysis, Ricoeur finds it necessary to examine the semiotic basis of Ullmann's theory and raise some objections against the fundamental tenet of his theory, namely that the word and not the sentence is the primary unit of meaning. Ricoeur repeats his argument that it is only the sentence which delivers the word from its polysemous state and grants it a proper signification. He also looks at the signifying relation of name and sense in Ullmann's theory, which is a direct descendant of Saussure's signified opposition. The psychological dimension of Ullmann's theory is represented by associative fields. One field is attached to the name pole and the other to the sense pole of the name-sense opposition. These fields in turn operate on two axes, the contiguous or metonymic axis and the similar or metaphorical axis, covering all language and polysemy of words. These metonymic and metaphorical axes are then taken to be the basis of all substitutions, both at the name level and the sense level. But because Ullmann provides his semantics with neither a theory of predication nor a theory of reference, it must fall short of explaining the metaphorical production of new meaning. This is to say that in its striving to account for linguistic innovation, it can only tap into the rich ambiguity of both individual expression and social activity by being a cross-disciplinary effort. At the same time, because all signification in Ullmann's theory of metaphor turns on acts of denomination, the metaphorical perception of resemblance is entirely constrained to the level of words. The sense pole of the name-sense opposition falls short as explanation because, lacking worldly reference, it cannot give an account of this perception as truly innovative or creative act. Despite these objections, Ricoeur argues in the fifth section, Le jeu de sens entre la phrase et le mot, that the theory of metaphor sentence is compatible with the theory of metaphor word. Once again, it is stated that it is the contextualizing role of the sentence which gives to the word its proper or unique sense. At the same time, the word as lexicalized unit brings to the sentence a potential meaning which the latter actualizes. Then, towards the end of the fifth section, Ricoeur evokes the theory of interaction by repeating the argument at the beginning of the third study, namely that the rapport between metaphor sentence and metaphor word is equivalent to the interaction between frame and focus in Black's theory and tenor and vehicle in Richard's theory. In the fifth study, there is a long analysis of John Cohen's theory of metaphor in Structure de langage poétique. At the end of it, Ricoeur identifies one and only one of the basic tenets of structural linguistics with the theory of interaction, namely paradigmatic deviance, which, according to him, is equivalent to the effect of the metaphorical sentence on the metaphorical word. Ainsi, remis à sa place, l'écart paradigmatique retrouve toute sa valeur. Il correspond dans la théorie de l'interaction au phénomène de focalisation sur le mot que nous décrivions au terme de la précédente étude. Le sens métaphorique est une affaire de l'énoncé entier, mais focalise sur un mot qu'on peut appeler le mot métaphorique. C'est pourquoi il faut dire que la métaphore est une innovation sémantique à la fois d'ordre prédicatif, nouvelle pertinence, et d'ordre lexical, écart paradigmatique. Sous son premier aspect, elle relève d'une dynamique de sens. Sous son deuxième aspect, d'une statique. In the sixth study, Le travail de la ressemblance, there is a return to depicting the relationship between the theories of substitution and interaction as oppositional. In the opening paragraph, Ricoeur claims that the theory of resemblance, rather than being, as has traditionally been the case, in solidarity with the theory of substitution, belongs more properly to the theory of interaction. In the first section, Substitution et Ressemblance, he gives an account of this traditional solidarity. and of how it is reinforced by structural linguistics, as on many other occasions, Ricoeur, in order both to explain and critique structural principles, relies on the influential works of Roman Jacobson. Here he notes that no matter how many adjustments are made to it, the metonymic contiguity, metaphorical resemblance opposition, proves incoherent. One of the difficulties is that the notion of metonymy mixes together two qualitative different phenomena on the syntagmatic axis, the concatenation of phonemes in morphemes, and the logical grammatical ordering of a sentence. Just as the first section of the sixth study is critical of the traditional solidarity between the theories of resemblance and substitution, so the second section, Le moment iconique de la métaphore, brings about a new association between the theories of resemblance and interaction. With his examination of Paul Henley's essay, Metaphor, Ricoeur begins a long analysis which relies on many diverse sources such as Immanuel Kant, Charles Sanders Peirce, Ludwig Wittgenstein, Arthur Fry, Owen Barfield, and Nelson Goodman, and takes up the rest of the sixth study with its third section, Le procès fait à la ressemblance. Fourth section, Plaidoyer pour la ressemblance. Fifth section, Psycholinguistique de la métaphore. And finally, sixth section, Icône et image. Wishing to avoid psychologisms, but not the psychical domain per se, Ricoeur demonstrates that there is a moment in the metaphorical operation which is first preconceptual or pre-objective, second both verbal and sensible as perception of resemblance, and third the work of the productive imagination. It very well seems then that Ricoeur is denying the sensible sense opposition to poetic discourse. 3.6. The production of new meaning. According to the analysis of P.S., Ricoeur's reordering of the theory of substitution and the theory of interaction paves the way for the development of his own theory of metaphor. This is to say that it provides the means by which to transfer the work of resemblance from the theory of substitution to the theory of interaction, presumably without giving up the technical precision or explanatory value which comes with the theory of substitution. In this way, he puts a necessary check on the indefinite or expansionist nature of his theory, providing with a surveying role or responsibility, an ongoing capacity to critically and correctively refer back to metaphor as simple word substitution. For the most part, Ricoeur has identified the rhetorical tradition with a non-informative or non-heuristic concept of metaphor. At the same time, there often appears in this tradition a need to explain the apparent richness of metaphor as a sensible or effective moment. Most often, this need results in an appeal to some non-linguistic or non-semantic explanation. Ricoeur notes that there are a number of times in metaphorical theory when, for example, the distinction is made between a denotative and a connotative signification. The first represents the literal or non-figurative meaning of metaphor, and the second its effect on the reader or auditor. Ricoeur also finds the same distinction being made not only in the rhetorical tradition stricto sensu, but also in the ranks of the Anglo-American school. While he considers the latter to be on the right path to comprehending metaphor, he also views it as being necessarily restricted by the epistemological and ontological limitations of semantics. In order to carry out a full investigation here, it is necessary to ask the basic philosophical questions about truth and reality. To say it again, Ricoeur endorses Aristotle's inclusion of his theory of metaphor, not only his theory of diction, lexis, imitation, mimesis, and plot or structure, mythos, but also his theory of nature, Thesis. As a consequence, even when restricting himself to an analysis of Aristotle's theory of metaphor, Ricoeur finds many indications of an operation stretching beyond language. Very early in the first study, he describes Aristotle's full definition of metaphor as signifying a category mistake, ultimately taking thought towards a new logical and conceptual grasp of reality. Metaphorical meaning is illustrated then only in a limited way by simile and analogy, which are snapshot views of what is ultimately a diachronic operation. On many occasions, Ricoeur distinguishes between the rhetorical tradition's definition of metaphor as abbreviated simile and Aristotle's definition of simile as extended metaphor. Upholding Aristotle's definition, Ricoeur calls simile a weakened metaphor, a paraphrase of metaphor, a merely static record of the metaphorical perception of resemblance. The simile's simple declaration of likeness between things is not equivalent to disclosing, to sketching out in rough, the sameness of different things. It is precisely metaphorical identification as vehement commitment to reference and reality which precipitates thought in the direction of a conceptual articulation of this sameness. This sameness for Ricoeur is truth, reality, and the world, which is integral with ever-changing but progressive knowledge. Metaphor itself is the medium by which the manifold manifest aspects of the world are taken up by a preconceptual or pre-objective grasp of them and delivered over to speculative discourse as updated knowledge gleaned from the myriad subtleties which elude science, logic, and empiricism. Metaphorical theory cannot therefore be restricted to linguistics or even to semantics, but must be extended to the things themselves. Here, truth as the telos of knowledge becomes complicated by being not just a static target which knowledge aims at, but rather a moving target whose very movement metaphor discloses repeatedly. The seventh study, Métaphore et Référence, is entirely devoted to Ricoeur's theory of metaphorical reference. He begins by drawing a distinction between a semantic and a hermeneutic study of reference. While the former restricts itself to the word and sentence, the latter s'adresse à des entités de plus grande dimension que la phrase. At the same time, Ricoeur holds fast to Frege's distinction between meaning, Sinn, and reference, Bedeutung. The truth of a proposition depends upon the references being the complement and complement to and completion of its meaning. Yet Ricoeur takes a further step by claiming that, along with scientific discourses having this structure in relation to the world, poetic discourse has an analogous structure and relation. To make the common assumption that poetic discourse is non-referential is only the error of mistaking a suspended reference for no reference. Making the distinction between a first-order reference and a second-order reference, Ricoeur then argues that the suspension of the first permits the second, or to put it another way, the reader experiences the possible world of the literary work as taking up the foreground, while the actual world recedes to the background. The bracketing of the actual world by the possible world is a cognitive operation which is counterbalanced by the ontological operation of the possible worlds being bracketed by the actual. This latter operation is mimesis, as both imitation of the world and redescription of it. Much further along in the eighth study's fourth section, l'intersection des sphères de discours, Ricoeur gives an account of the metaphorical production of new meaning at the ultimate level of its transfer from poetic discourse to speculative discourse. Referring to Jean Ladriel's theory of signification, he associates metaphor with an incessant competition between sense and reference, which in their drive to outdo yet complete one another form ever new significations, while the new and unfamiliar reference calls on the understanding for a corresponding concept. The freshly emergent concept in turn seeks anchorage in some new empirical or transcendental reference. With respect to metaphorical reference, there is of course the complication of its is not status. It is up to interpretation, a discourse which mediates between the poetic and the speculative, to determine the specificity of the metaphorical is, while not losing sight of the is not. At the same time, speculative discourse relays the diffuse aim of poetic discourse as sharpened by interpretation to its own independent domain, where metaphorical perception is integrated with the logical space of universal principles. Chapter 4, Ricoeur's commitment to tell the truth about metaphor as direct encounter with Derrida's project. Accrediting to Ricoeur a vast mobilization of the tradition which operates in the guise of being an ambitious and wide-ranging investigation of metaphor, and which, as the defensive and offensive movements of philosophy, is the surreptitious bid to subdue a seditious element, cannot help but also be a certain discrediting of him. For this reason alone, for the reason that it implicates him in a certain amount of ruse and deception, the analysis of Chapter 3 may be rejected, and it may be said that although there is little doubt that Ricoeur guides his project with the Aristotelian tradition of philosophy dialectically opposed to the quasi-Aristotelian tradition of rhetoric, there are few signs that this elaborate working out of a long-standing problem is not what it declares itself to be, namely the attempt to arrive at a better understanding of metaphor. It would seem then that much of what is being brought forward to demonstrate that Ricoeur wages an undeclared war against anti-philosophy turns out whether the eighth study is to be viewed as being accidental or essential to the 7 studies which precede it. It has already been noted that, along with his extensive survey of metaphorical theory, Ricoeur has more or less completed his theory of live metaphor by the beginning of the 8th study. This more or less is significant in the present context because it fills in the gap between Ricoeur's extending his theory to an account of metaphorical truth and reality and his recognizing an obligation to reveal la philosophie qui est impliquée dans le mouvement qui porte la recherche de la rhétorique à la sémantique et de sens vers la référence. Specifically, what is at issue here is that he refers at the beginning of the 8th study to the presuppositions or operative concepts which undergird all philosophical theory and which, according to him, cannot be thematized immediately, but which must be investigated in due course and as well as possible. Le discours ne peut se prétendre libre de présuppositions pour la raison simple que le travail de pensée par lequel on thématise une région de pensable met en jeu des concepts opératoires qui ne peuvent dans le même temps être thématisés. Mais si nul discours ne peut être radicalement dénué de présuppositions, de moins nul penseur n'est-il dispensé d'expliciter les siennes autant qu'il le peut. In this regard, it is precisely the last study of La Métaphore Vive which Ricoeur chooses as the forum of this deferred but by no means dispensable task. As far as his investigation of presuppositions or operative concepts goes, it seems that what Ricoeur essentially has in mind is his ontology, which, unquestionably Aristotelian, is taken up in the final section of the eighth study. Now, although Heidegger, whom Ricoeur strongly associates with Derrida, is discussed at length in this section, the latter is not mentioned once. On this basis alone, it may be suspected that Ricoeur's critical analysis of La Mythologie Blanche is not essential to his project as investigation of presuppositions. On the other hand, Ricoeur himself expressly connects this analysis to it, even though he does not investigate this connection in and of itself. En outre, cette phase proprement polémique de mon argument, qui va à l'encontre de thèse derridienne, est inséparable de la clarification positive de l'ontologie impliquée par la théorie de la métaphore dans le reste de la présente étude. Given this state of affairs, it is possible to think either that his judgment is faulty in this area and that the critical analysis of Derrida's essay is not part of a vital concern, or that it is related to it in a way which Ricoeur himself does not articulate. But even if it is admitted that Derrida's project, and along with it Heidegger's, pose a serious challenge to Ricoeur's project, it may be thought that on the basis of his long deferral in taking up this challenge, Ricoeur does not find it as worrisome as the semiotic structural one. After all, the latter receives a tremendous amount of attention in the third, fourth, and fifth studies, and to a lesser degree in the sixth and seventh studies. But if Ricoeur's semantic theory is essentially a theory of discourse, and at the same time supportive of his theory of metaphor, and if furthermore both the semiotic structural and the Derrida-Heidegger connections are threats to it, then the fact that the former is largely confined to a discussion of metaphor and the latter to a discussion of discourse, with metaphor as a secondary consideration, seems to go in the contrary direction. In point of fact, Ricoeur disarms the threat of semiotics almost immediately by placing it in opposition to his theory of semantics. While the former is of course found to be problematic in relation to the latter itself is never considered to be problematic, which is part of Derrida's project, in relation to the former. But to return to the matter of presuppositions, perhaps what Ricoeur means by thematizing them is something which is inseparable from an affirmation of them. If the issue of examining presuppositions is only this predetermined securing of them, then it cannot be, from an epistemological standpoint, of much interest. On the other hand, if it is not the epistemological but the ethical which prevails here, then this examination is of primary significance for the reason that it secures these presuppositions. From such a standpoint, then, what ultimately counts is not good argument in the traditional sense, but the tradition itself as good argument. The tradition itself as good argument would simply be its reproduction or representation, with its presuppositions already in place as the very basis of any self-examination or self-exploration. It, of course, would receive its tremendous force as self-affirmation or self-confirmation from an immense circularity. But even without this self-examination, which would be necessarily self-justifying, its presuppositions would receive indirect justification simply on the basis of proving themselves to be indispensable. The very length and comprehensiveness of Ricoeur's analysis as historical survey and encounter with various theories which, despite their differences, occupy a certain shared ground, implies a large-scale consensus on what is most fundamental. On the other hand, if these presuppositions were secure simply by being in operation, or valid simply as support, it would be superfluous to justify them or to take seriously any challenge to them. On this point, there seems to be a profound tension or ambiguity in that while Ricoeur stands firmly behind his theory of metaphor, he only explores his presuppositions, or at least some of them, sur un mode où l'on n'affirme plus qu'en questionnant. 4.1. From Polyphile to Derrida and Heidegger, peut-être. Ricoeur's critical analysis of La Mythologie Blanche takes up most of the third section, Métaphorique et Métaphysique. Besides the critical analysis of Derrida's essay, there is, of course, a number of related discussions. At least some of these discussions are what might be called Ricoeur's quasi-direct encounter with Derrida. On this point, the first observation to make is that he considers Derrida's project to be a radicalized version of Heidegger's. Now, of course, Ricoeur makes no declaration that his encounter with Derrida, or for that matter, Heidegger, is the culminating point of his book, and in fact, he restricts it mainly to one section, which he describes as being his second in navigation of the discontinuity issue. This second navigation results from Ricoeur's extending his plea for the discontinuity between poetic discourse and speculative discourse from a discussion of Aristotle and Aquinas to a discussion of Derrida and Heidegger. But the discussion of Heidegger in the third section, coming directly before the critical analysis of Derrida's essay, is minor compared to the latter. At the beginning of the eighth study, Ricoeur announces that the first three sections deal with some erroneous ways, essentially two, of relating poetic discourse to speculative discourse. Les trois premières sections sont un plaidoyer pour la discontinuité entre discours spéculatif et discours poétique et une réfutation de quelques-unes des manières erronées, à notre avis, de comprendre le lien d'implication entre discours métaphorique et discours spéculatif. Ricoeur first distinguishes between these two erroneous ways by calling the second the reverse of the first, une modalité toute différente et même inverse d'implication de la philosophie dans la théorie de la métaphore doit être considérée. The first erroneous way is the claim that metaphor and poetic discourse are at the origin of speculative discourse. The second erroneous way is the theory or project which puts les présuppositions philosophiques à l'origine même des distinctions qui rendent possible un discours sur la métaphore. At first glance, this second erroneous way is puzzling because it seems to be entirely in agreement with Ricoeur's own conception of philosophy as metadiscourse. Yet in the next passage, he indicates that according to the second erroneous way, these philosophical presuppositions are already infiltrated by le jeu inaperçu de la métaphore. But if this follow-up description of the second erroneous way is the correct one, then it becomes difficult to see why it should be called the reverse of the first. At this point, it is worthwhile to observe that there is an ideal candidate for representing the first erroneous way, whom Ricoeur must have encountered in La Mythologie Blanche, but never mentions. It is Polyphile, who argues in Le Jardin des Piqueurs that metaphysics is itself a kind of mythology by making and effacing metaphors in order to span the visible and invisible worlds. Further to this is the fact that rather than implicating metaphor in the very presuppositions of philosophy, which is the second erroneous way, Polyphile himself relies on these presuppositions. What is surely not insignificant here is that Ricoeur, by never mentioning Polyphile, never need mention Derrida's critique of him. And by never having to mention this critique, he avoids the difficulties which would result from having to explain its relation to the two erroneous ways. Another point to consider here is that there is yet another way in which Ricoeur defines the opposition between these erroneous ways. while he takes the second to be describing the operation of philosophical metaphor at the level of the unintentional, which is le jeu inaperçu de la métaphore, he takes the first to be describing it at the level of the intentional, which is to reproduire au plan spéculatif le fonctionnement sémantique du discours poétique. Now, this opposition between an unintentional theory of philosophical metaphor and an intentional theory of philosophical metaphor happens to be analogous to the difference which Derrida makes between his own position and Polyphil's. Polyphil's claim that metaphysics takes up into itself a mythology corresponds to the intentional dimension which Ricoeur attributes to the first erroneous way, and which, to say it again, he describes as the semantic function of poetic discourses being reproduced at the level of speculative discourse. This semantic function is described, if not at the beginning of the eighth study, then elsewhere, as the Platonic transfer of meaning and reference from the sensible to the supersensible realm. At the same time, Ricoeur identifies this transfer with both Derrida and Heidegger as le noyau théorique commun à Heidegger et à Derrida, à savoir la prétendue connivence entre le couple métaphorique de propre et de figuré et le couple métaphysique de visible et de l'invisible. What Ricoeur seems to do then is, by implicitly equating Derrida's and Heidegger's positions with Polyphil's position, or at least what has every reason to be identified as Polyphil's, unite the two erroneous ways which he explicitly opposes. Thus, Ricoeur implicitly makes Derrida and Heidegger representative not only of the second erroneous way, but also the first. In short, it would seem that Ricoeur identifies both Derrida's and Heidegger's position with the very one which Derrida himself critiques, and which, instead of calling metaphysical presuppositions into question, naively relies on them. 4.2. Aristotle and equivocation. According to the above analysis, there is a certain amount of confusion in Ricoeur's account of the two erroneous ways, which perhaps is not entirely inadvertent or even wholly distinguishable from good argument. And yet, were this confusion to be recognized by Ricoeur himself, there's no question that he would attempt either to correct it or to clear the whole of it away. On this point, there seems to be a blind spot, not only in Ricoeur's, but in philosophy's way of proceeding, which has to do with multiple and even competing objectives. Because of ongoing delays in achieving the ideal of fully realized intention, philosophy is never under the control of a single aim, except in a protracted, prescribed, or programmed sense. One of the most striking features of the eighth study is the contrast between, on the one hand, the rather banal and even unnecessary plea for a discontinuity between poetry and philosophy. Ricoeur ends up admitting that Heidegger keeps them apart, and on the other hand, all the various signs of its being a high-stakes affair, because the reasons for Ricoeur's plea for discontinuity between poetry and philosophy are not fully evident, because his two erroneous ways themselves are not clear. The constant reiteration of this plea in the eighth study suggests that its most important role is to bring otherwise intractable material onto the field. Equivocation is not only the essence of the metaphorical power which Ricoeur unleashes in his theories of resemblance and reference, it is also the essence of the metaphorical explosive which Derrida unleashes as the catachrestic movement at the heart of philosophy. The difference between Ricoeur's and Derrida's approach to equivocation is the difference between, on the one hand, finding it outside of and yet still at work for philosophy, and on the other hand, finding it at work in philosophy. Finding it in philosophy is a threat to philosophy because it is the implicit admission that equivocation is the work of philosophy, which philosophy itself does not control. With respect to this difficult area of investigation, the challenge to Ricoeur is threefold. First, there is the matter of giving sufficient recognition to equivocation which is not only at work outside philosophy, but also inside it. Secondly, there is the matter of demonstrating that, despite this work of equivocation in philosophy, it does not involve metaphor. And thirdly, there's the matter of, on the basis of distinguishing philosophical from metaphorical equivocation, countering the claim or the suspicion that the former is out of control. Contrary to finding a certain amount of equivocation in Aristotle, as Derrida does in La Mythologie Blanche, Ricoeur demonstrates how Aristotle controls the equivocation. According to Ricoeur's analysis in the first section, La métaphore et l'équivocité de l'être et de stat, equivocation is only what originates with the subject matter of philosophy. More precisely, it originates with philosophy's primary task, which is the question of being. This question, along with philosophy's own response to it in the form of the theory of substance and accidents, both delimits the philosophically equivocal and is the basis of predication and the univocal. Despite this philosophical response, the threat still persists in the way that, while metaphor is not, strictly speaking, out of control, it contains a moment of errancy. Now, should this moment be admitted as a veritable part of philosophical discourse, it would no longer be possible to hold that equivocation in philosophy is simply the result of its own subject matter. To bar the admission, then, of such a moment is not to condemn entirely the use of metaphor in philosophy, but rather to condemn its abuse. On this point, Ricoeur gives the example of Aristotle's condemnation of Plato. According to Aristotle, the latter constructs his world of eternal forms by way of empty words and poetic metaphors. L'équivocité réglée doit se substituer à la participation platonicienne, laquelle n'est que métaphorique. On va dire que les idées sont des paradigmes et que les autres choses participent d'elles, c'est se payer de mots vides et faire des métaphores poétiques. Donc, la philosophie ne doit ni métaphoriser ni poétiser, même quand elle traite des significations équivoques de l'être. It must be said at this point that Ricoeur's extremely long and detailed demonstration of philosophical control over equivocation seems to be preemptive of engaging Derrida in this area. It appears to be a strategy of fundamental avoidance and advanced sidelining of his project, in the sense that the prolonging of this issue beyond the analyses of Aristotle and Aquinas could easily be judged tiresome. By the time Ricoeur turns his attention to Derrida in the third section, philosophical equivocation is no longer an issue, and what replaces it is dead metaphor. Perhaps at bottom, no serious or deep encounter with Derrida is aimed at by Ricoeur. If his overriding preoccupation is the task of affirming the unmediated foundation of philosophy as self-presence, as dominant discourse, as unique response to the question of being, and the difference between going as far as possible in the direction of confrontation and refutation and the semblance of going as far as possible becomes virtually nil. Of course, the thrust of Ricoeur's analysis is to demonstrate that while Aristotle does not provide the most satisfactory or fully developed answer to the question of being, is one which nonetheless is systematic, anti-metaphorical, logical, and logically analogical. He notes that in the categories, which agree with the metaphysics on this point, Aristotle is intent on controlling the semantic spread between the absolute univocity of the synonym and the full-fledged equivocity of the homonym. Ricoeur locates this will to master philosophical equivocation in Aristotle's discussion of baronym. Here, the orderly spread of significations is conceived on the basis of a single root term. Ainsi, de grammaire vient grammairien, et de courage homme courageux. According to Ricoeur, Aristotle's ordering of the multiple significations of being is itself an example of baronym, which at the same time is unique. The root term is being, and the conjugates are the various modes of being. Ricoeur also describes this primary schema as being analogical in the sense that the criteria by which the multiple significations of being are ordered are progressively weakened in order to accommodate the largest possible number of significations. L'analogie désigne virtuellement cet affaiblissement progressif de la précision de la fonction prédicative à mesure qu'on passe de la prédication primordiale à la prédication dérivée et de la prédication essentielle à la prédication accidentelle qui est paronymique. For 3, Aquinas, Analogy, and Ontotheology. Although Ricoeur gives greatest attention to equivocation in the first section, he nonetheless extended to the second section, la métaphore et l'analogia entes, l'ontothéologie. Conversely, the issue of analogy, while analyzed at length in this section, is already launched and well underway in the first. Of course, what formally links and orders these sections is his demonstration that the discontinuity between poetry and philosophy disqualifies the thesis that the semantic aim of the first is transferred to the second. Given that the first section on Aristotle, besides being a critique of the first erroneous way, is inevitably a critique of le noyau théorique commun à Heidegger et à Derrida, the following section on Aquinas must be a continuation of the same. Here, Ricoeur's demonstration is essentially that philosophical equivocation, even if transferred to theology, is still a matter inherent to and controlled by speculative discourse. It therefore is non-metaphorical, and being purely the result of raising and answering the question of being, is unique and not influenced from the outside. Medieval metaphysics is a fundamental complication of the issue of philosophical equivocation because, although based on Aristotle, it does not operate solely along the horizontal axis of substance and accident, but also along the vertical axis of creator and creation. Moreover, this second operation is at least in part a return to the Platonic metaphysic of a supersensible world grounding the imperfect sensible world. Taking into consideration Aristotle's critique of this Platonic metaphysic, which theology appropriates, Ricoeur admits that there is a need to counter to the suspicion that theology smuggles metaphor back into metaphysics. According to Aquinas' version of the Platonic metaphysic, the imperfect creatures of this world participate in a perfect being, a divine creator, from whom they receive their essence. Viewed in isolation and apart from his own modifications, this metaphysic is, along with being quasi-poetic or quasi-mythical, problematic on two counts. First of all, it effectively separates itself from the metaphysic of substance and accidents, and secondly, it denies the incommensurable distance between infinite and finite being. In order to address these difficulties, Aquinas, following Aristotle's lead, conceives God as the supreme substance and first cause. But given that this first cause is now taken to be act rather than agent, the way is open to a non-anthropomorphic conception of divine being, countering the Platonic and poetic dimension while seemingly doing away with the accompanying difficulties. Aquinas hierarchically relates the infinite and finite dimensions of being by using the analogy of proportionate relations. On voit l'avantage pour le discours théologique entre le créé et Dieu. En effet, la distance est infinie, finite ad infinitum nulla est proportio. Or, la ressemblance proportionnelle n'institue aucun rapport déterminé entre le fini et l'infini, puisqu'elle est indépendante de la distance. Elle n'est pas pourtant pas absence de rapport. Il est encore possible de dire ce que le fini est au fini, l'infini est à l'infini. Transcrivons la science divine est à Dieu ce que la science humaine est au créé. Following the pattern of his earlier analysis of Aristotle, Ricoeur observes that Aquinas is also concerned with philosophical equivocation when he sets up a polar opposition between univocity and equivocity. Instead of univocities being, as in Aristotle, defined as synonymy, and the word's one-to-one correspondence with the object, is now defined as divine being in its relation to itself. The univocity of this divine being is then contrasted with the equivocity of being in its general dispersion. Ricoeur's observation of this similarity between Aristotle's and Aquinas' conception of the equivocal nature of being is part and parcel of what is a primary consideration for him in the eighth study, namely to illustrate that different discourses, even while successfully maintaining their integrity, conduct fruitful exchanges with one another. This in turn is tied to the basic argument of his analysis of Aquinas, namely that although medieval metaphysics is a mode de discours qui est déjà lui-même un mix d'ontologie et de théologie, its speculative dimension is nonetheless independent. Although this speculative dimension is influenced by the general discourse on God, it is still essentially the response to the question of being. Here as elsewhere, Ricoeur insists that semantic intention is the basis of discursive discontinuity. The following passage provides a striking example of this insistence. De moins, la bataille pour un concept toujours plus adéquat d'analogie reste exemplaire sur un point, son refus de tout compromis avec le discours poétique. Ce refus s'exprime par le souci de toujours marquer la différence entre l'analogie et la métaphore. Pour ma part, je vois dans ce souci le trait distinctif de la visée sémantique du discours spéculatif. If it is the case that philosophy cannot be dissociated from even a theological use of its own basic tenets, then Ricoeur's demonstration of the discontinuity between metaphor and metaphysics runs a risk of being both excessively wide-ranging and excessively limited. Excessively wide-ranging in that philosophy and theology are brought together by him in order to make common cause against unlicensed metaphorical play in philosophy, excessively limited in that he correspondingly rules that whatever metaphorical play there is in philosophy must be a holdover from Platonism. Along the same lines, Ricoeur makes a brief but telling reference to Heidegger at the beginning of the second section, and an equally brief but telling reference to Derrida at the end of it. When giving his description of medieval metaphysics as the combination of a vertical or transcendental axis and a horizontal or empirical one, Ricoeur identifies Heidegger as the philosopher who, following Kant, labels this discourse ontotheology. Depuis Heidegger, qui suit lui-même Kant, on l'appelle par abréviation ontothéologie. Since, first of all, Ricoeur himself acknowledges that the rudiments of ontotheology are to be found in Aristotle, and secondly, since he also links Plato to this ontotheology, and finally, since he associates Heidegger's critique of metaphor with his Platonic conception of metaphor, there is reason to suspect that in referring to Heidegger at this juncture, Ricoeur is signaling that the whole theological tradition has been wrongly associated with a metaphysical misunderstanding or misuse of metaphor, which rightly belongs not to Aristotelianism, but to Platonism. Ricoeur's reference to Derrida at the end of the second section is a rather out-of-character and obscure remark, which is only accompanied by a short identifying footnote. Ah, le soleil, oh, le feu, l'héliotropes n'est pas loin, où se dénonce tout trop par ressemblance. Immediately before this remark, Ricoeur raises once again the specter of Platonism, or more precisely, ontotheology's having recourse to Platonic participation and thereby smuggling in metaphor. Following Aquinas, Ricoeur, then raising this specter only in order to dismiss it, compares the sun's relation to the earth as single and unique progenitor to God's relation to all earthly creatures as source of their perfections. After briefly signaling that the analysis of Derrida is near at hand, Ricoeur, still following Aquinas, then examines metaphor and analogy in their greatest proximity, namely the relationship between metaphor by analogy, poetic, and analogia proportionalitas, philosophical. Here the task is to describe the attributes of God along two parallel lines. One of these lines is the metaphorical line of signification, which, as the perception of the lesser known by the better known, refers to the attributes of God by referring to some earthly thing, e.g., line, as in God is a line. By contrast, the analogical line of signification is a direct reference to God, which is also the attributing to him of what is infinite, e.g., his wisdom, and what is only to be found in finite form at the human level. Unlike metaphor by analogy, analogia proportionalitas is signification produced by and incorporated into a pre-existing system of concept. Given that the latter includes the concept of God as infinite being, what is attributed to God analogically by theology is also what logically supersedes its finite form and content. Like Ricoeur's reference to Heidegger at the beginning of the second section, his reference to Derrida at the end of it suggests that the latter's conception of metaphor is Platonic. Of course, Ricoeur rejects the Platonic conception of metaphor, and by doing so, he also rejects whatever critique of Aristotelian metaphysics is based on it. At the same time, his repudiation of this conception is itself based on demonstrating that Aristotelian metaphysics is, among other things, in control of itself. It would seem then that if Derrida were claiming or even implying the contrary, Ricoeur has found a way in the first and second sections to counter this charge and even to deliver perhaps a preliminary counter-critique. The latter would be that Derrida only comes to his anti-philosophical stance because he has improperly grasped the nature of metaphor and philosophy's primary question. 4.4. The Heidegger connection. In the eighth study, Ricoeur's analysis of Heidegger comes in the third section, Métaphorique et Métaphysique, and in the fifth section, Explicitation ontologique du postulat de la référence. In the third section, Ricoeur associates Heidegger with Derrida explicitly, and in the fifth section does not mention the latter at all. But not mentioning Derrida does not necessarily mean that he is not present in this section, and because Ricoeur does in fact associate these two at the most fundamental level, PS will assume that he is present in the final section. Besides this complication, then, there are two others. The first additional complication is that while the explicit association of Derrida with Heidegger is made on the basis of Ricoeur's critique of the Platonic conception of metaphor, the implicit or covert one is made on the basis of his defense of the Aristotelian conception of being. The second additional complication is that in both the third and fifth sections, Ricoeur also implicitly dissociates Heidegger from Derrida. This simultaneous countermove is largely the result of, while taking Heidegger to be more in line with the tradition than he realizes, considering Derrida to be essentially committed to its disruption or even destruction. Cette tactique déroutante, on l'a compris, n'est qu'un épisode dans une stratégie plus vaste de la déconstruction qui consiste en tout temps et en tout cas à ruiner par l'aporie le discours métaphysique. While Ricoeur brings together Derrida and Heidegger very briefly in the first study, it is only in the eighth study's third section that he finally analyzes their discourses on metaphor. Coming directly before his analysis of La Mythologie Blanche, Ricoeur's analysis of Heidegger is less than half as long, and apart from its own merits, effectively ushers in the analysis of Derrida's essay. At the beginning of the eighth study, Ricoeur describes the third section as follows. Plaçons en épigraphe l'affirmation de Heidegger que la métaphorique n'existe qu'à l'intérieur de la métaphysique. On prendra pour guide de cette seconde navigation la mythologie blanche de Jacques Derrida. It would seem that according to Ricoeur, Heidegger's position on metaphor serves as the basis of Derrida's. On the other hand, Ricoeur chooses Derrida and not Heidegger as the guide for this second navigation. In order to account for this preference for Derrida, it must surely be that either he is in some way supplements Heidegger's position, or that Heidegger in some way weakens his own. But to go back briefly to the first consideration, namely that Heidegger's position serves as the basis of Derrida's, Ricoeur, it will be remembered, explicitly identifies both Derrida and Heidegger with a Platonic conception of metaphor. Since Ricoeur takes this conception to be at odds with the Aristotelian tradition, it follows that, rather than some supplement to or weakening of Heidegger's position, what is primarily at issue is the shared position of Derrida and Heidegger. Yet one of Ricoeur's first moves is to undermine this notion of a shared position, claiming that Heidegger's use of metaphor is more important than what he says about it. He argues that although such comments as metaphor exist only inside metaphysics seem impressive, they are really only marginal. Besides the fact that they occur only in two texts, Der Satz vom Grund and Unterweg zur Sprache, they are tightly controlled by their context. Chez Heidegger lui-même, le contexte limite considérablement la portée de cette attaque contre la métaphore, au point qu'on peut penser que l'usage constant que Heidegger fait de la métaphore a finalement plus d'importance que ce qu'il dit incidemment contre la métaphore. On examining these contexts, Ricoeur concludes that Heidegger's concern is really not to condemn metaphor, but rather to defend his particular use of it. Even while continuing to insist that Heidegger's conception is Platonic, Ricoeur now maintains that his philosophical use of it is not Platonic, which is to say that it is a proper use, or to risk belaboring this point, a non-reliance on the visible world, invisible world opposition. Ricoeur holds then that Heidegger distinguishes live metaphor without recognizing it as such from purely metaphysical or dead metaphor. The first implication of this analysis, then, is that when Heidegger identifies metaphor with metaphysics, and furthermore when he declares that metaphysics is something to be surpassed, he does not recognize that Platonic metaphysics, with its doctrine of dead metaphor, has already been surpassed as the tradition's own Aufhebung of itself. The second implication is that even while Heidegger wrongly takes the tradition to be Platonic rather than Aristotelian, his position on metaphor is not fundamentally different from Aristotle's. Finally, the third implication is that Derrida is more of a threat because, unlike Heidegger, he does not simply assert the Platonic conception of metaphor, but argues for it. On peut distinguer deux affirmations dans l'entrelac serré de la démonstration de Derrida. La première porte sur l'efficace de la métaphore usée dans le discours philosophique, la seconde sur l'unité profonde de transfert métaphorique et de transfert analogique de l'être visible à l'être intelligible. While the first and second of these implications, namely that Heidegger wrongly diagnoses the tradition, that he does not recognize his allegiance to Aristotle, turn out to be theses of a sort in the fifth section, the third implication, namely that Derrida reaffirms the Platonic side of the tradition, is, strictly speaking, never developed. What is likely one reason for this is that Ricoeur limits his analysis of the relationship between Platonic metaphysics and Aristotelian metaphysics to a few lengthy footnotes. No doubt the marginalization of this issue reflects his primary concern, which is to demonstrate that Aristotelian metaphysics surpasses its predecessor. As a consequence, his efforts do not go in the direction of demonstrating how and why Derrida's conception of metaphor is Platonic. What is likely another reason is that while Ricoeur unquestionably views Heidegger's fundamental ontology as essentially one with Aristotle's inquiry into being, he finds Heidegger's insistence to the contrary to be troublesome. The result is that rather than pursuing matters on some deeper level, he sets his sights on a further encounter with Heidegger, which cannot be described as being anywhere near as probing as his inquiries into Aristotle and Aquinas. Coming in the form of a harsh indictment, Je déplore la position prise par Heidegger. This encounter takes the form of two major objections. The first objection is that Heidegger, by labeling all Western thought metaphysical, makes a blanket critique of it which slights the contributions of his predecessors. Mais pourquoi cette philosophie devrait-elle refuser à tous ses dévancés le bénéfice de la rupture et la novation qu'elle s'octroie à elle-même? In addition, Ricoeur goes on to argue that Heidegger's own contribution, however original it may be, does not strongly differ from earlier ones. Quel philosophe digne de ce nom n'a pas avant lui médite sur la métaphore de chemin et ne se pas tenir pour le premier à se mettre sur un chemin qui est le langage lui-même s'adressant à lui. Finally, Ricoeur adopts a pronounced moral tone when he accuses Heidegger of betraying a certain vengefulness and will to power. Je ne puis voir dans cet enfermement de l'histoire intérieure de la pensée occidentale dans l'unité de la métaphysique que la marque de l'esprit de vengeance auquel cette pensée invite pourtant à renoncer, en même temps qu'à la volonté de puissance dont ce dernier lui paraît inséparable. The second major objection is that by continually opposing his philosophy to metaphysics, Heidegger eventually takes it to the point of obscurity and no return. In his last few works, there is, according to Ricoeur, une suite d'effacements et d'abolitions qui précipite la pensée dans le vide, la ramène à l'hermétisme et à la préciosité et reconduisent les jeux étymologiques à la mystification de son primitif. In sum, Heidegger is accused of having abandoned the propositional form, the very basis of philosophical or speculative discourse, and either striving to express the ineffable or else despairing of language altogether. C'est ainsi que cette philosophie redonne vie aux séductions de l'inarticulé et de l'inexprimé, voire à quelque désespoir de langage proche de celui de l'avant-dernière proposition de Tractatus de Wittgenstein. Before beginning the examination of Ricoeur's critical analysis of Derrida's essay, it is worthwhile to note that although Derrida is left well behind by the time the above objections against Heidegger are made, they are not of such a nature as not to be intended to reach him. While it is true that at no time does Ricoeur claim that Derrida's work is obscure or despairing of language, it is also true that in the first study he makes a number of remarks which, by referring to an untamed rhetoric and sophistry which dangerously rivals philosophy, seem very much to reflect on someone of Derrida's style and philosophical persuasion. Furthermore, along with claiming that Derrida has une pensée plus subversive que celle de Heidegger, Ricoeur puts the former squarely in the camp of the latter when he claims that Derrida is motivated by l'universelle suspicion à l'endroit de la métaphysique occidentale. It must be then that even though Ricoeur reserves for Heidegger, or more precisely the late Heidegger, some of the most severe of his criticisms, he means to hit Derrida with them because the latter, as Ricoeur himself claims, is the extension and radicalization of Heidegger. 4.5. The critical analysis of the Mythologie Blanche, Part 1. According to everything that has been said so far, the culminating point of La Métaphore Vive is the critical analysis of La Mythologie Blanche. Here, Ricoeur's whole enterprise achieves its critical mass and, no longer guided by the aim of critiquing, correcting, and contributing to metaphorical theory, stands opposed to the project which, via metaphor, challenges philosophy as theory, ideal, truth, metaphysics and metadiscourse. It is necessary to begin this section with a look at how the first part of Ricoeur's critical analysis is related to the second part, or rather how the second part bears upon the first part. First of all, it should be noted that the first two statements of the second part introduce two key terms. Les remarques critiques que je propose ici ne peuvent bien évidemment atteindre le programme entier de la déconstruction et de la dissémination, mais seulement l'argumentation tirée de la collusion de la métaphore usée et du thème métaphysique de l'analogie. En outre, cette phase proprement polémique de mon argument est inséparable de la clarification positive de l'ontologie impliquée par la théorie de la métaphore dans le reste de la présente étude. Since Ricoeur uses the word polemic in no other part of La Métaphore Vive, it seems that he considers his critical marks here of a somewhat different order than they are elsewhere, that is, somewhat harsher or more confrontational. Furthermore, it is likely that he wishes to distinguish the second part of his critical analysis from the first part, which is presumably an impartial examination from which the second part, constituted by the critical remarks, devolves. Yet it might be suspected that, unlike the examination of evidence and testimony in the legal or judicial sphere, this process in philosophy has hardly ever begun, so far as any single work goes, without a conclusion or condemnation already in sight. It would be a rare thing if Ricoeur or any other philosopher risked the possibility of, while undertaking the inspection of some other analysis, challenging or seriously undermining the very inspection itself. Turning now to the first part of Ricoeur's critical analysis, it is worthwhile to note that Ricoeur bestows another dubious distinction on Derrida's project. Unlike all the other ones, including Heidegger's, Derrida's is defined as being in opposition to the whole of Ricoeur's project. On peut distinguer deux affirmations dans l'entrelac serré de la démonstration de Derrida. La première affirmation prend à revers tout notre travail tendu vers la découverte de la métaphore vive. Directly attributing this opposition to Derrida's conception of metaphor as dead metaphor, Ricoeur claims that it results in a métaphoricité sans borne de la métaphore. This unlimited metaphoricity is a surreptitious movement in or behind discourse which extends the range and power of metaphor beyond les ressources d'une sémantique historique et diachronique, ainsi que celles de la lexicographie et de l'étymologie. Now, given that the greater part of the metaphor vive is, well, certainly not a lexicographical or etymological study, a semantic one, it is likely that Ricoeur views Derrida as a threat to one of his basic notions, that the aim or intention of a discourse is what ultimately distinguishes it from another. Another point is that Ricoeur associates Derrida's opposition to his project with an opposition to metaphysics or philosophy in general. According to Ricoeur, Derrida's analysis of dead metaphor is intended to raviver la métaphore et démasquer le concept. It is thereby suggested that the concept is something fraudulent in Derrida's eyes, and that, as a consequence, his primary objective is to unmask it by demonstrating that it is essentially metaphorical. While at no point does Ricoeur accuse Derrida of trying to unmask philosophy or portray it as being fraudulent, he nonetheless attributes some rather dark motives to la mythologie blanche, namely that, besides attempting to demonstrate that la métaphoricité est non maîtrisable absolument, it is also une œuvre qui fomente bien d'autres manœuvres subversives. Moreover, he claims that it is part of a larger project whose aim is, en tout temps et en tout cas, à ruiner par apporter le discours métaphysique. Since all these highly charged remarks come in the first half of the critical analysis of La Mythologie Blanche, it is not unreasonable to think that the second half, the critical or polemical part is already at work in the first half. If it is the case that the second half precedes and determines the first half, then the first half must be a certain interpretation of La Mythologie Blanche. Moreover, it would be an interpretation which is preparatory to the second half by opening up the essay to a more explicit or trenchant critique. Confirmation of this comes from the fact that in order to describe Derrida's project, Ricoeur resorts to referring it to a thesis or theory of metaphor, which Derrida himself does not declare as his thesis or theory. Thus it is that, without explaining this discrepancy, which bears on the intentions of philosophers, Ricoeur continually refers to dead metaphor, and moreover identifies it on at least 2 or 3 occasions as Derrida's thesis or watchword, mot d'ordre. While it's true that in the early part of his critical analysis, Ricoeur identifies dead metaphor, metaphor usée, or metaphor morte, with usère in a way which preserves the latter's echivocity, it is also true that this echivocity is soon forgotten, and as a consequence, dead metaphor takes over the field and is consistently treated as having only one sense or signification. Ricoeur goes on to make 3 other moves which undermine his initial recognition of usère as signifying both figurative loss and semantic gain. The first move is that, like dead metaphor, usère is taken by Ricoeur to be Derrida's very own conception of metaphor rather than his conception of the traditional or epical understanding of metaphor. His second move is not to recognize, or at least not recognize consistently, that for Derrida, usère signifies not metaphor in general, but philosophical metaphor. Strictly speaking, poetic metaphor, which bulks so largely in La Métaphore vive, is not the point at issue in La Mythologie Blanche. Finally, the third move which Ricoeur makes to counter the double sense of usère is that in giving his initial account of it, he interprets it as signifying, besides wearing away, a linguistic gain which, though forming the concept, is something apart from the concept's own grasp and control. Suivant la même ligne d'ascendance, on soupçonnera que la métaphore puisse être la plus-value linguistique fonctionnant à l'insu des locuteurs. Somewhat earlier, at the beginning of the third section, and before his analysis of Heidegger, Ricoeur refers to the unsaid of metaphor, which operates behind the back of philosophy. Entre philosophie et métaphore, une implication d'un tout autre genre vient au jeu qui les enchaîne au niveau de leur présupposition cachée plutôt que celui de leurs intentions déclarées. By stating the relationship between metaphor and concept here so unilaterally and in a way which assumes a strong opposition between intention and non-intention, or consciousness and non-consciousness, Ricoeur forecloses on the possibility that Derrida does not claim that philosophy has no control over metaphor, but only that there is a point of no control where metaphor and concept no longer oppose each other or are even to be distinguished from one another. Just as Ricoeur's project is torn between indirectly appropriating Derrida's project and directly confronting it, and between recognizing and not recognizing it, so it is torn between being precise in its analysis of it and putting this project in its place. On at least 2 occasions, one of which must necessarily be still a matter of conjecture, and the other much less so, this dilemma manifests itself as the identification of Derrida's project with other projects which the latter brings into the proximity of his own, and which, as may be said, are inescapably analogous or similar to it. The dilemma is also, in a sense, the resolution of the dilemma by collapsing one project, which is Derrida's, into the other project, which is the analogous one. With respect to what has already been posited and argued for, namely that Ricoeur identifies Derrida's project with Polyphil's position, there are 4 main points. The first point is that Ricoeur never explicitly refers to Polyphil's arguments, even though Derrida's citations from Le Jardin d'Épicure, as well as his commentary and analysis, take up nearly the whole of the first section of La Mythologie Blanche. The second point is that, as already mentioned, Derrida raises an objection to Polyphil's arguments. The third point is that, despite raising this objection, Derrida treats Polyphil's arguments as having a certain validity. The fourth point is that Ricoeur picks up on this affinity between Derrida and Polyphil, but then by ignoring Derrida's objection to Polyphil's project, turns this affinity into an identity. Although the indications of Ricoeur's having done this, of having turned Derrida into the anti-metaphysical but Platonic Polyphil, are part and parcel of his overall treatment of him in the eighth study, there is nonetheless a more concrete piece of evidence. Ricoeur cites a line from La Mythologie Blanche as if it were one of the more figurative or colorful instances of Derrida stating his own thesis of dead metaphor. In fact, it belongs to Derrida's analysis of Polyphil. D'où le titre même de l'essai, Mythologie Blanche, la métaphysique a effacé en elle-même la scène fabuleuse qu'il a produite et qui reste néanmoins active, remuante, inscrite à l'encre blanche, dessin invisible et recouvert dans le palimpseste. Just as Derrida is guilty of associating himself too closely with Polyphil by appropriating the latter's watchword, so Ricoeur condemns him for this association by taking Polyphil's position to be the more legible and straightforward version of Derrida's. Ricoeur's identification of Derrida's project with Polyphil's position is still operative when Hegel's opposing view arrives on the scene. Complicating matters here is the fact that Ricoeur now associates Derrida with Hegel, but only in the sense of attributing to Derrida this association. This is to say that Ricoeur takes Derrida to be looking for support for his dead metaphor thesis by attaching it in some way to Hegel's theory of Hebung. Le jeu de la métaphore se dissimule dans la relève de concept. Par relève, Derrida traduit très heureusement au Hebung hegelien. Derrida s'appuie ici sur un texte particulièrement éloquent de Hegel dans l'esthétique. But of course, Ricoeur's association of Derrida with Hegel is only the first of two moves. The second move is to dissociate him from Hegel, or more precisely, to critique Derrida's seeking support from him by way of oversimplifying his theory of Hebung. Là où Hegel voit une innovation de sens, Derrida ne voit que l'usure de la métaphore et un mouvement d'idéalisation par dissimulation de l'origine métaphorique. Since Ricoeur takes Derrida's notion of idealization to be signifying the continuous transfer of metaphorical meaning to the conceptual realm, there is for him an irreconcilable difference between this idealization and the metaphorical production of new meaning, which is actualized at the conceptual level. To take an overall view, it seems that the only way open to Ricoeur in his struggle to rein in Derrida is to bring his analysis as close as possible to the latter's project, and at the same time keep this same project out of focus. Along with absorbing as much of it as he can, Ricoeur conducts an attentive and conscientious study of it in a way which, paradoxically enough, guarantees its not being the most scrupulous. On peut distinguer deux affirmations dans l'entrelac serré de la démonstration de Jacques Derrida. La première porte sur l'efficace de la métaphore usée dans le discours philosophique, la seconde sur l'unité profonde du transfert métaphorique et du transfert analogique de l'être visible à l'être intelligible. As guiding principles of Ricoeur's critical analysis, the dead metaphor thesis and the Platonic conception of metaphor presuppose that Derrida's project is a theory of metaphor, that it is a commitment to the determinable, the definable, the univocal, and so on. it is to presuppose that rather than taking the subject of metaphor beyond itself, it takes it to be something which, even in its own deconstructive mood or mode, can be examined and critiqued. At the same time, by treating Derrida's project as theory of metaphor, Ricoeur must treat it as very bad theory. Stripped it down to its basics, it is a blatant contradiction. It declares that metaphor disappears and dies in the concept, and then that metaphor reveals itself and is alive in the concept. Of course, if Ricoeur were to settle for this simplistic depiction of Derrida's project, he would not only do it a grave injustice, but also undermine the integrity of his own. In order to overcome this both ethical and epistemological problem, Ricoeur's analysis must shuttle back and forth between the two poles of very bad theory and more than theory. The more than theory pole is everything in Derrida's project which Ricoeur recognizes as a demonstration of the aporetic and paradoxical nature of metaphor. On at least 2 or 3 occasions in the first part of his critical analysis, Ricoeur shifts towards this more than theory pole. The first time he does so, it is but a gesture. He begins by acknowledging that Derrida's conception of metaphoricity extends to the figurative aspect of philosophy's basic concepts, but instead of following Derrida further in this direction, Ricoeur assimilates this metaphorical aspect of philosophemes, a dimension which properly goes beyond metaphor, to the theory of dead metaphor. He then goes on to cite a passage from Nietzsche, which, as a description of metaphorical effacement, bears a striking resemblance to Polypho's in Le Jardin des Piqueurs. In both cases, the wearing away of metaphor is represented by the figure of a coin's being polished and effaced by much handling. Unlike Polypho, however, Nietzsche extends the sense of metaphor beyond metaphysical oppositions by including as part of his meaning of metaphor perceptual and phonic significations. By ignoring this extension of meaning and by simply not citing the appropriate passages, Ricoeur can include Nietzsche among those who uphold the theory of dead metaphor. Very shortly after, Ricoeur gives a resume, which may count as the second shift to the more than theory pole, of what is essentially Derrida's negative thesis, the condition of the impossibility of defining philosophical metaphor. He reports that given that the basic concepts and primary principles of philosophy are themselves metaphorical, what is being defined is always part of the defining. Ricoeur calls this epistemological dilemma the paradoxe de l'auto-implication de la métaphore. But in a second move, he turns his back on this reading in order to attack Derrida's project in terms of its motive, cette tactique déroutante, etc. The issue of the self-implication of metaphor, although soon taken up in some detail, is ultimately deferred to the end of the second part of the critical analysis, where it is submerged in the dead metaphor thesis and the theory of live metaphor. Now, what is strange from the point of view of bothering with Derrida's essay in the first place, but not strange from the point of view of tactfully subverting it, is a certain lacuna or oversight in Ricoeur's analysis, which pertains to a definite move he could make and which would overthrow Derrida's project immediately. After having given his resume of the negative thesis, and furthermore after having characterized this thesis as being the attempt to ruin metaphysics, Ricoeur makes no issue of the fact that according to his own analysis, Derrida carries out his both deconstructive and destructive vision on a metaphysical basis. By raising no issue about this discrepancy, it would seem that Ricoeur's analysis benefits to the extent that a play is kept going between the two poles of very bad theory and more than theory. At the end of the first part of Ricoeur's critical analysis, this combination of oversimplified theory and sophisticated riddle is more discernible, if still veiled. The first time is when Ricoeur compares first two theories of resemblance, namely what is suggestive of being, or rather not being, a theory of resemblance in Derrida's essay, and the theory of resemblance developed in the sixth study. Secondly, Ricoeur also compares, at least implicitly, two theories of analogy, namely a rudimentary theory of analogy in Derrida's essay and Aristotle's theory. Comprendre la force de cette affirmation, celle de Derrida, reportons-nous à nos propres analyses sur le jeu de la ressemblance. Il n'est pas rare que ce jeu ait été rapporté à l'analogie, soit que l'analogie signifie très particulièrement proportionnalité, comme dans la poétique d'Aristote, soit qu'elle désigne moins techniquement tout recours à la ressemblance dans le rapprochement de champs sémiques éloignés. La thèse que nous considérons maintenant revient à dire tout usage de l'analogie en apparence neutre au regard de la tradition métaphysique reposerait à son insu sur un concept métaphysique d'analogie qui désigne le mouvement de renvoi du visible à l'invisible. La primordiale iconicité serait ici contenue, ce qui fondamentalement fait image, ce serait le visible tout entier, c'est sa ressemblance à l'invisible qui le constituerait comme image. Conséquemment, la toute première transposition serait le transport de sens de l'empirique dans le lieu intelligible. As Ricoeur relates in the first and second sections of the eighth study, the task of metaphysics is to control the equivocal nature of being by way of an adequate theory of analogy. By contrast, Derrida's thesis, according to Ricoeur, is that there is an invisible world which is somehow perceived as resembling the visible world, and that furthermore, the invisible world is constituted by the direct transformation of metaphors into concepts. Of course, as demonstrated in the sixth study, the theory of live metaphor is unlike the theory of dead metaphor, a highly sophisticated one. It therefore seems to be implied that if Derrida is to successfully demonstrate the universality of metaphor, he must have a theory of resemblance with a level of sophistication at least comparable to Ricoeur's. Derrida's thesis as sophisticated riddle is, once again, the paradox of using metaphor in order to define and describe it. As mentioned earlier, Ricoeur identifies Derrida's conception of metaphor with what Derrida himself analyzes as the traditional or epical understanding of metaphor. This misidentification of Derrida's project is what allows Ricoeur to recognize it not as a project dealing with the problematic of metaphor, but only with the paradox of metaphor. It is effectively his recognition of it not as a project which goes beyond the tradition and which views the tradition itself as problematic, but as one which is, despite itself, wholly in the tradition and simply a problem for it. For Ricoeur, then, there is only live metaphor and dead metaphor, and nothing in between. Dead metaphor is all that there is behind Derrida's claim that the definiendum of philosophical metaphor is implicated in the definiens. According to Ricoeur, the Platonic conception of metaphor takes shape in Derrida's project by way of quelques métaphores clés qui ont le privilège de recourir et de concentrer le mouvement de la relève métaphysique. The foremost of these key metaphors is the sun, and Ricoeur notes that for Derrida it appears as a problematic figure already in Aristotle. Chez Aristote, déjà, le soleil fournit une métaphore bien insolite, puisque pour dire sa puissance d'engendrement, il manque un mot que la métaphore de l'ensemencement supplié. Pour Derrida, cela est le symptôme de quelques traits indécisifs par son insistance. Le mouvement qui fait tourner le soleil dans la métaphore, ça va être celui qui tournait la métaphore philosophique vers le soleil. 2 points should now be made, which, in illustrating the selective nature of Ricoeur's critical analysis, also point to the dilemma of his having both to recognize and not recognize Derrida's project. The first point is that the above passage and its immediate context is the only place in Ricoeur's critical analysis, apart from the 2 footnotes in the first study, where he acknowledges that Derrida's inquiry into philosophical metaphor is also an analysis of Aristotle. This lapse is likely not insignificant insofar as Ricoeur's project is Aristotelian and might prove vulnerable to Derrida's deconstruction of Aristotle. The second point is that Ricoeur transfers Aristotle's sun metaphor from its context in La Mythologie Blanche, where it is viewed by Derrida as illustrative of the ultimately insoluble problem of distinguishing between good and bad metaphor through the context of his presumed attempt to unmask the use of analogy in metaphysics. Ici donc, on parle du caractère métaphorique de la métaphysique, du caractère métaphysique de la métaphore. Ce qu'il faut appréhender, c'est l'unique mouvement qui emporte les mots et les choses au-delà, meta. As a consequence of this removal of the sun figure from the good metaphor, bad metaphor problematic, and the transfer of it to the dead metaphor thesis, it is not necessary for Ricoeur to recognize the dual nature of Derrida's analysis, which is that it also takes the sun to be the paradigm of the sensible. The enigma of the sun is not simply illustrative of the problem of metaphor, but also the problem of the proper improper opposition, and hence the whole of language. The sun figure is dominant despite other paradigmatic metaphors or metaphors of metaphor, which Ricoeur only mentions in passing, such as ground, foundation, sur fondement, and home return, demeure, retour. Derrida links the sun figure to light in general and to Descartes' lumen naturelle in particular. Ricoeur dutifully notes that for Derrida, the sun is a figure for all theoretical viewing, and in the case of Descartes' lumen naturelle, for the ultimate knowledge towards which philosophy strives. On the other hand, home is a metaphor for the return to self, sameness, meaning, presence, physics, etc. But Ricoeur does not delve too far in this direction before returning briefly to the paradox of metaphorical self-implication. He ends the first part of his critical analysis of La Mythologie Blanche by concluding that metaphors of metaphor are demonstrations par excellence of metaphorical self-implication. En figurant l'idéalisation et l'appropriation, Lumière et César figurent le processus même de la métaphorisation et instaure la récurrence de la métaphore sur elle-même. Thus, as it seems, he leaves this problem still as something to be resolved. 4.6. The critical analysis of the Mythologie Blanche, Part 2. In order to carry out his strategy of doing broad justice to Derrida while safeguarding the tradition, and probably what is really at stake here, the integrity of the tradition, Ricoeur had to perform two operations: take metaphorical theory as close as possible to Derrida, and take Derrida as close as possible to metaphorical theory. With respect to the first operation, it was necessary for Ricoeur to join forces with Aristotle and demonstrate that metaphor ranges far beyond what is normally taken to be the case. With respect to the second operation, it was necessary to take into consideration at some level or other that Derrida stands as much in opposition to semiotic theory and structuralism as he does to semantic theory. Given this equivocal in-between or non-theoretical status of Derrida's project, Ricoeur could only recognize it as the univocal dead metaphor thesis. On the basis of the above-mentioned operations, there are two primary moves which Ricoeur makes and which determine the second part of his critical analysis. The first move is that he both implicitly and explicitly associates Derrida's project with semiotics. The second is that he reiterates and reaffirms his own project in order to repudiate Derrida's. The two moves appear together almost immediately. L'hypothèse d'une fécondité spécifique de la métaphore usée est fortement controvertie par l'analyse sémantique exposée dans les études antérieures. Cette analyse incline à penser que les métaphores mortes ne sont plus des métaphores, mais qu'elles s'adjoignent à la signification littérale pour en étendre la polysémie. Le critère de délimitation est clair. Le sens métaphorique d'un mot suppose le contraste d'un son littéral qui, en position de prédicat, offense la pertinence sémantique. À cet égard, l'étude de la lexicalisation de la métaphore chez Le Guern, par exemple, contribue grandement à dissiper la fausse énigme de la métaphore usée. A little further on, Ricoeur adds, l'efficacité de la métaphore morte ne peut être mesurée, me semble-t-il, que dans des conceptions sémiotiques qui imposent la primeur de la dénomination, donc de la substitution de sens, en donnant ainsi l'analyse à passer à côté des véritables problèmes de la métaphoricité liés, on le sait, au jeu de l'impertinence et de la pertinence sémantique. When describing the semiotic conceptions which invest Derrida's thought, Ricoeur refers only to the substitution of meaning and the primacy of denomination. He thus leaves out a dimension of semiotics which bulks large in Derrida's project and which falls outside both semantics and denomination. Thus, he treats the demonstration of these semiotic conceptions as being a decisive ruling against Derrida on the basis that the semantic issue has already been settled in the third and fourth studies. But in these studies, semiotics are not simply treated as the substitution of meaning and the primacy of denomination, but as the vast realm of signification below and inclusive of the word. Ricoeur admits that the theory of dead metaphor is genuinely seductive, and in order to dispel its fascination, he begins by noting that there are numerous terms in philosophical discourse which are figurative both in a strong and a weak sense. Contrairement à ce qu'on dit bien souvent, note Le Guin, la lexicalisation entraîne la disparition totale de l'image que dans des conditions particulières. Dans les autres cas, l'image est atténuée, mais reste sensible. C'est pourquoi presque toutes les métaphores lexicalisées peuvent retrouver leur éclat primitif. In the case of the terms which are weakly figurative, their frequency is due to the fact that philosophy is always in a state of semantic deficiency. Because of its ongoing questioning and concept formation, philosophy always stands in need of new signifiers, which it must draw from the bank of lexicalized words. Mais comme Fontenay l'avait parfaitement aperçu, il s'agit d'un trop par nécessité et par extension pour supplier aux mots qui manquent à la langue pour certaines idées. Bref, il s'agit d'une catachèse. When speaking of metaphor in philosophy, then, il faut entièrement distinguer le cas relativement banal d'un usage extensif des mots de langage ordinaire en vue de répondre à une carence de dénomination, le cas singulièrement plus intéressant à mon sens où le discours philosophique recourt de façon délibérée à la métaphore vive. In line with the above, then, with respect to more noticeable or obtrusive figures in philosophy, Ricoeur claims that the prestige which the theory of dead metaphor enjoys is based on a case of mistaken identity. La fécondité occulte de la métaphore morte perd encore plus de son prestige when it is realized that the work of dead metaphor is really the work of live metaphor. More precisely, it is the revitalization of dead metaphor in and by philosophy, a deliberate move on philosophy's part, which is behind the secret fecundity of dead metaphor. But in explaining the figurative dimension of philosophy in this way, Ricoeur once again looks into the problem only so far. While the resilience of the figurative presence in the concept is wholly acknowledged, it remains for him essentially a non-issue. Yet, of course, if it were entirely so, there would be no reason for him to recognize it or to repudiate the project which seeks to make it otherwise. At the same time, the slightest formal recognition of this issue, going beyond the recognition that it should be rendered null and void, would entail asking the question, how does the virtual as code or sign system erupt into speculative discourse in a way which both undesirably influences it and is independent of this discourse's aim or intention? In the second part, Ricoeur returns to his critique of Derrida's interpretation of Hegel, but without any significant additions. Two other issues which are also carried over are the self-implication of metaphor and the Platonic conception of metaphor, With respect to the first, Ricoeur argues that metaphors in, for example, the definition of metaphor itself, metaphora, transport, have been torn from their metaphoricity by being inserted into a conceptual network which makes them literal or univocal. Métaphora est ainsi arrachée à sa métaphoricité et constituée en sens propre, bien que la surface de ce discours, comme dit Derrida, continue d'être travaillée pour une métaphorique. In addition, certain metaphors have been purposely chosen to produce new meaning, and as such are the live metaphors of the philosopher. Donc, le concept de métaphore s'avère n'être que l'idéalisation de sa propre métaphore usée, le rajeunissement de toutes les métaphores mortes et l'invention de nouvelles métaphores vives qui redécrivent la métaphore permettent de greffer une nouvelle production conceptuelle sur la production métaphorique elle-même. With respect to the issue of Platonic metaphor, Ricoeur repeats the claim which has already been noted several times, namely that both Derrida and Heidegger round their theories of metaphor in the proper, improper, and visible, invisible oppositions. Ricoeur manages to add only one new argument at this stage, which is that there are many examples of metaphor which do not conform to the Platonic conception. Citing from Fontanier, he claims, le signe de Cambrai, l'aigle brillant de mots, le remords dévorant, le courage affamé de péril et de gloire, ce que l'on conçoit bien, sinon clairement, etc. Ces exemples se laissent tous interpréter en termes de teneur et de véhicule, de foyer et de cadre. But shortly after this brief addition, Ricoeur once again associates Derrida's and Heidegger's projects with the theory of substitution and single word trope. It is therefore a simple matter to reject them by invoking earlier arguments. Sinon, la théorie de la métaphore substitution présente quelques affinités avec la relève de sensible dans l'intelligible. La théorie de la tension retire à cette dernière tout privilège. Towards the end of his critical analysis, Ricoeur makes a few remarks which suggest that his concerns go beyond metaphorical theory. The first of these comes directly after his rejection of Derrida's interpretation of Hegel. Si ces deux opérations n'étaient pas distinctes, on ne pourrait pas non plus parler de concept d'usure ni de concept de métaphore. Il n'y aurait, à vrai dire, pas de philosophie. Second comes when Ricoeur declares that the etymological retrieval and revival of the figure in the concept is in and of itself neither a refutation nor an explanation of the concept. Cette démonstration n'est plus de l'ordre de la métaphorique, mais de l'analyse conceptuelle. The third comes directly after Ricoeur charges that Derrida ignores the difference between idea in Plato and idea in Hegel. Qu'un discours philosophique ne serait possible, même pas un discours sur la déconstruction, si l'on cessait d'assumer ce que Derrida tient à juste titre pour l'unique thèse de la philosophie, à savoir que le sens visé à travers ces figures est d'une essence rigoureusement indépendante de ce qui la transporte. Finally, Ricoeur's critical analysis ends with his picking up on an earlier remark. Quant au privilège conféré au discours métaphysique lui-même, le privilège qui règle la découpe de la zone étroite de métaphore où ce discours se schématise, paraît bien être le fruit de substance qui règle la stratégie de la déconstruction. 4.7. Dogmatic remainder. The complication of philosophical truth-telling is also the complication of the philosophical good. Order, control, and clarity as the means of truth-telling and knowledge as its end cannot constitute the whole of this good, since the first is always open to coercion and the second to falsehood. Because truth-telling must always be the examination of itself, or more precisely, its means and its ends, and furthermore, because it can hardly be an abandonment of them, is always in the position of both affirming and denying them. That truth-telling is divided against itself implies that it divides the philosophical good, and in dividing it is essentially the whole of it. If truth-telling were entirely the affirmation of its means and its end, it would not be truth-telling for the reason that it would not be absolutely free and independent, or at least as free and independent as possible. It would only move in the sphere of the already programmed, well-established, well-accepted, well-received, well-run, and so on. Such an overdetermination of truth-telling as institutionalized ideal is already falling away from it, because the ideal is not dependent simply on material support, but requires the sustenance which comes from extraordinary devotion to it. It is only the division of truth-telling which can generate this devotion, because it is the vital problem which, on the one hand, demands to be inquired into in the name of truth, and on the other hand, overcome or resolved in the name of truth. The inquiry into it is always indirectly calling for the resolving of it, and the resolving of it, because it is inseparable from covering it over again, is always indirectly calling for the inquiry into it. Chapter 5, Derrida's commitment to tell the truth about metaphor as direct encounter with Ricoeur's project. Before plunging into Derrida's infinitely complicated discussion of Heidegger's metaphors, P.S. would like to extend a bit further the analysis of Ricoeur by proposing that just as there is a way in which the latter, although far from advocating Aristotle's theory of substance and accidents, still aligns himself with it, so there's a way in which he transfers substantial being from first philosophy to post-Kantian and post-Hegelian philosophy. This transferred or transformed substance would no longer be a certain purity of matter, a certain purity of thought, form or act of speculative discourse, the commitment to truth-telling which precedes all else, the visée sémantique, giving meaning to philosophy's contents before these contents can give meaning to themselves. It would be the conceptual realm realized and established not as individual but as collective holding and trust, the intersubjective ethos of the philosophical community. Now, insofar as this transcendental dimension, this visée sémantique, this formal meaning of philosophy, is also an a priori determination of meaning, it would rest as much on belief as knowledge. That is, it would rest on the hypothesis that philosophical meaning only becomes meaning as truth-telling, with no formal ground for what is itself the formal ground of meaning. This hypothesis must receive its support from some outside source, which is likely its value as institution. Just as the commitment to truth-telling is dependent on its meaning as content, so this meaning itself would be dependent on the pure form or act of meaning, which is inseparable from its institutional life, and therefore from an underlying commitment to uphold, safeguard, cherish, and protect it. In order to be truly effective, this second commitment would not be able to acknowledge itself, for if it were to acknowledge itself, it would be implying that the meaningful content of the first commitment is not essentially secure and independent. Insofar, then, as the underlying commitment is itself dependent on the first commitment, it must only support it without calling attention to itself as outside support or additional commitment. This is to say that in order to come across as being homogeneous with the first commitment, the second commitment would have to present itself, at least for the most part, as being not a valorizing or ethical, but only an argumentative or epistemological commitment. Here, then, the ethical constituent of philosophical discourse would be what it is by certain concealment. its nature being more practical or performative, indeed more rhetorical than theoretical or constant. To treat the commitment to tell the truth in philosophy as homogeneous is to treat it as ideal. At the same time, this ideal, being never fully secure or certain, is united with an ongoing maintenance and protection, which is also an ongoing battle with what erodes, fractures, and fissures it. Strangely enough, this ideal would also be behind what moves against it and most radically calls it into question. For what is at stake here is not just the ideal of the meaningful form and content, but also the ideal that truth is separate from all other concerns, including its own institutional survival. If such were not the case, if the meaningful form and content of truth-telling were completely opposed to raising a suspicion against themselves, and in particular their dissimulating nature, then philosophy would lose itself entirely in the inauthentic mode of holding back on or stopping short of its own commitment to truth-telling. On the other hand, the project, which Ricoeur often refers to as the hermeneutics of suspicion, does not seem to be without its own devices and masks. As a discourse largely beyond good and evil, it would still be both good and evil in practice, or in a contingent sense, and in a way which forbids both its good and its evil, and its good no less than its evil, to be fully acknowledged. Principally, what is meant here is that if it were not to deny, or at least disguise, its aggressive or subversive intentions, if it were not to at least partially conceal its nature as disruptive or even destructive force, it would alienate itself from the philosophical project in general. On the other hand, if it were not to deny, or at least to disguise, its quest for the truth in the form of the radical valorization of truth-telling, it would alienate itself from itself. This is to say that if it were to openly attach itself to the good, to an ideal which necessarily overflows its boundaries in multiple and diverse ways, it would undermine its good, which can only come from not compromising itself with whatever is quick to call itself the good. It would seem that Derrida's highly refined and complex response to Ricoeur's critical analysis is this double dissimulation, this partial concealment of moral extremities. 3 years after the publication of Les Métaphores Vives, a conference took place in Geneva, 1978, whose theme was metaphor and philosophy. Both Derrida and Ricoeur participated at this conference, and while Ricoeur presented an exposé, which no doubt bore on his theory of metaphor, Derrida presented one which essentially challenged the possibility of having such a theory. To describe le retrait de la métaphore as difficult, complex, convoluted, compact, equivocal, paradoxical, and so on, is simply to give some idea of the challenge which it poses to analysis. Going further than even la mythologie blanche in the articulation of quasi-metaphoricity, which is not a term to be found in the earlier essay, Derrida cannot avoid pushing comprehension towards incomprehension. Indeed, he himself intimates this on more than one occasion, or rather, his whole exposé is full of diverse and multiple signs of thoughts exploring its outermost limits. What promotes or assures the abysmal course of Derrida's project is his following the already abysmal path which Heidegger sets. In an enlightening reflection on Heidegger's project, Derrida questions whether it can only have before it the alternative fates of self-destruction or endless repetition in a hermeneutic circle. Yet the very undecidability of this question looms large before him when he admits, "Je ne sais pas si c'est là une alternative, mais si c'en était une, je ne pourrais pas répondre à cette question, et non seulement pour des raisons de temps. Un texte, par exemple celui de Heidegger, comporte et croise nécessairement en lui les deux motifs." It would seem that this remark is only a response to the question, to the extent that it complicates and defers it. With Derrida, as with Heidegger, this question is truth itself being called into question, because being itself is called into question. Truth and being are one, as the truth of being, which is their dissimulation as much as their revelation. That Derrida prefers the philosophical question to the philosophical answer, that he prefers its radical demands to the equally challenging but different ones of the answer, is indicated by the two opening questions which set up and frame his exposé. qu'est-ce qui se passe aujourd'hui avec la métaphore, et de la métaphore, qu'est-ce qui se passe. To provisionally simplify, these questions never receive a proper answer from him. And furthermore, their subject, metaphor, is soon revealed to be everything which escapes control, and yet which, being one with the possibility of control, is a controlling factor itself. To the question, qu'est-ce qui se passe aujourd'hui avec la métaphore, Derrida responds everything. And to the question, et de la métaphore, qu'est-ce qui se passe, he responds nothing. Between this everything and this nothing stretches the kind of inquiry which, according to Ricoeur, renverse la manière d'argumenter en philosophie, and which redonne vie au style d'action de l'inarticulé et de l'inexprimé. Surely this inquiry has gone awry in the sense of its being so assured of itself as argument that it pushes towards the bottomless depths as both basis and loss of it together. Yet even though this form of inquiry soars beyond the strictest reaches of metaphysics, it can never entirely escape it. On the one hand, this means that it is always subject to being challenged, put down, put aside, dismissed, distorted, denied, etc. On the other hand, it is always suffering, just as projects of clarification do, from an internal dilemma. This dilemma is that inasmuch as this inquiry stands as argument and must engage and be engaged by other arguments, it totters even while it stands, because it has already entered into the realm of beyond argument, or the realm which is the quasi-ground of argument. For to speak about quasi-metaphoricity is, as Derrida himself admits, to speak about nothing. Now, while this nothing lends itself to being articulated, it does not lend itself to being argued for. In short, it lends itself to a certain kind of thinking, a certain kind of equivocal thinking about the nothing in question. As this internal dilemma manifests itself in Le Retrait de la Métaphore, it leads to what might be called two performative contradictions. The first one is that Derrida, while following and even deepening Heidegger's discussion of language as it relates to some of Heidegger's own comments on metaphor, takes his own discussion of metaphor, and more precisely the retrait of metaphor, beyond the possibility of debating it. More precisely, the lexicon which he adopts for his inquiry into Heidegger, and which of course has as its principal term retrait, is highly specific to this inquiry. Yet when taking up Ricoeur's critical analysis pour mieux éclairer les prémices de la lecture de Heidegger que je tenterai tout à l'heure, he does not recognize the impossibility of debating it. On the contrary, he declares that, not wishing to polemicize or to have the last word on metaphor, he seeks to open up the subject for possible debate. Je me limiterai, par exemple, à deux traits les plus généraux, ceux qui flèchent toute la lecture de Ricoeur pour resituer le lieu du débat possible, plutôt pour l'ouvrir et encore moins pour le fermer. The second performative contradiction is that while Derrida denies looking into Ricoeur's critical analysis of his essay Par esprit polémique, he devotes at least 1/5 of his exposé to challenging it. 5.1. The impossible subject. In the answers which he gives to his opening questions, it is perhaps possible to detect the eternal mockery or self-mockery of philosophy. Philosophy is the saying of everything which perhaps says nothing, or at least says nothing about everything. While the prospect with Derrida is certainly not one of thinking that if everything is quasi-metaphorical, then everything is nothing, it certainly is one of thinking that if everything is transported, translated, transcribed, and so on, then everything is the eternal and ephemeral, no longer opposed to one another. On the other hand, the crossing of these two at infinity still allows for some extremely large context. Derrida declares that there is drama in metaphor, and that as quasi-metaphor, it is even catastrophic. The meaning of this catastrophic, catastrophic, or catachrestic event is that unlike the traditional conception of metaphor as transfer of sense from the known to the unknown by way of the poetic or preconceptual perception of resemblance, quasi-metaphor is meaning being transferred from the unknown source to the known or to be made known object. Quasi-metaphor is always below meaning as conceptual meaning, and yet always at the center of this meaning. The known is heterogeneous and occupied in advance by what it is not, and what is already forgotten as what is alien to it. Here one might think that of the proper or literal term whose etymological origin is in sight, but whose origin before or beyond this etymological one is entirely out of view. Just as quasi-metaphoricity signifies for Derrida this origin, so it also signifies for him the retreat of metaphor, which is also in his tracing of Heidegger's path, the retreat or withdrawal, Verborgenheit of being. On ne parlera toujours quasi-métaphoriquement, selon une métaphore de métaphore, avec le surcharge de trait supplémentaire de retrait. Derrida's identification of quasi-metaphoricity with Heidegger's notion of the withdrawal of being and the ontological difference affirms the conception of being as simultaneous revelation and concealment. Being is not simply an éclosion, a genesis, a first movement which, complete unto itself, stretches from a primordial pre-conceptual obscurity to a civilized conceptual clarity, is rather conceptual clarity forever in debt to or implicated in a pre-conceptual obscurity. What is expressed both by Derrida and Heidegger in one way or another is that metaphysics, which is the thought of beings mainly as physical and spiritual entities, is forever at a remove from the thought of being as the being of thought. As the being of thought, the thought of being is also the thought of beings, but only with the thought that these beings are implicated in the being of thought and language. Derrida follows Heidegger along the increasingly uncertain path of thinking the being of thought as the being of language, although this path is to a certain extent discernible from the very beginning of the expose. It becomes increasingly marked out before losing itself once again as a sort of Heideggerian Holzweg when he characterizes metaphysics as being at a tropic remove from being, or to put it differently, as being in a metamorphic or metanomic relation to being. Metaphysics, as this quasi-metaphorical shift to being, contains the concept of metaphor in the way of this concept's already being infiltrated and inflected by what it presumably isolates and identifies. Here, Derrida is more or less restating the negative thesis of La Mythologie Blanche, which is the condition of the impossibility of defining philosophical metaphor. Yet there is a difference in this later reiteration of the negative thesis, in that, with respect to the earlier one, its central argument is more Aristotelian than Heideggerian. With this more or less conventional argument in the background, le retrait de la métaphore seems to have a certain reliance on the Mythologie Blanche, and particularly in light of the fact that, with the exception of the middle part, which is his response to Ricoeur, Derrida's expose has the appearance of being either cryptic assertion or idiosyncratic interpretation. On the other hand, what is being relied on here is the irrefutable argument that philosophical metaphor cannot be adequately or completely defined. Derrida must then think it necessary to conduct a discussion of metaphor in Heidegger's text in a region which is carved out while still being thought. After his two opening questions, Derrida devotes a number of pages to describing and demonstrating the uncontrollable nature of metaphor. C'est un très vieux sujet. Il occupe l'Occident. Il habite ou se laisse habiter, si représentant comme une énorme bibliothèque dans laquelle nous nous déplacerons sans en percevoir les limites, procédant de station en station et cheminant à pied, pas à pas, ou en autobus. Nous circulons déjà avec l'autobus que je viens de nommer dans la traduction, et selon l'élément de la traduction entre Übertragung et Übersetzung, Metaphoricos désignant encore aujourd'hui en grec, comme on dit moderne, ce qui concerne les moyens de transport. Métaphore circule dans la cité, un usé véhicule comme ses habitants, selon toutes sortes de trajets, avec fort court, feu rouge, sens interdit, intersection ou croisement, limitation et prescription de vitesse de ce véhicule. Nous sommes d'une certaine façon métaphorique, bien sûr, et sur le mode de l'habitation, le contenu et la teneur passager compris et déplacé par métaphore. By a disconcerting move, which, as will be seen, is forwarded to Derrida's investigation of Heidegger, last 18 of 30 pages, Derrida mobilizes a number of words which, as he puts it, are neither metaphorical nor literal. Challenging the traditional conception of philosophical metaphor, he begins his exposé with an articulation of what is at the same time part of this articulation. For example, no sooner does he arrive at the third or fourth paragraph of his exposé than he shifts the scene from the modern city to open water. Je viens de changer d'éléments et de moyens de transport. Nous ne sommes pas dans la métaphore comme un pilote en son navire. Avec cette proposition, je dérive. The drifting or dérapage motive, initiated by the pilot in the boat trope, continues in Derrida's exposé as the extended figure of a vessel which, although anchored or having its motor shut off, is never entirely stilled. Metaphor as transport is clearly not the only subject of Derrida's exposé, but it is this exposé itself as the object of its own study. While the urban site of metaphor suggests its ubiquitous, teeming, transporting, regulating, and automatic or semi-automatic nature, the marine site suggests its adventurous or unpredictable course. Le drame, car ceci est un drame, c'est que même si je décidais de ne plus parler métaphoriquement la métaphore, je n'y arriverai pas. Becoming a model of plain speaking in philosophy will clearly not halt the movement of metaphor. The figurative aspect of words is already at work, suggesting and provoking a direction before there is a logical or conceptual determination. While it is true that in philosophy the improper or errant aspect of metaphor is strictly monitored, it is also true that it can impose itself surreptitiously and then be rechristened après coup, the very proper and precise term of philosophy. The human subject is part of the subject of metaphor as well as being subject to metaphor. The subject controls metaphor insofar as it forgets that it is subject to metaphor and that metaphor is implicated in its very constitution and condition, that the notion of subject is not far removed from the notion of soul, and soul from the notion of spirit, and spirit from the notion of invisible forces, suggests that its historical path is no less capricious than continuous. This tension or play between the metaphorical control of the human subject and the human control of the metaphorical subject is no doubt what Derrida wishes to register at the beginning of his exposé. In order to express the subject's control of metaphor, Derrida relies on the word us. La métaphore n'est peut-être pas seulement un sujet usé jusque-là, c'est un sujet qui se sera entretenu d'un rapport essentiel à l'us. Ce qui peut paraître usé aujourd'hui dans la métaphore, c'est justement cette valeur d'us qui a déterminé toute sa problématique traditionnelle, métaphore morte ou vive. Metaphor, he declares, is a very old subject, continually worked and reworked on the principle of metaphorical use or usefulness. Under this rubric also falls user, which in La Mythologie Blanche signifies the traditional conception of metaphorical loss and conceptual gain. Now, it's precisely this value of use which Derrida suggests is a worn-out conception. Yet to say that it is worn out does not mean to say that it is exhausted, for with the present-day resurgence of interest in metaphor, au cours des derniers mois, il y a eu au moins 3 colloques internationaux à ce sujet, this very old subject proves to have tremendous staying power. In the face of this present-day resurgence of interest, Derrida raises once again the question, qu'est-ce qui se passe aujourd'hui avec la métaphore? What he is really asking in this context is perhaps what is happening today with the traditional conception of metaphor. If such is the case, then the answer, which he does not explicitly provide, but intimates everywhere, is that it is being seriously challenged. On the other hand, if the subject of metaphor is being seriously challenged and yet continues to rejuvenate and reinvent itself, it must be in some way up to meeting this challenge. Even though Derrida is in large measure himself committed to this challenge, it must be that he is also committed to recognizing the tradition's resilience and response to it. Perhaps the first indication of this double commitment is that Us, although identified with the traditional conception of metaphor and its worn-out condition or tired status, is used by Derrida himself to launch his latest challenge to this conception. More precisely, he takes up as an issue the figurative use of language by Heidegger in conjunction with Heidegger's own semi-hostile remarks on metaphor, which seem to contradict this use. With the declaration that Heidegger's text is, despite its highly limited treatment of metaphor, indispensable for the study of cette époque de la métaphore, Derrida is ready to turn his attention to the important link between Heidegger, Ricoeur, and himself. Now, the defense of la mythologie blanche, which follows, and yet which Derrida resists calling a polemic, should even now raise a suspicion about the status of the opening part. Although there is no mention of Ricoeur here, there's at least two possible references to his theory of metaphor. The first possible reference comes very early, with Derrida's suggestion that quasi-metaphor, as the retrait of metaphor, n'a plus de nom de son propre ou littéraire. This notion of quasi-metaphors being both non-metaphorical and non-literal or non-proper is, along with being developed broadly in the exposé, repeated in this explicit way several times throughout it. Now, along with the fact that Ricoeur's theory of metaphor relies on this opposition, there is also the fact that the latter assumes that his theory can take in and account for Heidegger's metaphors. Evidently, then, Derrida is already at odds with the very basis of Ricoeur's theory, in particular how this theory is deployed in the eighth study. What adds to the hostile resonances here is the fact that Ricoeur relies on the literal metaphorical opposition in order to condemn the dead metaphor thesis, which, along with the proper-improper and visible-invisible oppositions, he attributes to Derrida. Ricoeur's attributing the proper-improper opposition to Derrida soon surfaces as a sore point with the latter, and it's worthwhile to note that, in contrast to his earlier essay, Derrida no longer relies so heavily on this opposition in order to describe the traditional conception of metaphor. The fact that Ricoeur is sitting in the audience when Derrida presents his exposé would seem to be integral with the second possible reference. This reference shortly follows the first one and bears not only on the way in which Ricoeur critiques Derrida's project, but also on the way in which he most strongly distinguishes his project from Derrida's, namely by opposing his theory of live metaphor to Derrida's dead metaphor thesis. In his short discussion of Us as the value which has determined the traditional conception of metaphor, Derrida states that if he's tempted to call metaphor an old subject, it is because of une valeur d'épuisement apparent qu'il m'a paru nécessaire de reconnaître une fois de plus. Clearly implying here usure, which of course Ricoeur associates with dead metaphor, Derrida goes on to list other conjugates of us, such as usage, usuel, utile, utilité, etc. Then his final remark bears directly on the live metaphor-dead metaphor opposition. Or ce qui peut paraître usé aujourd'hui dans la métaphore, c'est justement cette valeur d'us qui a déterminé toute sa problématique traditionnelle, métaphore morte ou vive. A question which may impose itself now is, can Derrida's disruption of both metaphysics and metaphorics be, if not intentionally opposed to theory in the strong sense, unintentionally so in the weak sense? The answer to this question perhaps bears on the internal dilemma which afflicts his project and which succeeds in making it both strongly yet tactfully offensive and tactfully yet weakly defensive. Well, the first is largely the challenge to the tradition, which does best without polemics, or at least polemics in any overt sense. The second is largely that to which Derrida exceeds at certain points, and for reasons which no doubt pertain to the protection of his own project. While the first largely manifests itself in the opening and Heideggerian parts of the expose, the second largely manifests itself in the Ricoeurian part. Now, with respect to the above question, it may be answered that although Derrida himself has no reason not to let theory be what it is, and even to celebrate its inevitability, he still rules against it from the point of view that theory, or rather the ideal of theory, is never wholly secure and demands support from the philosophical community. With his two initial questions awaiting answers that are effectively no answers, and his highly figurative and unorthodox way of boarding the subject of metaphor, which of course dispenses with the customary assumption that the philosopher is in control, comme un pilote en son navire, the opening of Derrida's exposé obviously mimics its theme of metaphorical dérapage. But what is also suggested in the form of three figures, the three metaphors of metaphor, which rapidly succeed one another, giant library, city transportation system, and drifting vessel out at sea, is the dissemination of metaphor. If the opening of his exposé then is not entirely cut off in spirit from his defense of La Mythologie Blanche, it's very likely that is the implicit critique of Ricoeur's whole project, from which the explicit one of a certain scruple or delicatesse refrains. 5.2. Pro domo. With the declaration that he will privilege the Heideggerian text in order to deal with the question Qu'est-ce qui se passe aujourd'hui avec la métaphore, Derrida admits that there is a paradox which must be addressed in a manner which is remindful of Ricoeur's approach to l'auto-implication de la métaphore. He now turns his attention to dissipating this paradox. What is primarily at issue is the puzzling connection between Heidegger's reliance on metaphor and his reticence in discussing it. On cite toujours Dürer, der Satz vom Grund et Unterwerk zur Sprache, où il semble prendre position quant à la métaphore, ou plus précisément quant au concept rhétorico-métaphysique de la métaphore, et encore le fait-il comme au passage vraiment, naturellement, dans un contexte dont la métaphore n'occupe pas le sens. Derrida then observes that the demands of investigating this complicated issue are out of keeping with the constraints imposed upon him by the conference. As a consequence, he will offer only a brief note on it, or more properly, une note sur une note. The note which is to be supplemented by another note is a footnote in La Mythologie Blanche and bears directly on one of Heidegger's brief but trenchant comments on metaphor. Das Metaphorische gibt es nur innerhalb der Metaphysik. Now, strangely enough, Derrida's attempt to limit the investigation of Heidegger by relying on this note immediately becomes a complicating of the investigation, insofar as this note is closely related to Ricoeur's critical analysis of Derrida's project. In other words, the initiative to expedite matters here turns out to be an additional task, which is the challenging of Ricoeur's critical analysis, and more precisely, the latter's claim that there is a noyau théorique commun à Heidegger et à Derrida. Derrida begins by citing a passage from the Eighth Study where Ricoeur identifies his project with Heidegger's. After protesting Ricoeur's hasty identification, Derrida refers to the note in La Mythologie Blanche on which his investigation of Heidegger is supposed to be but a further note. Citing from the first note, Derrida claims that it proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that he is not in agreement with Heidegger on the very point which Ricoeur uses to identify his project with Heidegger's. In fact, Derrida claims that insofar as as his disagreement with Heidegger is the recognition of some problem in the traditional conception of metaphor, which Heidegger himself does not recognize, he is in agreement with Ricoeur. Cette assimilation continuiste ou cette mise en filiale me surprit. C'est justement au sujet de ces coupes, et singulièrement de coupes visibles, invisibles, sensibles, intelligibles, que dans ma note sur Heidegger, j'avais marqué une réserve nette et sans équivoque, et même une réserve qui, dans la lettre de moins, ressemble à celle de Ricoeur. It will be necessary to return to this part of Derrida's response, but before doing so, it is best to report on the whole of it. Next on the agenda for him is to take issue with Ricoeur's analysis of Husserl by noting that the latter, while initially recognizing the double signification of this word, goes on very shortly to replace it with the univocal terms metaphor usée, and shortly afterwards metaphor morte. In order to correct Ricoeur's reading, Derrida now cites a passage from La Mythologie Blanche, which is critical or quasi-critical of the very theory being attributed to him by Ricoeur. Il fallait aussi proposer à l'interprétation cette valeur de zéro. Elle paraît avoir un lien de système avec la perspective métaphorique. On la retrouvera partout où le thème de la métaphore sera privilégié. C'est aussi une métaphore qui importe avec elle une présupposition continuiste. L'histoire d'une métaphore n'aurait pas essentiellement l'allure d'un déplacement avec rupture, réinscription dans un système hétérogène, mutation et cas sans origine, mais celle d'une érosion progressive, d'une perte sémantique régulière, d'un épuisement ininterrompu de son primitif. Further along in this cited passage, Derrida states that Husserl n'appartient sans doute pas à une configuration historico-théorique étroite, mais plus seulement au concept de métaphore lui-même et à la longue séquence métaphysique qu'il détermine ou qui le détermine. As a consequence of coming across the expression long séquence métaphysique, Derrida takes the opportunity to defend himself from another of Ricoeur's charges, namely that he treats the tradition as a homogeneous unity. First, he notes that if from time to time he uses the expression la métaphysique, with the emphasis on la, it is merely as shorthand in well-defined context. Secondly, he notes that there are numerous references in his other writings. Je pourrais multiplier les citations depuis la différence to the tradition's heterogeneity. Finally, he claims that it is the tradition's own self-conception which is homogeneous as onto-encyclopedic logic. La représentation d'une clôture linéaire et circulaire entourant un espace homogène, c'est justement tel est le thème de ma plus grande insistance, une auto-représentation de la philosophie dans sa logique onto-encyclopédique. Shortly after the above remark, Derrida cites another long passage, most of which is reproduced below from La Mythologie Blanche. Comme il va de soi, nulle pétition ici de quelque continuum homogène qui reporterait sans cesse à elle-même la tradition, celle de la métaphysique comme celle de la rhétorique. Néanmoins, si l'on ne commençait par prêter attention à telle contrainte plus durable, exercée depuis une très longue chaîne systématique, si l'on ne prenait pas la peine d'en délimiter le fonctionnement général et les limites effectives, on courait le risque de prendre les effets les plus dérivés pour les traits originaux d'un sous-ensemble historique, d'une configuration hautement identifiée, d'une mutation imaginaire ou marginale, par une précipitation empiriste et impressionniste vers de prétendues différences, on fait vers des découpages principalement linéaires et chronologiques. On irait de découverte en découverte, une rupture sur chaque pas. On présenterait, par exemple, comme physionomie propre à la rhétorique du XVIIIe siècle, un ensemble de traits tels privilège de nom, hérité, quoique sans droite-ligne, avec toutes sortes d'écarts et d'inégalités de transformation d'Aristote ou du Moyen-Âge. Nous sommes ici reconduits au programme tout entier à élaborer de nouvelles délimitations des corpus et de nouvelles problématiques des signatures. During the course of citing the above passage, Derrida once again comes across an expression, this time privilège de nom, which triggers another parenthetical remark. Protesting Ricoeur's identifying him with a conception of metaphor which, according to Ricoeur, belongs to the rhetorical tradition and which takes metaphor to be an act of denomination. Derrida states, j'ai constamment dans la mythologie blanche et ailleurs, avec une insistance qu'on peut juger lassante, mais qu'en tout cas on ne peut négliger, mis en question le privilège de nom ou de mot, comme toutes ces conceptions sémiotiques qui, dit justement Ricoeur, imposent le primat de la dénomination. Once again, he protests that Ricoeur reprimands him for having a position which is not greatly different from his own, and that the confusion is the result of the former's attributing to him a thesis which is the very object of his deconstructive reading. Before citing yet a third passage from the Mythologie Blanche, Derrida protests Ricoeur's interpretation of his analysis of the two deaths of metaphor. Dire, comme le fait Ricoeur, que la Mythologie Blanche fait de la mort ou de la métaphore morte son mot d'ordre, c'est d'abuser en le marquant de ce dont elle se démarque clairement, par exemple en disant qu'il y a deux morts ou deux autodestructions de la métaphore, et quand il y a deux morts, le problème de la mort est infiniment compliqué. The final paragraph of the middle or recurrent part of the exposé is significant in that it captures the tension which not only is present, although less apparent, in the rest of this part, but also belongs to the opening and the Heideggerian parts. It is the tension between the need to engage in a verbal dispute and the need to have the truth of metaphor as infinite complication in sight. The truth to which Derrida is committed really has no proper dealings with argument in the sense of justifying itself in an oppositional sort of way. On the contrary, this truth must break with argument, in principle if not in practice, because of the very condition of both its impossibility and possibility. On the other hand, inasmuch as this truth must take a propositional form, it cannot help but fall back into the argumentative mode, and thus be subject to its exigencies. Hence, Derrida is forced to protest Ricoeur's analysis of his essay, even while struggling to keep off this ground, and even, in fact, while denying or dissimulating his presence on it. J'ai dit tout à l'heure pourquoi il m'avait paru nécessaire, hors de tout plaidoyer pro domo, de commencer par restituer la note sur Heidegger que je voudrais aujourd'hui annoter et relancer, à montrer encore dans ces deux prémices les plus générales la lecture de la mythologie blanche par Paul Ricoeur me paraissait, disons, trop vivement métaphorique ou métronomique. Je ne voulais bien entendu ni polémiquer, ni entendre mes questions inverses systématiques qui ne se limitent pas plus à cette huitième étude de la métaphore vive que la mythologie blanche ne se ferme sur les deux affirmations isolées que Ricoeur a bien voulu lui prêter. Pour reprendre le mot d'ordre de Ricoeur, l'intersection que je viens de situer ne ressemble pas à un point toute la différence, voire l'éloignement incommensurable des trajets qui se traversent là comme des parallèles, dira tout à l'heure Heidegger, peuvent se recouper à l'infini. Je serai le dernier à rejeter une critique sous prétexte qu'elle est métaphorique ou métronomique, ou les deux à la fois. Toute lecture l'est de quelque façon et le partage ne passe pas entre une lecture tropique un lecteur approprié ou littéral, juste et vrai, mais entre des capacités tropiques. Laissons donc de côté en sa réserve intacte la possibilité de toute autre lecture que des deux textes, la mythologie blanche et la métaphore vive. J'en viens enfin à la note annoncée sur une note. Not least among the indications of Derrida's being beset by conflicting demands is first his claim that his lengthy defense of La Mythologie Blanche, an essay which, according to him, Ricoeur has abused en la marquant de ce dont elle démarque clairement, is not motivated by any desire to polemicize, and secondly, his drawing his earlier works into the present one in order to mieux clarifier les prémices de la lecture de Heidegger que je tenterai tout à l'heure. Je ne me reporte pas à la mythologie blanche comme un auteur qui se cite pour reconduire indécemment à lui-même, mon geste d'autant moins complaisant, je l'espère, que c'est d'une certaine insuffisance de la dite note que je prendrai mon départ. According to Derrida, then, there is a certain insufficiency in the footnote on Heidegger in the Mythologie Blanche, which renders his defense of this essay necessary, but only necessary or subordinate to his bringing this note into view as the clarifying basis of the second or additional note on Heidegger, which, of course, is the pending investigation of him. It is far from clear how this defense of La Mythologie Blanche, or at least this defense in full, serves to make the later analysis of Heidegger more manageable or accessible, because, first of all, the footnote on Heidegger is limited to Heidegger's argument that the inquiry into being requires the use of a vocabulary which, although appearing to be full of metaphors, renders vacuous or obsolete the traditional conception of metaphor. Now, even if this issue is perfectly in accord with Derrida's own declaration about metaphor, and his demonstration of metaphor from the beginning of his exposé, it does not need to be assimilated, at least for any heuristic reasons, to the issue of Ricoeur's critical analysis of La Mythologie Blanche. In fact, this assimilation goes the other way by subjecting the exposé to extraneous material, in that once it is set down that figurative terms in philosophy are neither metaphorical nor literal, then such issues as dead metaphor versus live metaphor and denomination versus predication are no longer relevant. That the choice between disputing and not disputing with Ricoeur is a struggle for Derrida is also evident in his backtracking at the end of his series of protests, or more precisely in his granting to Ricoeur a certain interpretive license. Derrida ends his apparent pro domo with the complaint that la lecture de la Mythologie Blanche pour Ricoeur me paraissait, disons, trop vivement métaphorique ou métonymique. Then he adds a few sentences later, je serai le dernier à rejeter une critique sous prétexte qu'elle est métaphorique ou métonymique, ou les deux à la fois. Tout lecteur l'est de quelque façon, et le partage ne passe pas entre un lecteur tropique et un lecteur approprié ou littéral, juste et vrai, mais entre des capacités tropiques. Given the above considerations, the footnote on Heidegger seems not only to fit in well with Derrida's present inquiry, but also to offer an economical means to counter Ricoeur's critical analysis. Since this analysis is at bottom the claim that Derrida's conception of metaphor rests on the opposition between visible and invisible being, Derrida is able to unsettle this claim by citing the note, the first two lines of which follow. Cela explique la méfiance qu'inspire à Heidegger le concept de métaphore. Dans le principe de raison, il insiste surtout sur l'opposition sensible-non sensible, très important, mais non le seul, ni sans doute le premier venu, ni le plus déterminant de la valeur de métaphore. What Derrida does not cite in his exposé, but which follows the above remarks, is a long passage from Der Satz vom Grund, or more precisely, its French translation as Le Principe de Raison, in which Heidegger declares that the concept of metaphor is confined to metaphysics and a fortiori to the sensible-nonsensible opposition. Since this passage, due to its weight and complexity, tends to overshadow Derrida's brief remarks at the beginning, there is some reason to think that he is being more polemical than precise when he claims that these remarks marque une réserve nette et sans équivoque, et même une réserve qui, dans sa lettre du moins, ressemble à celle de Ricoeur. Besides the above passage, there are other instances where Derrida uses clear and unequivocal in order to characterize his calling into question the sensible-nonsensible opposition, the semiotic conception of metaphor, and the tradition as homogeneous unity. Now, the fact that he couples these words with calling the above issues into question is itself something which should be called into question because, after all, the act of calling into question, the act of raising a doubt or suspicion, is itself not clear and unequivocal. Secondly, the fact that Derrida insists more on his agreement than disagreement with Ricoeur suggests that he likens his project of calling into question the tradition with Ricoeur's project of critiquing and correcting it. Now, while it's true that he associates the sensible-nonsensible opposition with the traditional conception of metaphor, it is by no means clear that he is critiquing this same conception. In fact, for Derrida to critique it, you would need to have a theory of metaphor, or at least some thesis on metaphor, and be suggesting, as does Ricoeur, how to correct and replace it. Moreover, the conception of metaphor, which he in fact does embrace, and which renders metaphor virtually unlimited problematic, cannot be said, except in a more ethical than epistemological sense, to be opposed to the traditional conception, but only to be different from it. Different as the thought of quasi-metaphor, which is the condition of the impossibility of philosophical metaphor, and the condition of the possibility of poetic metaphor. Derrida's insistence that he is quite clear and unequivocal about a project which does not lend itself to clarity and univocity is likely the symptom of his having to yield to the exigencies of argumentation. This yielding is also an economy of sorts, which consists of trying to neutralize Ricoeur's critique in the context of a conference and in the context of this critique's having been disseminated. A major part of this economy must then be to put the equivocal nature of his discourse on hold, because even though it is proper to the discussion of quasi-metaphor, it is improper to disputing and defending it. At the same time, Derrida's project, being essentially equivocal, inhibits this operation and makes it subject to tactical retreats. As a consequence, the truly confrontational part of the Retrait de la Métaphore is not where Derrida protests Ricoeur's critique, but rather the opening and the Heideggerian parts. There is reason then to suspect that when Derrida says that he does not want to étendre mes questions en vaste systématique, il se ne limite pas plus à cette witty méthode de la métaphore vive, he has already surreptitiously extended these questions in the opening part and will continue to do so in the Heideggerian part. 5.3. The Retrait of Heidegger. Towards the end of his defense of la mythologie blanche, Derrida cryptically refers to Ricoeur's mot d'ordre. Pour reprendre le mot d'ordre de Ricoeur, l'intersection que je viens de situer ne ressemble pas à un point. Toute la différence, voire l'éloignement incommensurable du projet qui se traverse là comme des parallèles, dira tout à l'heure Heidegger, peuvent se recouper à l'infini. Well, it's far from certain that intersection, as Ricoeur's mot d'ordre, is definitely the key term of the 8th study's 4th section, Intersection des sphères de discours. Although Ricoeur begins this section by saying that he will develop une série générale des intersections entre sphères de discours, the following analysis focuses on the relationship between poetic discourse and speculative discourse. Poetic discourse is the supplier to the other discourse of a special kind of raw material, preconceptual experience, which is then turned into conceptual truth. Despite speculative discourse being forever in debt to poetic discourse for its growth and prosperity, Ricoeur insists that it is essentially independent from it. Derrida's cryptic remark, about an éloignement incommensurable et tragique qui peut se recouper à l'infini, perhaps points to the ambiguity of this essential independence, which seems hardly different from an essential dependence. What is then incommensurable to philosophy as this ambiguous residue or remainder of its essentiality always runs alongside it like its shadow and threatens to be identified with it. It would probably be more accurate to say that Ricoeur's watchword is his continual refrain throughout the metaphor vive, the production of new meaning. In a way, this refrain is also Derrida's and Heidegger's, but there is a difference between Ricoeur's project and Derrida's and Heidegger's projects, which only cross, as Derrida suggests, at infinity. How this intersection of the two or three projects is found in Heidegger is a complicated business, which, as the business of language itself, is of course no transaction in any conventional sense. Derrida makes his first move in the investigation of Heidegger by declaring that his problem is one of economy. Le problème est l'économie. Comment, suivant les contraintes d'abord temporelles de ce colloque, déterminer le fil conducteur le plus rassemblant et le plus enchevêtrant possible à travers tant de trajets virtuels dans le mons corpus, comme on dit de Heidegger, et dans son écriture enchevêtrée. Comment ordonner les lecteurs, interprétations ou réécritures que je serais tenté d'en proposer? After briefly entertaining the idea of using geflecht, weave, as a centralizing and circumscribing principle, Derrida decides that although its importance in Heidegger's Der Weg zur Sprache and Unterwegs zur Sprache is undeniable, he must placer ce thème en retrait. Il n'aurait pas été assez économique. Derrida's second move in his investigation of Heidegger is to identify the four factors or demands which constrain him to a certain economy. First demand is to take a fresh look at the value of us as key figure or feature of the metaphorical problematic, and more particularly the value of usure as production of new meaning. Second demand is to take a fresh look at the notion of the proper, which, as evidenced by its implication in de Morcer's figure of metaphor as borrowed home, demeure emprunté, plays an equivocal role in the traditional conception of metaphor. The third demand is to mettre le cap, si on peut dire, sur cette valeur de rightness, si difficilement traductible, et dont toute la famille, Eignen, Eigens, Enteignen, se croisent de façon de plus en plus dense dans les derniers textes de Heidegger, avec les thèmes du propre, de la propriété, de l'appropriation ou de la dépropriation d'une part, avec celui de la lumière, de l'éclaircie, de l'œil, de l'autre part. Heidegger dit sous-entendre Oitness dans Erightness, et enfin dans son usage courant avec ce qui vient comme événement, quel est le lieu, l'avoir-lieu, l'événement métaphorique ou l'événement de métaphorique. Finally, the fourth demand is to take into account the Heideggerian notion of language as way-making, as freyage, and as related matter, the implication of translation, übersetzen, and metaphorical transfer, übertragung. As a follow-up to this motif of metaphorical transfer as translation, Derrida proposes to give his own discourse the title of Retrait. Derrida's third move is his investigation of Heidegger is to ask pourquoi retrait et pourquoi retrait de la métaphore. His response to this question is roughly divided into two parts. The first part, rather diffuse, consists of opposing the language of the mother to the language of the father, explicitly identifying both these languages with Heidegger's own terminology. Derrida views the first as native dialect, or Mundart, and the second as what falls sous le nom de Metalangage, Metasprache, Übersprache, Metalinguistique, ou de Metaphysique. In the case of the language of the mother, Derrida cites from Heidegger, Die Mundart ist nicht nur die Sprache der Mutter, sondern zugleich und zuvor die Mutter der Sprache. Seizing upon this example of Heidegger's use of metaphor, Derrida cites Heidegger's own observation that the meaning here is less one of grasping the meaning of language through the figure of the mother than to grasp the meaning of the mother through the figure of language, that is, through Mundart or Muttersprache. Given that Derrida identifies the language of the father with meta-discourse and meta-discourse in turn with the impossible and monstrous project, ce projet impossible et monstrueux, of the mastery of form for form's sake, the language of the mother must be the more tractable material or matter, matter, of a local and familiar way of speaking. Of course, it is the tractable aspect of his own mother tongue which leads Derrida away from German to the word retrait. Sans m'enfoncer dans toutes les questions qui se pressent ici, je remarque d'abord que dans ma langue, le mot retrait se trouve doté d'une assez riche polysémie. By taking advantage of all the polysemous resources of retrait, Derrida admits that he risks separating himself from Heidegger's meaning. Nevertheless, he justifies this risk by claiming that his objective is, given the constraints of the conference, to achieve quickly the greatest possible precision over a large area and at the same time employ a language or lexicon which is demonstrative of the dérapage of metaphor. Le mot retrait, à la fois intact et faussé, sauf dans ma langue, est simultanément altéré. Je l'ai présumé le plus propre à capter la plus grande quantité d'énergie et d'informations dans le texte heideggerien à l'intérieur d'un contexte qui est ici le nôtre et seulement dans les limites de ce contexte. Derrida's fourth move in the investigation is to deal with the retrait in the sense of testing its possibilities as vehicle for interpreting and translating the Heideggerian text. This text has two dimensions. The first is as a discourse on metaphor, and the second is as a metaphorical discourse itself. Determining the relationship between Heidegger's few statements about metaphor and his seemingly abundant use of it is a task which, to say the very least, is convoluted. Meant to facilitate matters, the retrait inevitably runs the risk of complicating them. Derrida's first schematic response is the following. According to Heidegger, being is always in withdrawal, even as it permits beings to manifest themselves as beings. Metaphysics, then, the opening by which beings manifest themselves, is already at a remove from being or the thought of being. Consequently, the concept of metaphor is itself at a remove from being, and as such is always already a primordial shift, a figurative movement which it cannot itself grasp or define. This withdrawal of metaphor to a position essentially behind the subject or the study of it is what Derrida means by the retrait of metaphor. In the case of Heidegger, Derrida's position is that the figures which he uses are neither metaphorical nor literal. Since being, as opposed to beings, is nothing, it cannot be signified on the basis of this metaphysical opposition. In order to articulate the in-between status of Heidegger's figures, Derrida initiates a second meaning for retrait, which follows in the wake of its first meaning as withdrawal. This second meaning, which Derrida likens to a returning wave on a beach, is the virtually simultaneous signification of retrait as retrait, as retracing or backtracking. On en parlera toujours quasi métaphoriquement selon une métaphore de métaphore, avec la surcharge de traits supplémentaires de retrait. Un pli supplémentaire de la métaphore articule ce retrait répétant, en la déplaçant, la métaphore intramétaphysique, c'est là même que le retrait de l'être aura rendu possible. Insofar as metaphysics always exceeds its borders, or to put it another way, always is metaphorical, it is implicated in quasi-metaphoricity, and as such implicated in what is, strictly speaking, neither metaphorical nor literal. In order to articulate this in-between status of quasi-metaphoricity, it is necessary to situate philosophical inquiry at more or less the same level. Still staying with the subject of retrait, Derrida makes the fifth move of his investigation by offering two provisional conclusions. The first is that retrait is not too abusive as the translation of Heidegger's Entziehung, and that furthermore, what compensates for any possible abuse is its concentrated workload. Retrait not only signifies the withdrawal of being, but as retrait, a return over the very same ground, a return which is the quasi-metaphorical advancing as the metaphysical. The second provisional conclusion is that the meaning of retrait as both withdrawal of being and advance of metaphysics is inseparable from the exploitation of its polysemous and disseminating possibilities. Not being itself a metaphor, retrait does not follow the prescribed path, which is to take thought from the known, in this case the idea of withdrawal or retreat, to the unknown, which is the thought of being. On the contrary, the thought of being leads to a new way of thinking retrait. Or ce qui est servi ici, c'est que pour une fois, nous ne pouvons penser le trait de retrait que depuis la pensée de cette différence ontoco-ontologique sur le retrait lequel se serait tracé avec la bordure de la métaphysique, la structure courante de l'usage métaphorique. Derrida's sixth move of the investigation is to bring into greater focus the relationship between Heidegger's seeming aversion and seeming attraction to metaphor. To be carrying on this sort of investigation is to be confronted with la catastrophe généralisante of metaphor, which is a metaphoricity overflowing its borders, and which, at least in the context of investigating Heidegger metaphor, is the systematic disruption of metaphor and concept alike. Derrida goes on to say that he will draw deux exemples parmi d'autres possibles. Il s'agit toujours de ces moments typiques ou récurrents des formules qu'on serait tenté de recevoir comme des métaphores. Heidegger précise qu'elles n'en sont pas et jette la suspicion sur ce que nous croyons penser d'asserrer et de clair sous ce mot, taking one of his examples, which is a figurative phrase or sentence from Bref über den Humanismus. Derrida determines this sentence to be neither judicative nor constative. Das Denken baut am Haus des Seins. To read this sentence simply as a statement about the house-like nature of being, which thought would constitute in some way, found, furnished, and so on, is to read it contrary to Heidegger's own directive, was to be thought, or most deeply here, is not the meaning of being, but the meaning of the house. But the house no longer remains quite so known, fixed, and limited when the thought of being initiates thinking about it is perhaps the more precise understanding of house. The second example which Derrida provides of Heidegger's denying or discouraging the view that his language is metaphorical is somewhat different from the first. Dans das Wesen der Sprache, elle, une autre occurrence, précède le passage cité tout à l'heure sur votre wie Blumen, et ne concerne pas seulement la prétendue métaphoricité de certains énoncés sur le langage en général, et en lui sur les métaphores. Elle vise d'abord un discours prétendument métaphorique, portant sur le rapport entre pensée et poésie, Denken und Dichten, Elle détermine ce rapport comme voisinage, Nachbarschaft, selon ce type de proximité, Nähe, qu'on appelle voisinage, dans l'espace de la demeure et de l'économie de la maison, ou là aussi appelé métaphore, comme si on savait ce que c'était, telle valeur de voisinage entre poésie et pensée, comme si on était d'abord assuré de la proximité et de voisinage, se fermer à la nécessité de l'autre mouvement. Inversement, c'est en renonçant à la sécurité de ce qu'on croit reconnaître sous le nom de métaphore et de voisinage, on s'approchera peut-être de la proximité de voisinage. As to be expected with an investigation which dares to confront a generalizing catastrophe, Derrida's next moves grow increasingly obscure. Despite his expressed aim to open things up for a possible debate, these moves have all the earmarks of closing one down. Précipitant ma conclusion, je voudrais maintenant en venir non pas au dernier mot, mais à ce mot pluriel de trait lui-même, et non pas y venir, mais y revenir, non pas au retrait de la métaphore, mais ce qui pourrait d'abord ressembler à la métaphore de retrait. N'y a-t-il pas en dernière instance derrière tout ce discours, le soutenant plus ou moins discrètement en retrait, une métaphore de retrait qui autorisait à parler de la différence ontologique et à partir d'elle de retrait de la métaphore? Here Derrida raises the suspicion that his own analysis might be relying inadvertently on a dominant metaphor. In order to eliminate this possibility, he abandons his use of retrait and replaces it with another term, a word which perhaps is more common, ordinary, or literal, trait. Trait is pressed into service by Derrida, a sort of generic term in order to deal with and coordinate two clusters of related words in Heidegger, which interweave and cross and are neither metaphorical nor literal. What follows as the seventh move of the investigation is that Derrida identifies trait with two families of words, which, as he claims, have been present and operative in Heidegger's writings since der Ursprung des Kunstwerkes. Deux familles, pour ainsi dire, deux mots, nom, verbe et signe catégorème viennent s'allier, s'engager, se creuser en ce contrat de traits dans la langue allemande. C'est d'une part la famille de Ziehen, Zug, Bezug, Gezöge, Durchziehen, Entziehen, d'autre part la famille de Reissen, Riss, Aufriss, Umriss, Grundriss, etc. In order to be economical in demonstrating the performative side of Heidegger's text, which is the subtle interplay between the two families of words, Ziehen and Reissen, Derrida includes in his analysis the thematic side of this text by focusing on Heidegger's description of the interplay between Denken and Dichten. This second interplay is identified by Heidegger as a process of differentiation, which makes it at least analogous to Ricoeur's notion of an interaction and discontinuity between poetic discourse and speculative discourse. Remarquons d'abord quelque chose de très avoisinant. Le voisinage entre Denken et Dichten nous donnait accès au voisinage, à la proximité du voisinage, selon un chemin qui n'étant pas plus métaphorique que littéral, vous verrez la question de la métaphore, ou le trait avoisinant, disons le trait approchant, le trait propre qui rapporte, petit, l'un à l'autre, Dichten, qu'il ne faut pas traduire sans précaution pour poser et penser Denken en la proximité avoisinante qui les partage et que les deux partagent ce trait commun différentiel que les attire réciproquement tout en signant leur différence irréductible. Ce trait, c'est le trait, risque, tracement de frayage, qui incise, déchire, marque l'écart, la limite, la marge, la marque. Et ce trait risque est une coupe que se font quelque part à l'infini les deux voisins denken und dichten. À l'entaille de cette coupe, ils suivent, pourrait-on dire, l'un à l'autre, ils suivent de leurs différences et même pour me servir du mot dont j'ai d'ailleurs, dans glace, tenté de régler l'usage, se recoupent de leurs traits et donc de leurs retraits respectifs. Ce trait riche de recoupe rapporte l'un à l'autre mais n'appartient à aucun d'eux. C'est pourquoi ce n'est pas un trait commun ou un concept général, ni davantage une métaphore. On dirait du trait qu'il est plus originaire que c'est les deux, Dichten et Denken, qu'ils entaillent et recoupent, qu'il est leur origine commune et le sceau de leur alliance, restant en cela singulier et différent des deux. Si un trait pouvait être quelque chose, pouvait être proprement et pleinement originaire, ou s'il ferait un écart différentiel, un trait n'est ni pleinement originaire et autonome, ni en tant que frayage purement dérivé, et dans la mesure où un tel trait ferait la possibilité de nommer dans la langue, écrite ou parlée au sens courant de ces mots, il n'est lui-même nommable en tant qu'écartement, ni littéralement, ni proprement, ni métaphoriquement. Il n'a pas d'approchant en tant que tel. In his analysis of Heidegger's account of the interaction between Dichten and Denken, Derrida identifies the chosen word, the word which largely determines the putting into play of several conjugate terms, as Aufriss, cut, incision. As Derrida explains it, Heidegger is called upon by language to call up a name for that which, properly speaking, does not and cannot have a name. Although Aufriss is commonly rendered graveur or tracé ouvrant by French translators of Heidegger, Derrida chooses to render it entame because the trait is, so Derrida himself is called upon by language to name it, the cutting into it as well as the cutting out of the differential between Dichten and Denken, which is also their difference in their proximity. This incising is also the formation of what is proper to the two as the very constituting of the proper itself. As such, Derrida identifies entame with Heidegger's Ereignis, the event of appropriation. Ereignis in turn is identified with retrait as return or resurgence of metaphor, since this return is the metaphorical counterpart of metaphor's withdrawal beyond metaphysics. After illustrating the interplay between the Ziehen family of words and the Reissen family of words in Heidegger's description of Sprache, Derrida goes on to stress, and by way of a certain self-reference and self-implication, the disturbance in language, which is also the work of language. Nous devons encore ici même former, entamer, tracer, tracter, traquer, non pas ceci ou cela, mais la capture même de ce croisement d'une langue dans une autre, la capture à la fois violente et fidèle, passive pourtant et laissant, sauf de ce croisement ayant Reissen et Ziehen, les traduisent déjà dans la langue dite allemande. Cette capture affecterait le capteur lui-même, le traduisant dans l'autre, puisque retrait en français n'a jamais voulu dire, selon l'usage, retracement. Pour entamer cette captation compréhensive et cette transaction ou cette transaction avec la langue de l'autre, je soulignerai encore ceci, que la tractation fait œuvre, elle est à l'œuvre déjà dans la langue de l'autre, je dirais dans les langues de l'autre. After this eighth move of the investigation, Derrida carries out one other. The ninth move is to refer to a particularly troublesome statement in Heidegger's Der Ursprung des Kunstwerkes, which sums up the generalizing catastrophe of metaphor. Die Wahrheit ist Unwahrheit. The analysis of the Stian family of words and the Ricin family of words is now carried over to an analysis of Heidegger on truth and art. The combat between truth as work of art and non-truth as concealment is also the dual struggle between light and darkness and world and earth. It is infinitely complicated by the work of art's drawing up into itself this non-truth as concealment and by its struggling to reveal it. Ce combat n'est pas un très risque comme aufreißen, ouvrant un simple gouffre, Blasenkluft, entre les adverses. Le combat attire les adverses dans le trait d'une appartenance réciproque. C'est un trait qui les attire vers la provenance de leur unité à partir d'un fond uni, aus dem einigen Gründe zusammen. En ce sens, il est grundriss, plan, fondamental, projet, dessin, esquisse précis. S'imprime alors une série de locutions dont le son courant, usuel, littéral du retour se trouve réactivé en même temps que discrètement réinscrit, déplacé, remis en jeu dans ce qui fait œuvre en ce contexte. Le grand risque est aufriss, en termes et au son courant, profil essentiel, schéma, projection, qui dessine, zeichnet, les traits fondamentaux, Grundzüge. Et ici se croisent les deux systèmes de traits pour dire trait dans la langue de l'éclaircie de l'étang. Le trait risque ne fait pas se fondre les opposés, il attire l'adversité vers l'unité d'un contour humoriste, d'un cadre, d'une charpente au sens courant. Le trait est einheitliches Gezuge von Aufriss und Grundriss, durch und Umriss. L'ensemble uni, adjointé, gai, des traits rassemblés, la contraction ou le contraire entre toutes ces formes de traits, ces apparentes modifications ou propriétés de risque, auf, grund, durch, etc., entre tous ces traits de traits qui ne lui surviennent pas comme des modifications prédicatives à un sujet, une substance ou un état, ce que le trait n'est pas, mais qui œuvre au contraire la délimitation, la démarcation, depuis laquelle le discours ontologique sur la substance, le prédicat, la proposition, la logique et la rhétorique peuvent alors s'enlever. The 9 moves of Derrida's investigation are a complicated effort to be as thorough as possible in the analysis of the status of Heidegger's metaphors, but because this analysis is also abysmal, it cannot be deepened but only disputed or rejected, while all the weight of formal opinion is likely thrown behind the effort to prove such an analysis unreceivable, all the weight of informal opinion is likely the insinuation of its immoral or unethical status. Given that Derrida is aware that his investigation of Heidegger is abysmal, and that he nonetheless desires it to be well received, it's likely that he must jockey between two conflicting demands. One of these demands would be in line not only with his declaration that he wishes to open up the discussion for possible debate, but with his numerous references to the economic and schematic nature of his investigation, which imply that there is room for further development. At the same time, Derrida chooses a terminology for his analysis of Heidegger's metaphors, which, as he himself admits, is proper only to a specific context. The question then arises, what sort of debate does Derrida have in mind if replacing these terms with other ones is only possible in the context of continuing the investigation of Heidegger's metaphors as quasi-metaphors? This question seems to be particularly relevant with respect to the penultimate paragraph. After declaring that le trait n'est donc rien, Derrida inquires about the possibility of further study in this area. Comment en parler? Quelle écriture faut-il ici inventer? Admitting that it is always possible for a new rhetoric or meta-rhetoric to arise, he also declares that it would be a sign to its own impossibility. La rhétorique ne pourra alors s'énoncer elle-même et sa possibilité qu'en s'emportant dans le trait supplémentaire d'une rhétorique de la rhétorique, et par exemple d'une métaphore, de métaphore, etc. Next, he states, on dit trait ou retrait dans un contexte où il va de la vérité, trait n'est plus une métaphore de ce que nous croyons usuellement reconnaître sous ce mot. Now, if what is truly debatable in this context is in fact not the status of Heidegger's metaphor, but the very issue of truth being in question, then Derrida calling for a debate without clarifying its nature suggests that a confusion reigns here, which permits the confrontational possibilities normally associated with debate to be registered in an area of investigation which effectively denies them. If there is a sense in which Derrida closes down debate even while claiming to open it up, there is also a sense in which he carries on a debate even after having shut it down. After having protested Ricoeur's reading of La Mythologie Blanche and begun the investigation of Heidegger, he still refers to Ricoeur, although to be sure in ways which seem inconsequential. On the other hand, if scrutinized more closely and taken into consideration with other factors, it will not be so difficult to think that the eighth study, and in particular Ricoeur's investigation of Heidegger, are not far removed from Derrida's investigation of him. Although there are only three later references to Ricoeur which are explicit, or at least quasi-explicit, two of them are unquestionably a continuation of Derrida's mid-exposé protest. The first comes very shortly after he has ended his défense. Or, c'est économiquement d'économie que je dois parler ici, économie pour articuler ce que je vais dire avec l'autre possible tropique de l'usure, celui de l'intérêt, de la plus-value, de calcul fiduciaire ou de taux usuraire que Ricoeur a désigné mais laissé dans l'ombre. The second explicit reference to Ricoeur comes when he identifies the two brief remarks by Heidegger on metaphor which seem to draw the most interest and critical attention. Once again, he uses this opportunity to supplement his defense. Sans doute à cause de leur forme univoque et sentencieuse, ces deux passages ont constitué l'unique foyer de la discussion qui s'est engagée sur la métaphore chez Heidegger, d'une part dans un article de Jacques, Les mots et les roses, la métaphore chez Martin Heidegger, revue des sciences théologiques et philosophiques, puis d'autre part dans la métaphore vive. Les deux analyses s'orientent différemment. Celle de Greisch se dit plus proche de mouvements amorcés par la mythologie blanche. Néanmoins, les deux textes ont en commun les motifs suivants que je rappelle très vite sans revenir sur ce que j'ai dit tout à l'heure de la métaphore vive. Le premier motif sur lequel je ne me sens pas de tout d'accord, mais sur lequel je ne m'étendrai pas, c'est le motif onto-ontologique de la fleur. Greisch et Ricoeur identifient ce que je dis des fleurs séchées à la fin de la mythologie blanche avec ce que Heidegger reproche à Gottfried Benn de dire pour transférer le poème de Hölderlin en herbier et en collection des plantes desséchées. Greisch parle d'une parenté entre l'attitude de Benn et la mienne. Et Ricoeur utilise ce motif de l'herbier comme une transition vers le propos de la mythologie blanche. Pour de multiples raisons que je n'ai pas le temps d'énumérer, je lirai cela tout autrement. With respect to providing evidence that a polemic is secretly at work in the Heideggerian part of Derrida's exposé, the above references no doubt are weak and limited. But it should be remembered that besides their apparent isolation and random occurrence, they belong to the inept defensive side of Derrida's project, which ranges between statements which tend to clarify it by oversimplifying it, and others which tend to endorse, if weakly, Ricoeur's position. It is therefore only in conjunction with numerous other references of a more implicit nature that the ones already mentioned strongly suggest Ricoeur's lingering presence as target in the exposé. First of all, it's not so easy to ignore the frequency in the retrait de la métaphore of the references to the literal metaphorical opposition in conjunction with the subordination of the proper-improper opposition which is prominent in the Mythologie Blanche. Except for one reference to the proper-improper opposition which comes at the beginning, all the rest, numbering close to a dozen, come in the Heideggerian part. Furthermore, when Derrida does use the word proper, it is always in the company of the word literal, as if to suggest that he is simply covering all possibilities of the non-metaphorical. Now, even if it may be allowed that proper in some sense signifies for Derrida the primitive or original sense of the word, it's clear that he does not want this signification to be dissociated from literal, current, or non-metaphorical. That he shows himself to be sensitive on this point throughout the exposé suggests that his dispute with Ricoeur is not forgotten simply because he is no longer directly engaged in it. Derrida most explicitly protests, this is the third explicit reference, Ricoeur's attributing to him the notion of the proper as original or primitive sense shortly after he takes up the issue of Heidegger's comments on metaphor. D'une part, on doit pouvoir se passer de la métaphore parce que le poids de la métaphysique en toute théologique et la pensée de l'être se repose de truc qui marque le retrait intime de l'être ne peut être nommé littéralement métaphorique dès lors que l'usage, je dis bien l'usage, de devenir usuel du mot et non pas son sens original auquel personne ne s'est jamais référé. En tout cas, moi, j'ai fixé à partir de ce couple d'opposition métaphysique pour décrire des rapports entre des états. In order to show that Derrida's remark, je dis bien l'usage, le devenir usuel du mot et non pas son sens original auquel personne ne s'est jamais référé, en tout cas moi, is not fully accurate. It's only necessary to look at one of the passages from the Mythologie Blanche, which he cited before the above passage. L'histoire d'une métaphore n'aurait pas essentiellement l'allure d'un déplacement avec rupture et inscription dans un système hétérogène, mutation, écart, sans origine, mais celle d'une érosion progressive, d'une perte sémantique régulière, d'un épuisement ininterrompu d'un sens primitif. Even though it is Polyphil's position in the Jardin des Vainqueurs, which Derrida is describing, is not in disagreement with it insofar as it affirms the implication of metaphor in the concept. His repudiation of the proper as primitive, then in favor of the literal, in order to signify the non-metaphorical, seems once again to be more polemical than precise, because primitive or original can be, as Derrida often does with these and other words, placed in quotation marks in order to signify their equivocal status. Primitive or original will then refer to the etymological trace of what is neither metaphor nor concept, and neither figure nor non-figure. While it is true that, unlike the Mythologie Blanche, Derrida's exposé offers little or no discussion of the concept, it is also true that by describing metaphysics as being in a sort of metaphoric or metonymic relation to being, he is once again insisting that the concept is implicated in its other and suffering from some impurity or internal distress. Now, given that nothing could be more disruptive of Ricoeur's theory of metaphor than this ongoing and repeated diagnosis, it is difficult to see how Derrida's exposé is not only hostile to Ricoeur's project, but also to Ricoeur personally as one who participates at the conference. It is now time to present the best evidence that there is an extended polemic which goes largely unannounced in Le Retrait de la Métaphore. The basis of this evidence is that, along with reserving a special place for Derrida in the eighth study, Ricoeur reserves a special place for Heidegger. With one or two exceptions, the issues taken up in the eighth study as they bear on Heidegger are more or less the same ones taken up in Le Retrait de la Métaphore. Accordingly, to list these issues as transfers from Ricoeur to Derrida is to come up with something like the following. 1. Heidegger's last texts, which for Ricoeur are marred by an invincible ambiguity, are for Derrida works which, due to the nature of their undertaking, are necessarily difficult and dense. 2. Heidegger's homogeneous conception of the tradition, which for Ricoeur indicates a will to power, is for Derrida an indispensable epical understanding of Western philosophy. 3. Heidegger's two comments on metaphor, das Metaphorische gibt es nur innerhalb der Metaphysik, and wir blieben in der Metaphysik hängen, wollten wir dieses nennen Hölderlens in der Wendung Worte die Blumen für eine Metaphor halten, which Ricoeur treats as being largely sufficient in order to interpret Heidegger's position on metaphor, is for Derrida material which needs to be supplemented. For Heidegger's reproach to Gottfried Benn that his comment on Hölderlin's poem turns it into a herbarium or a collection of dried plants is insofar as picked up later both by John Greisch and Paul Ricoeur and critically turned against Derrida, translated by Derrida himself into a wrong interpretation of his essay. 5. Heidegger's discussion of the relationship between Dichten and Denken, which for Ricoeur largely corresponds to his own plea for the discontinuity between poetic discourse and speculative discourse, is for Derrida Heidegger's non-metaphorical and non-literal use of language. 6. Heidegger's discussion of rightness, which for Ricoeur exhibits the même visée de sens que ce qui fut autrefois pensé comme acte puissance, is for Derrida a restatement of the ontological difference. Given that both Derrida's and Ricoeur's inquiries into metaphor are also inquiries into philosophy, and at least to some degree the issue of how to do philosophy, their commitment to tell the truth about metaphor must be inseparable from putting the ideal of truth-telling either into play as question or to work as answer. This putting it into play or putting it to work is what P.S. has been calling the ethical constituent of philosophical discourse. That the ethical constituent is normally occulted by the epistemological, and yet this occultation is itself ethical to the extent that it is the preservation of the truth-telling ideal as homogeneity, is what was earlier suggested as Ricoeur's path. On the other hand, when philosophy turns to investigating itself, and even if this investigation is ultimately meant to justify itself, the occulting of the ethical is likely weakened and becomes less of a commitment than the contrary one, which would be to show some vital signs of its ethical life. In the case of Ricoeur, his treatment of Heidegger culminates in a strong condemnation of him for undervaluing the philosophical tradition and for attempting to overcome it or leave it behind. That this condemnation may be in conflict with other of Ricoeur's espoused values is at least something to consider. Immediately before taking up Heidegger in the eighth study, Ricoeur, following Husserl, compares the traditional view of philosophy being entirely responsible and measuring up to its own intentions to une manière généalogique d'interroger les philosophes qui ne se bornent pas à recourir leurs intentions déclarées, mais les soumet aux soupçons et on appelle de leurs raisons et leurs motifs et à leurs intérêts. Although Ricoeur does not explicitly disapprove of this genealogical way of doing philosophy, the context of these remarks, which is the eighth study, leaves little doubt that it is the first way which he prefers, and which, with respect to philosophy's unique question, the question of being, is likely the only way. Here, a philosopher's motives and his reasons should be treated as virtually one, and if it were to fall out otherwise, it would seem that either the philosopher whose motives are singled out and criticized for their own sake is not worthy and should not have been discussed in the first place, or else the philosopher who makes an issue of them has become, despite his declared intentions to the contrary, a genealogist. In the same way as does Derrida, Heidegger confronts Ricoeur as one both to recognize as far as possible and not to recognize. À vrai dire, la philosophie de Heidegger se propose à l'avant-dernier stade de cette enquête, individuellement comme une tentative et comme une tentation incontournable. Une tentative dont il faut s'inspirer toutes les fois qu'elle contribue manifestement à édifier la pensée spéculative selon la visée sémantique qui animait déjà la recherche d'Aristote sur les exceptions multiples de l'être, une tentation qu'il faut écarter dès lors que la différence de spéculatif et de poétique se trouve à nouveau menacée. C'est ici, pièce l'avoue, qu'elle déploie la position prise par Ricoeur. Even while recognizing the latter's good intentions and the limited ground on which he can maneuver, it must also be recognized, at least from this corner, that a certain amount of violence and abuse is present here. Distinguishing between a good Heidegger who can be assimilated to the Aristotelian tradition and a bad Heidegger who cannot, and therefore should be rejected, Ricoeur not only devalues Heidegger's declared intentions by glossing over them, but also offers no account as to why they should be devalued, which goes beyond his limited analysis of Heidegger on metaphor. This analysis purports to demonstrate that Heidegger is mistaken when he sets himself apart from the tradition because his Platonic conception of metaphor is outmoded and not relevant to his use of live matter, which itself is commensurate with the tradition. If nothing else, Derrida's exposé shows that this interpretation of Heidegger's use of metaphor is dubious and certainly not the bedrock upon which to drive a wedge between Heidegger's motives and his reasons. When Ricoeur says that Heidegger is vengeful, driven by a will to power, seeks a certain ascendancy or superiority over other philosophers, and is inclined to a certain intellectual laziness, his reaction to Heidegger's project is tolerable only from the point of view that it is the human, all too human in philosophy as everywhere else. Another consideration along these lines is that while declaring his opposition to the attempt to do away with the difference between poetry and philosophy, Ricoeur seems to have great difficulty not doing away with this difference himself. On the one hand, he is willing to allow Heidegger tremendous latitude, even while insisting that when Heidegger interweaves his thought with the poetry of Hölderlin, he still manages to keep poetry and philosophy separate. Ce qui est remarquable dans ce petit texte aus der Auffahrung des Denkens, c'est que le poème n'y sert pas dormant à l'aphorisme philosophique, que celui-ci n'y constitue pas la traduction du poème. Poème et aphorisme sont mutuellement dans un accord de résonance qui respecte leur différence et la puissance imaginative de la poésie pensante. Le poète répond par la puissance spéculative de la pensée poétisante. The last line of the above passage is intriguing because, if taken out of context, could easily pass for the kind of merger of poetry and philosophy, or vice versa, which Ricoeur struggles so hard to prevent. On the other hand, it cannot be said that Ricoeur demonstrates how, if Heidegger does in fact take inappropriate risks and come close to collapsing poetry into philosophy, he manages to do so beyond what Ricoeur has already licensed for him. It has been P.S.'s contention all along that when Ricoeur objects to any move to obliterate or even to blur the difference between poetry and philosophy, is actually targeting the project or projects which call into question the ordering and identification of poetry by philosophy and therefore philosophy's own self-ordering and self-identification, certainly expresses many times over that the relationship between poetry and philosophy is one of the latter's taking up the former into itself as potential meaning in order to give the most up-to-date and accurate report on reality. Insofar as truth and knowledge are concerned, then, this relationship is a hierarchy and inseparable from philosophy's integrity. Quand le philosophe lutte sur deux fronts, contre la séduction de l'ineffable, contre la puissance de parler ordinaire, sprechen, bref, pour un dire, sagen, qui ne serait ni le triomphe de l'inarticulé, ni celui de signes disponibles au locuteur et manipulable par lui, n'était pas dans une situation comparable à celle de penseurs d'Antiquité, du Moyen-Âge, cherchant sa voie entre l'impuissance d'un discours livré à la dissémination des significations et la maîtrise de l'université pour la logique de genre. In the above passage, Ricoeur discreetly announces what the philosopher properly does, une situation comparable à celle de penseurs d'Antiquité ou de Moyen-Âge, et should be doing le philosophe lutte contre la séduction de l'ineffable. While giving a reasonably restrained response to Ricoeur's critical analysis of the mythologie blanche, Derrida also responds to this discreet announcement by Ricoeur by, with equal discretion, marshalling his exposé in order to repudiate it in the most tactfully unrestrained way. Far from being a discourse which guards itself against the ineffable and the disseminating, it attempts to demonstrate that philosophy is afflicted by its very own discourse, which is the ineffable and the disseminating in language itself. If what is finally at stake in Derrida's and Ricoeur's dispute with one another is the honor and integrity of philosophy, then surely it is a certain lack of honor and integrity which is the ground of their both recognizing them and striving after them. This lack is the essential division of truth-telling into two ethical domains, the honor and integrity, which perceives that not to perceive this essential lack is itself a lack of honor and integrity, and the honor and integrity which perceives that to perceive this lack as essential is to effectively do away with philosophy's honor and integrity. 5.4 P.S. The following was initially the first paragraph of the abstract. It was deleted in order not to alienate the reader right at the outset. By making now the last paragraph of P.S., the aim is not so much to round off and conclude the analysis as to draw attention once again to the inevitable effacement of certain intentions. In the present instance, it is the one of trying to tell the truth about the overcomplication of philosophical truth-telling without excessively complicating it. The analysis of the dynamics of the deep disagreement between Derrida and Ricoeur over metaphor and its relation to philosophy is inevitably double-focused and dispersed, along with being the examination of a wide range of issues, metaphor, discourse, meaning, philosophy, being, etc. It must also be the study of, as far as possible, the complication and even overcomplication of truth-telling in philosophy, because philosophical truth-telling in principle is that it is not or should not be overcomplicated. The proposition that it is implies that it is irreducibly involuted and agonistic. Not only does it contest and contradicts its abysmal condition, but it also puts into play different valuations which, insofar as they come together and form a dominant position or disposition, constitute the both implicit and explicit demand that truth-telling should not be obfuscation or the attempt to say the ineffable, that it should not risk a general despair of language and breakdown of communication. In response to this demand that truth-telling not be overcomplicated are the projects of clarification, which by and large are a call to order and an inherent securing of the tradition as well as its presuppositions and ideals. But this is still overcomplication because these projects of clarification are ones which simplify and even oversimplify. There is then a contrary demand which these projects evoke and which pertains to what is doubtful in this area.